The length of our anticipated agenda tonight, let's go ahead and call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, January 19th, 2021. And I will ask the clerk to call the roll. I believe alders are able to unmute themselves. And so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Balday.
Yes.
Alder Balday is present. Alder Bidar.
Present.
Alder Bidar is present. Alder Carter.
Present.
Sorry, President Carter is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is excused. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Hennick.
Present.
Alder Hennick is present. Alder Kemble is excused. Alder Lemmer.
Alder Campbell is here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Alder Kemble is definitely here. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer is present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is present. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Present.
Alder Prestigiacomo is present. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Alder Skidmore is present. Alder Tierney.
Present.
Alder Tierney is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. Alder Wahelia. Alder Wahelia. Sorry. Is present. Alder Boss.
Present.
Alder Boss is present. Alder Burrows.
Present.
Alder Burrows is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll ask our tech facilitator to read the meeting instructions, please.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. During any roll call vote, alders will have the ability to unmute themselves to vote. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. With the most recent Zoom update, your raise hand icon will be at the bottom of your main Zoom window where you can find your share screen, microphone, and video icons. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the council may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it to the email list on today's agenda. Mayor, that's all I have.
Thank you. I'm going to just a few opening remarks tonight. Firstly, I would like to request, certainly of the council, but also of those amongst the public who are with us tonight to testify, request to keep your comments civil and respectful and to refrain from using obscenities. I think we've had a pretty bad run of it lately, and I would like to see this body be able to operate with a little bit more decorum, and I would like to ask the public registrants to observe that as well. Also ask, given the number of registrants that we have tonight, that while we certainly want to hear from everyone who's registered, that you could keep your comments brief. There's no need to use all of the allotted time. And if your point has already been made, you might consider just saying, sort of reaffirming plus wanting your point rather than making it again. And I do want to let all concerned know that when we get to that point in the agenda, I will ask the body if we can take up item number 5, which is the Edgewood appeal, after the rest of our business, so that the registrants and staff on the other items can leave us, and we can only have the folks who are concerned about item number 5 stay on into whatever wee hours we expect to be here tonight. So we'll take that up in a minute, but I just wanted to warn everyone that that's my intention. And with that, President Carter, I'll turn to you for a motion on suspension of the rules.
Move suspension of the rules. Suspended rules 2.04. Order of business 2.05. Introduction of business 2.24. Ordinances and 2.25 resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Thank you. Vice President Abbas?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. And we'll move on to item number 1. President Carter, do we have somebody designated to read this?
No, we do not.
Well, would you like to make a motion then?
Move adoption of 63729, Legistar commending David Trowbridge for his significant contribution to shaping Madison's transportation system and congratulating him on his retirement after 23 years of public service.
And Vice President Abbas, a second.
Second.
Thank you for buying me enough time to pull up the resolution so that I might read it. Whereas Dave Trowbridge has been with the City of Madison for 23 years as a transportation planner, and whereas Dave has adeptly represented Madison transportation interests in the business community, community organizations, neighborhoods, and the state, and whereas Dave has led key initiatives for the city, including Transport 2020, the Streetcar Initiative, remember that? High-speed rail, ooh, remember that? And our current efforts with Bus Rapid Transit. And whereas Dave has also served the city government, staffing numerous committees, including the Long Range Transportation Plan Commission. And whereas Dave has been an advocate for progressive transportation solutions, including encouraging the spread of the B-cycle bike sharing system and transportation demand management solutions. And whereas his efforts have been formative in developing Madison's transportation planning and policy, leading the Madison in Motion Transportation Plan, and whereas Madison has been recognized as a national leader in both active transportation and transit, and Dave's efforts have greatly contributed to our transportation system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the citizens of the City of Madison, through the Mayor and Common Council, hereby express their deep appreciation to David Trowbridge for his significant contributions in shaping our transportation system and for his 23 years of loyal and conscientious public service to the city. And be it further resolved that city staff, mayor, and alders wish Dave continued success as he spends time with his wife, Michelle, daughter, Lauren, and son, Colin, and hope he continues to pursue his musical interests as a bassist for cover rock and roll bands. And I believe that Dave is here with us.
I am.
Dave, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, just a few. I know you have a long agenda, but thank you for this. It's truly been an honor and a privilege to serve the City of Madison and the residents of our community. I think it's important that I recognize my coworkers and my colleagues from across many city departments. I have to say I've been most impressed with them, not just the high level of competence that they bring to their jobs and the work ethic, but also their dedication and what I see with their commitment to helping make Madison a better place, and doing so oftentimes in the face of such negativity that we're often on the receiving end of. So it's really been an inspiration to me to work alongside great city staff. So I'm thankful for that. And then lastly, I'd like to thank Mayor Rhodes Conway and you, the members of the Common Council, for putting forth this resolution. It truly is an honor. Just quickly thinking back 25 and 30 years ago, how far we've come with our transportation system, how much we've improved in the strides that we've made in a progressive direction. I'm very pleased with that and how we've embraced innovative designs and techniques and so on. It's not to say we don't have more to do, and we are going to continue doing that. I have all the confidence in the leadership of Director Lynch and the great staff in engineering and traffic engineering and Metro, not to mention my good friends in planning, who I think are more and more starting or continuing to frame the discussion around the transportation system and how that impacts the community that we want to build. So with that, I will say I wish you all the very best going forward. I think 2021 is going to be a great year, right? I think so. And again, wish you the very best. And thank you so much for this honor. And thank you for the good work that you do as elected officials helping to shape our fine city. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dave. A virtual round of applause for you. And I should note that there are a number of folks registered in support not wishing to speak, and just a glance at the names indicates that the planning division has turned out big in support of this resolution. So your colleagues are wishing you well also. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have any great stories to tell of Dave, but I have this imprint. For a while, he recruited me. I've never been recruited by a staff person to join a committee. But in 2011, when I was appointed to the Plan Commission, we then fed a person to the LRTPC, and I guess he needed someone. So he convinced me to join. And the thing about him that always struck with me is he would wait outside meetings till everyone arrived. It's kind of like, are they coming? Are they coming? And shoo them in the room, get them. It was so kind of cool and kind of like, oh, there's Dave. Oh, I'm at the right room. But anyway, the other thing I thought about is like in the resolution about the streetcar committee. I don't remember Dave exactly on that, but that was like one of the committees I got appointed to in 2007 as it was finishing its work. And well, that's all we need to really say about that. And the final thing is like the Madison in Motion. I think a whole bunch of alders and then Dave got to go to Europe. And we don't really hear much about that. Like, Mayor, can we do more trips where we get to go traveling with people? That sounds like so much fun. And I was not on that committee and I did not get to go. But anyway, Dave, it's been a pleasure working with you. Thanks for all you've done. And good luck, and we'll see you around.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other alders wishing to speak? Not seeing any, then, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing no objection, we will record a unanimous vote, and congratulations again, Dave. Best of luck, and please enjoy your retirement. All right. That will bring us to our early public comment. We have 2 folks registered for early public comment. I will just ask you, please, to let the council know what item you are speaking on before you start your comments. And so our first early public registrant is Sarah Larson of Chieftain Lookout, to be followed by Megan Spielbauer-Sandate.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Summit Woods Neighborhood Association in support of the appeal in agenda item number 9, because we oppose the proposed development at 4606 Hammersley. I hope that you all read the neighborhood submissions before voting on this development. These are not emotions-based or not in my backyard objections, but we presented facts, evidence, and data explaining in great detail why this building is too tall, too big, too close to the sidewalk, and too dense within the context of our very small neighborhood. It will unsustainably add too many residents and traffic when our current rural road infrastructure cannot support it. It will cause safety concerns for pedestrians and bikers. I have read the entire comprehensive plan and the city's 2019 Equity Development Report, and we feel that this development is inconsistent with what the city has clearly identified as a priority. That is, affordable family housing with 3 and 4 bedroom units. There is no reason why 3 or 4 bedroom units could not have been included in this development. The city may need more housing in general, but our neighborhood needs 3 and 4 bedroom units. We already have almost 200 studio 1 and 2 bedroom units in our neighborhood. Did anyone consider what our neighborhood actually needs? To the extent that this development is non-conforming to what's expected here and to what our city has clearly prioritized, we believe the Plan Commission was required to explain why. Our neighborhood submitted contradictory evidence showing that the conditional use standards had not been met, and the Plan Commission should have reconciled those factual differences on the record at the hearing. The law requires an explanation, and we as taxpayers and constituents deserve an explanation. This council should demand those explanations too, or else where is the accountability in this process? The developer's January 18th statement says that our neighborhood did not meet its burden in overcoming the presumption of correctness of the decision. But we believe the neighborhood does not have to prove anything right now at all, because the presumption of correctness does not apply at this point in the proceedings. The Plan Commission's decision is not presumed correct until the municipality makes a decision saying it's correct. In other words, this council, as the reviewing body for the Plan Commission, must say it's correct before it's presumed correct. This council still has the opportunity to do the right thing here and send it back to the Plan Commission. Why else would the ordinance allow this council to vote to modify the plan? The developer also says that our concerns as a neighborhood were addressed, but we believe our neighborhood's voice was not adequately represented here. The developer made some minor modifications to the plan based on our neighborhood's input, but as we have outlined in great detail in our written comments, the neighborhood's primary concerns were largely ignored. Why else would 100 residents file this appeal within days after the decision? Why else would neighbors continue to express concerns to our alder after the Plan Commission decided this? Is the city really listening to its residents? Or is it doing what the developers want? Our neighborhood would fully support a responsible development here that includes affordable housing and that is context sensitive for our neighborhood in scale, scope, and design. But the Plan Commission should not be allowed to approve without explanation a development that we have shown is inconsistent with the city's own priorities. The city should instead contract with developers whose buildings help effectuate the city's equity vision. We believe this development should not have been approved as it stands. We ask that this council support our appeal and send this back to the Plan Commission to modify the plans so that our neighborhood's input can be adequately considered and addressed. I'd be happy to take any questions from the council at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Megan Spielbauer-Sandate.
Hi, my name is Megan, I use she, her, and I'm just here to speak about agenda item number 13 and express my support for the version 2 of the resolution over version 1. I don't quite understand how those are presented as agenda items, but I think it's important that the council designate funds from the city COVID relief total fund directly to Black and Brown organizations. Housing stability, especially in the current crisis, is extremely important and is very fragile for many households, and we need to be giving support directly to Black and Brown communities, especially as those are the communities that are disproportionately impacted by the pandemic due to a history of white supremacy and the effects of capitalism, as well as those present forces still working. I think organizations that are run by Black and Brown people for Black and Brown people are best suited to support BIPOC folks who are experiencing housing instability, or for people, Black and Brown people experiencing homelessness. And I would have also liked to see more funds directed towards those organizations as well, since they have been putting in the work for years in those areas to support those communities. In any regard, though, I'd like to just express my support for the alternate resolution over the first version. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either of our early registrants? All right, seeing none, we will go on to the consent agenda. President Carter?
Yep. At this time, a consent agenda will be moved with the recommended action listed for each item except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak. 2, items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent. And 3, items which alderpersons have separated out for discussion and debate purposes. Agenda items 3 through 9 are public hearing items. Item 4, 62966, recess public hearing. The action requested is to refer to the Plan Commission on January 25th and Common Council February 2nd. The following items require a 2/3 vote, 14 members, to reverse or modify the Plan Commission decision. That's item 5, Legistar 60646, and item 9, Legistar 63304. The following items are extra majority items, which will be recorded as unanimous unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item 17, Legistar 63562, amending the 2021 Public Health Operating Budget. Item 38, Legistar 63156, amending the 2020 adopted operating budget for the Community Development Authority. Item 43, 63447, amending the 2021 adopted operating budget for the CDA housing. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item 50, 63512, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into agreement with the USGS to modify runoff from leaf collection study area. Item 51, Legistar 63513, amending the 2021 stormwater capital budget to allow acceptance of $250,000 grant. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Item 68, Legistar 63575, approval of the City of Madison land banking policy. There's additional referral of this item to the Community Development Authority. Items requested for exclusion is item 13, Legistar 63792, and that is accepting funds from the U.S. Treasury Department to be awarded to the City of Madison.
All right. Are there any additional items requested for exclusion? Seeing none, are there any disclosures or recusals on the consent agenda? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Regarding item number 5, legislative file 60646, I want to announce that I attended Edgewood High School and college, but that will not impact my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional disclosures or recusals on tonight's items? Alder Alboras.
Madam Mayor, I've said this for the record in the past that at a previous employer, I manage our corporate partnership with Edgewood College. So I'll go on the record again saying that, and that I feel in no way does impact my objectivity on tonight's vote unless the city attorney feels otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Alboras. Are there any other disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, I will note that on item 53, we have a number of registrants, none of whom wish to speak. but there are 11 registrants in support, and some of them are available for questions. So are there any questions for registrants on items on the consent agenda? Seeing none. President Carter has moved, and Vice President Abbas. Well, you should be able to unmute yourself, Alder, but there you go. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, second.
And Vice President Abbas will second the consent agenda. Just one more time. Public hearing items are 3 through 9. Extra majority items are 17, 38, 43, 50, 51. There's an additional referral to the Community Development Authority on item number 68. And the only exclusion outside of public hearing items is item number 13. So it's been moved and seconded on the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda, and we will start our public hearings with item number 3, which is Legistar 62642. We'll open a public hearing on a substitute creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning at 7050 through 7104 Watts Road. And sorry, let me get back to the right place in the registrants. The public hearing is open. We have registrants available to answer questions. We do have Brandy Grayson registered on this item, but I believe that was in error. So Brandy, please raise your hand in the attendees if you wish to speak on this. We also have Jennifer Moen of South Evergreen in Arlington Heights, in support, available to answer questions, and Daniel Stewart of Frisco, Texas, in support, available to answer questions, representing At Home in Plano, Texas. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter?
Yes, move adoption of item 3. Recommendation is to adopt with conditions.
Second to conditions.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted, and we'll go to item number 4, which is Legistar 62966. We'll open a public hearing on this item, creating sections of the MGO to create a regional mixed-use district. We have no registrants, so we will recess that public hearing. President Carter.
Move adoption of item 4 with conditions.
Second to adopt with conditions.
The motion should be to re-refer, please, to the 125 Plan Commission and the 2-2 Common Council.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't move it up fast enough. Yes, motion to re-refer to the 125 Plan Commission and Common Council on 2/2/21.
Vice President Abbas may be frozen.
Yes, I'm back. Second.
All right. So moved and second to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, the item is referred. I'd ask unanimous consent of the council to skip item number 5 and come back to it. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll go to item number 6, which is the report of the Board of Public Works. And Legistar 63532, open a public hearing approving plans, specifications, and a schedule of assessments for resurfacing 2021. And on item number 6, excuse me, there's a very large number of registrants on item number 5, so it's going to take me a minute to get there. We have no registrants on item number 6, so we'll close the public hearing. President Carter.
I move to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, that item is adopted. Item number 7 is back to the report of the Plan Commission, Legistar 63202. We'll open a public hearing on amending sections of the MGO to allow counseling community services organizations as a permitted use in various zoning districts. On item number 7, we have no registrants. We'll close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 7. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 7? Seeing none, that item is adopted. And brings us to item number 8, Legistar 63216. Open a public hearing on creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of a property at 4205 Portage Road. So on item number 8, we have one registrant, Allison Lindsay Morris of Comanche Way, neither supporting nor opposing and not wishing to speak. Are there any questions for the registrant? Seeing none, we will recess that public hearing. And President Carter.
Move to refer to the Plan Commission February 22nd, Common Council March 2nd.
Second to re-refer.
Moved and seconded to re-refer. Is there any objection to unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing none, the item is re-referred. Takes us to item number 9, which is Legistar 63304, an appeal of the Plan Commission action on the conditional use request for 4604 Hammersley Road, which was Legistar ID 62600. We will ask our staff to speak and before we open the public hearing. Ms. Stouter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly wanted to mention that this mixed-use building was approved on November 23rd unanimously by our city's Plan Commission after finding that all of the conditional use and demolition standards were met. We do believe that the proposed mixed-use building at 3 stories with 53 units is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the existing CCT, Commercial Corridor-Transitional zoning, and support the Plan Commission decision. I did want to ask for the ability to share screen as I have an indication from one of the registrants that they'd like for me to share their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. All right, we have a few folks registered here on item number 9, so we will open that public hearing and start with Dwayne Johnson of Middleton, Wisconsin, in opposition, representing Ripple Trust, to be followed by Randy Bruce.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Again, my name is Dwayne Johnson with Kenothi and Bruce Architects, and I'd like to take a couple minutes to introduce our proposed project to you. Our redevelopment project is located on Hammersley Road. We're approximately 1,000 feet west from the intersection of Midvale Boulevard. The site is 3/4 of an acre and currently has a large paved parking area and a single-story warehouse building that is currently vacant. We are across Hammersley Road from the 2-story commercial SSM Health building. To our east and north are multifamily residential buildings, and to the northwest is a mix of duplexes and single-family residential homes as we continue north. Next slide, please. Here are some context pictures of the area. The top picture is viewed from the Beltline, which is the view the majority of the people will see our project from. The beige and silver metal panel SSM building can be seen above the red car, and our site is the orange brick building past the SSM parking lot. The two right pictures are looking north down both Heritage Circle and Pontiac Trail, and the bottom two are looking each way on Hammersley Road. Next slide, please. As seen here from the city's zoning map, the site is zoned Commercial Corridor-Transitional, or CCT. CCT zoning allows multifamily residential as a conditional use, as well as a number of very intense uses, including large office, commercial laundry, liquor sales, brew pubs, auto sales, and hotels. All of these would be permitted uses and could have a much more drastic impact on the neighborhood without requiring a conditional use as were required for multifamily. It's worth also noting that CCT zoning allows up to 5 stories and 68 feet in height. Next slide, please. We are proposing a 3-story mixed-use building with 1,700 square feet of commercial space and 53 dwelling units. The U-shaped building has a first floor at-grade courtyard area in the center. The commercial and main apartment entries are located near the southeast corner of the site. We also have walk-up units allowing tenants to enter the first floor units directly from the Hammersley Road sidewalk. Our building setbacks are larger than we required. The inner phantom line indicates the required setbacks. As you can see, our building is set back an additional 4 to 6 feet on the north, south, and east sides of the building. We also set our rear yard as Pontiac Trail, which puts a 20-plus foot setback along Pontiac Trail. This is very similar to the setback of the duplex to the north, which is shown here in light gray. Each wing also has an additional step back above the second floor. Our 64 underground parking stalls would be accessed from Hammersley Road. We also have an additional 9 stalls on the first floor that would be entered from Heritage Circle. This would put our total number of stalls at 73, which we feel is quite adequate for the 53 residential parking stalls in the small commercial area. Next slide, please. Here's a view looking west along Hammersley Road with the commercial space visible at the corner of Heritage Circle. Again, this elevation is visible to most people that would pass by on the Beltline. This elevation incorporates 3 distinct masses to help break up the length of the Hammersley elevation. We are using 4 materials: a cream-colored brick on the lower masses, a gray horizontal siding material along the top of the building, and a wood tone horizontal siding at the prominent corners, which is end capped with a vertical metal panel and element. These materials fit in well with Hammersley Road, the context of Hammersley Road and the adjacent SSM building, and help to bridge the transition from the Beltline and the commercial buildings to the neighborhood to the north. Next slide, please. This view is at the back, viewed along Pontiac Trail. You can see here the 20-foot setback leaves a sizable area for landscaping along Pontiac, which will make a very nice pedestrian experience. The materials and massing on these sides of the buildings are simplified and incorporate 2 very residential materials, being the horizontal gray siding and the cream-colored brick. It's also worth noting that we will be installing a screening fence between the rear of the building and the adjacent properties to the north, which is not shown in this rendering. Next slide.
That's time.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Randy Bruce, also of Middleton, also representing Ripple Trust, in opposition, to be followed by Dan O'Callahan.
Next slide, please. I just wanted to discuss a little bit about the neighborhood input process. When we started this project, we reached out to the alderperson who requested that we have a neighborhood meeting. We met on August 10th and then again on September 23rd. The main issues that we heard and that we responded to were traffic, parking, more privacy from the community spaces, and sustainable design features. Next slide. In terms of traffic, we engaged KL Engineering to do a traffic study and analyze the existing traffic and to predict what the traffic impacts of our development would be. After analyzing the current traffic patterns, they estimated that 60% of the trips generated by our development would be heading south towards the Beltline or beyond. 20% would be heading towards Nakoma Road, and 20% would be heading north on Midvale Boulevard. Then when they further analyzed that, they found that 75% of that traffic that's going to be heading north would be using the Hammersley Road and Midvale Boulevard intersection, and 25% would be using Pontiac Trail. To further just clarify that ended up with total trips on Pontiac Trail of about 16 trips, which would include one trip during the AM or PM peak. Next slide, please. The traffic was one concern. The other was parking. Our initial proposal had a parking ratio of about one parking stall per unit, and the neighborhood was concerned that we would be taking too much of the parking off of Hammersley Road. So we decreased our unit count somewhat, and we increased our parking substantially. We now have 73 parking stalls for the 53 units. So we've got almost 1.4 parking stalls per unit, which we feel is quite adequate. Next slide, please. There was also a concern about our roof deck and our common facility, which was in the northwest corner of the building, overlooking the neighborhood. We relocated that to the southeast corner of the building so that it now overlooks the SSM building. Next slide, please. The alderperson particularly and the neighborhood had requested that we really feature some sustainable design features. So we have committed to using rooftop solar voltaic panels. We have been working with Focus on Energy and teamed up with them on our sustainable design and have developed a real host of sustainable design features for the project. That is all I have to say at this point, other than I did want to mention that Mr. Ripple has been in this neighborhood and owning and managing property for 37 years. He owns the project just north of this particular site. It consists of 28 two-bedrooms and all 27 two-bedrooms and one three-bedroom. All of those units would be classified as affordable. They have rent levels, including heat and water, of mid-900s per month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dan O'Callahan of West Washington Ave, in opposition, representing Ripple Trust, to be followed by Mia Starling.
Good evening. I'm here tonight representing the development team. Almost 2 months ago, the Plan Commission voted unanimously to approve this project. In order to overturn that approval, 2/3 of the council would have to find some error with the decision. In this case, there isn't any. The appellants allege that the Plan Commission, quote, rubber stamped the application. That's not a fair characterization of the record, and it's an unfair criticism of the work of the Plan Commission. The appellants also allege the Plan Commission's approval of the project over their objections is evidence their concerns were ignored, going so far as to allege some of their concerns were, quote, intentionally disregarded. That too is wrong. Just because the project was approved doesn't mean the appellants weren't heard. It means the Plan Commission exercised its judgment and reached a different conclusion than the one the appellants were hoping for. It's fair for the appellants to disagree with that decision and to be disappointed by that decision, but it's not fair to say the Plan Commission intentionally disregarded their testimony. There's no support for that. In fact, there's plenty of evidence in the record to the contrary. Let me quote Commissioner Cantrell, who made the motion to approve the project. In explaining his reasons why, Cantrell stated in part, quote, "I understand the neighborhood concern, but the property is zoned CCT, which is commercial and medium density residential, so the zoning expects something of this scale on this property. Lastly, we need housing, and I think this is a location that is appropriate, so that's why I am recommending that it be supported," end quote. Alder Hennick also acknowledged the neighbors' concerns on the record. Quote, "A big thank you to the residents who, as you can see by Maya, Mara, and the others who spoke tonight, really put a lot into the documentation they sent in and put a lot of analysis and thought into what they were hearing from their neighbors as well," end quote. Those same concerns came up when Alder Hennick acknowledged on the record the role of city staff who, quote, "worked through a number of neighborhood meetings and a lot of comment from residents. The big things that we heard from residents are things that we heard today: the size, the number of units, a number of residents wanting to see a 24-unit or lower facility," end quote. Ultimately, Alder Hennick commended the development team for the way in which they responded to those concerns. Quote, "I felt they really listened to those concerns of residents and gave a good faith effort in meeting some of those requests. Absolutely not to the extent that many residents would have liked, but there were quite a few residents that did say that we felt heard and we appreciated the concessions or the changes or alterations that were made," end quote. In summary, not everyone will agree with the Plan Commission's decision, but that doesn't mean the Plan Commission acted improperly. An appeal isn't a do-over, it's a double check. A procedure that exists to make sure no mistakes were made. In this case, the Plan Commission members did their job properly. They listened to the evidence and reached a decision based on findings of fact that were supported by reasons that were articulated by Commissioner Cantrell on the record and echoed in the comments made on the record by Alderman Hennick. The bar to overturn that decision is intentionally set high. Because there's no basis to overturn the Plan Commission in this case, we respectfully request that you reject the appeal and uphold the Plan Commission's decision reached almost 2 months ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mia Starling of Wendigo Trail in support, to be followed by Mara Aish.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I'd like to start off by reading a couple of excerpts from Madison's comprehensive plan, the document that prioritizes our values and maps out our future. This plan is a statement of where the community wants to go and how it will get there. First quote, "Regardless of neighborhood association participation, the wide variety of neighborhood-based organizations in Madison should be involved in the planning processes. This also underscores the importance of ensuring redevelopment can integrate well with its surroundings through context-sensitive design and scale." The second quote is, "Above all, the city and its committees should respect the wishes of neighborhoods in the planning process and not simply roll over them like an armored vehicle. Begin and end with neighborhoods, not committees." The process to approve this project overlooked this being not context sensitive with regards to design and scale. While Standard 9 was addressed, it was only within the context of transition to the neighboring one-story house with regards to stepbacks and transitional landscaping. We provided substantial additional evidence contradicting this. This is proposing a building with 76% land use density, over twice what exists in the neighborhood. It will be the tallest building in our neighborhood, so tall that Commissioner Cantrell sees this as an appropriate sound barrier for the neighborhood. It is not context sensitive in that it would need noise reduction to shield it from the din of the Beltline. This is a building where residents facing the Beltline couldn't open their windows on a nice day without the sound of roaring traffic and car pollution flooding in. So the developer says the neighborhood's concerns were met. When over and over again in both neighborhood meetings, neighbors were highly concerned that the structure was too big, too tall, and too modern. It doesn't even appear as a neighborhood meeting highlight in their summary submitted today. Just some of the low-hanging fruit that are the symptoms created by this being too tall, too big, and too modern. So the developer's lawyers say that substantial evidence is evidence of such convincing power that reasonable persons could reach the same decision as the local government entity, even if there is substantial evidence to support the opposite decision. We provided substantial evidence to the contrary, to where a reasonable person could come to the opposite decision. Does this mean that it is perfectly acceptable, to paraphrase the comprehensive plan, to roll over our neighborhood, all of the evidence our neighbors provided, with an armored vehicle? This process indeed rolled over our neighborhood like an armored vehicle. It did not begin with our neighborhood. It did not end with our neighborhood. There were allegedly 7 city planning meetings of which the neighborhood had no information or knowledge. The entire process was a dance between the developer and the plan commission without adequate or accurate representation of the needs of the residents or representation of their voices. This is where we should have been heard in the first place, and we are asking to be heard. Please approve this appeal and send this back to the Plan Commission to modify this plan. Since I have a little bit of extra time, I would like to, is it possible for me to share my screen at all?
No, I'm sorry, it's not.
Okay. So the evidence
if you have something you'd like to share with the council, you can email it to allalders@cityofmadison.com.
Well, what I'd like to say here is that as far as the context provided by the developer or the architect, it is disingenuous because it's not showing how that relates to the houses that are nearby. It is not showing the density related to anything. It is not showing how this would interact with the neighborhood. And one of the key concerns from the comprehensive plan is that these buildings and new structures should interact with the neighborhood in a way that is context sensitive. We need context sensitive planning and context sensitive development. So I request that you approve the appeal and send this back to the Plan Commission for modification. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dr. Mara Aish of Pontiac Trail, in support, to be followed by Angie Black. Oh, nope. That's our last speaker. Do we have Dr. Aish?
Good evening. I would like to begin by addressing Mr. Callahan's comment. I was up for the entire meeting where the Commissioner Cantrell had spoken, and his last comment was, "What did they expect? It's zone CCT," and then the meeting ended. So it's that kind of stuff that's making the neighborhood feel like they're not being heard. The neighbors attended the 2 public meetings in good faith. They expressed grave concerns about the density. This would be about a 10% increase in population in a small neighborhood. And the number of units, it will be a 15% increase in household living spaces. They did ask for 2-bedroom, as was mentioned by the architect. They did ask that it not be so tall, as was mentioned by the architect. To make their case, they expressed concerns about what having too many units and too many households would do. It would increase the traffic in the neighborhood. It would increase the need for street parking in the neighborhood. So while they did address those 2 needs, both of them were low-hanging fruit. They did not address the major concerns of the neighbors. The parking in the neighborhood is further compromised by the fact that Mr. Ripple does own 2 other apartment complexes here and charges for car parking. So those tenants park on the street. The other units that are in Heritage Circle are always in need of parking also. They're competing with that. This building's going to compete even more. I hope you noticed that the pictures that were shown, the renderings, I wish I knew I would have had the opportunity to show pictures. I would have done that. That they show the building that is being proposed and not the proximity that it is to everything else. I appreciated the picture from the Beltline. You could see that this building is not going to allow for the visual of any trees behind it. It is going to tower over them. This building is intrusive. At the public hearings, neighbors asked that if it could be a different color to fit in more with the mid-century modern kind of colors in the neighborhood and not be a stark modern white and gray. But that wasn't addressed either. This building is going to change the quality of life in the neighborhood. And I hope you can see that the neighbors have gone through a great deal of work to provide that evidence. This building would look great in 2 other places in the neighborhood. It just doesn't look good or work well where it's being proposed. I really hope that you will give this some serious consideration and recognize that the neighborhood is not saying not in my backyard. They're saying, couldn't we offer a better rendering for this spot? Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the registrants we have wishing to speak. We also have a number of folks available to answer questions. Are there questions for any of our registrants? I believe the council does have the registration list. Yes. Okay. Are there any questions for any of our registrants on this item?
I have a question for the architect.
All right. Can we get the architect back? I believe that's Dwayne Johnson. Go ahead, President Carter.
Yes. Dwayne, can you tell me, of the 73 parking stalls, how many are for guests and are they underground also?
We would really anticipate the 9 at-grade stalls to be for
at grade.
Yeah, they're the 9 that are accessed from Heritage.
Okay. The other thing is, can you tell me what the setback on Hammersley from the sidewalk? You said that the setback was, I believe, 10 feet, but from the sidewalk to the direct entry units, what is that out of the 10 feet? Is that 6?
So if I understand correctly, we're set back 10 feet from the property line. The property line is approximately a foot from the public sidewalk, so we'd be 11 feet from the sidewalk, and then the doors into the units are back another 6 feet in a recessed balcony from that point.
Okay. And on Pontiac Trail, are you next to a duplex or a single family home?
So the property directly to our north is a duplex.
Is a duplex, did you say?
Yes, correct.
And you're 20 feet from that duplex?
We are 13 feet to our property line, and then that duplex appears to be about 6 feet from their property line, so 19 feet about from the duplex.
And is that where you're going to be doing the privacy screening?
We would be doing that just over our property line. So on our property, just over our property would be the screening.
And just on Pontiac?
It would go all the way from Pontiac to Heritage, all the way along the north property line.
Okay. And your community space, you said in the presentation that part of that would be facing SSM. Is that the only community space in this complex?
Yeah, there would be a community room that's on the corner of Heritage and Hammersley. And then that has a rooftop area as well. That's right off of the community room.
Okay. Some of the concerns from the residents was that I was too big, too tall, too modern, and it didn't really complement the neighborhood. Can you tell me what modifications have you done? I know you said that you reduced some of the units, but any other modifications that you've done to address just those 3 things that was mentioned by the residents?
Right. The architecture didn't really get brought up until the second neighborhood meeting. our understanding from the first one was that people were generally pretty happy with the architecture and liked the building.
Mm-hmm.
We felt like we went in with a fair number of stories, being 3 stories in an area that a CCT zoning technically could have 5 stories. We didn't go in with extra stories, so we didn't have the ability to lower and take off stories and still have a feasible project. So we didn't reduce the number of levels or anything like that. And again, the architecture generally we felt like people were happy with until it was actually the last comment at the second neighborhood meeting.
Okay, and the setbacks behind facing the neighborhood, the residents, is that on what street is that? Is that on Heritage or Pontiac, where you overlook the neighborhood? Is that where you did some setbacks on the upper floors?
Right. So the area that faces north towards the neighborhood, above second floor on third floor, that area steps back another 10 feet.
Another 10 feet.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dwayne.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. Alder Balde, questions?
I have one question for Dwayne. So one of the people who spoke indicated that people have to pay for parking. Is that accurate? And if it is, so people will sign a lease with your property, and if they cannot afford to pay extra parking, are they on their own, and so therefore they find a place in the street to park, or no?
I think that comment was related to the property to the north that Tom Ripple owns and manages as well. We haven't had that conversation with our parking, so I can't confidently say whether that would be parking that would be part of a lease or if that would be charged additionally to the lease. We could ask Tom Ripple is on the call as well, and he may be able to answer that question better than I could.
Okay, Tom, can you answer that question, please?
We'll see if staff can get Tom Ripple.
Yeah.
Tom, you're unmuted.
Okay, this is Thomas Ripple. So the specific comment that was made about us charging tenants for parking on Heritage Circle in the 28 units that we have owned there for 37 years plus is not correct. We do not force our tenants and residents we serve to park on the street. We have an adequate parking lot, but as you know, there's a love affair with the car a bit, and some people have an extra car that will go to the street. But everyone has assigned parking in the parking lot of our building, and there is no extra charge for that. And for the new building, we will have parking for each, I think 1.4 spaces for each unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Questions for registrants?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Starling sent us the document, and if she wants to answer questions, I've sent it to Heather Stouter, and she can share it.
Can we get Ms. Starling back? And Alder Rummel, are you requesting that be shared? Oh, there you go.
Thank you. And I would just ask Ms. Starling just, what she would have said if she could have spoken to this document.
For this, I wanted to show, as far as this not being context sensitive, what this is looking at is how this building plays with the space, the interaction with the neighborhood. And what this is the building superimposed as it is in the plans and how it's going to look in that space next to the single-story ranch house that's on the other side of the street in comparison to what is there right now, which is a single-story warehouse. That's more for the visual impact of it. The other thing, I'm a bit of a data geek, so what I also did was looked at how this interacts with the neighborhood as far as the type of construction that's being proposed. So as far as land usage goes, if you can tell, basically, when you look at the houses, you can see in the picture here that the houses are set back from the street significantly. And that's pretty much the pattern of everything in our neighborhood, including the apartments, including everything else. And this would be right up to the sidewalk by about, it's about like 10 feet away from the sidewalk there. It is using 76% of the lot as that's in the plan for this building, compared to the existing highest usage, which is 35% at present. The other thing is it's going to be the tallest building in the neighborhood, which is, it'll be 3 stories. Everything else is at the tallest 2 stories in this building, including the condos and the apartment buildings. What this will end up doing is it's going to bring in like 8% additional population to the neighborhood in a gigantic, very dense building. I'm trying to think what it's basically going to be too big and too tall. And when you look at the facade, it's going to be too modern. And we absolutely, as a neighborhood, welcome development in this area. We would love to have that. We just think it needs to be context sensitive. That's it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Are there any other questions for registrants? All right, seeing none, we will close that public hearing. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, President Carter, a motion, please.
I move approval.
Second.
President Carter, are you, it's an appeal, so are you moving approval of the appeal?
Approval of the Plan Commission.
So to affirming the Plan Commission decision.
Affirming, thank you.
All right, so the motion is to affirm the Plan Commission's decision. Remind folks it is a 15 vote, a 14 vote item. And before we get a second, let's go to Attorney Strange.
Thank you, Mayor. It's usually actually easier for counting purposes to go ahead and make the motion to approve the appeal. That way you can tell whether you've gotten the necessary 14 votes to pass. Otherwise, counting can get kind of tricky. So as long as people know that voting for the appeal would reverse the Plan Commission. But that way, if you don't get to 14 votes, you know that it fails.
Thank you, Attorney Strange. I withdraw my recommendation, President Carter. So the motion is to approve the appeal?
Yes, the motion is to approve the appeal.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded to approve the appeal. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Alder Hennick.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight again the points brought up by the neighborhood. They have some points that were brought up at the Plan Commission meeting. If you want to see those, the quotes that Dan O'Callaghan so eloquently gave were from hour 6, minute 40, second 17 of the November 23rd Plan Commission meeting after midnight. The issues that the neighborhood has brought up are the traffic, the increased density, the effect it'll have on pedestrians being able to walk on Pontiac Trail, as well as the height, the size of the building. And I wanted to also highlight an email. We've all received a number of emails on this issue, but one that I got from a resident that didn't come out in the rest. was talking about the traffic engineering report. It was a fellow, I'll just read your portion. I would also like to add that that as a fellow female civil engineer, it troubles me to see that the neighborhood is saying that Kelly Track from KL Engineering, who is not only has her professional engineering license, but also her professional traffic operator's engineering certificate, did a subpar evaluation. I fully trust her report, and it helped ease my original worries regarding increased traffic down Pontiac Trail. I have also received a number of emails from residents that are excited about the ability to support the businesses which have been struggling on Midvale on the corner by Dorn Hardware, as well as the El Jalapeno. There's a number of storefronts there that we've had 3 restaurants go through, one of them in a matter of 2 years. So a number of residents are also excited about being able to support some more of those walkable retail establishments. So there's both sides in the neighborhood. I don't want to say that it's a small group that's against it or a small group that's for it, but there is both attitudes within the neighborhood. And I'd just like to speak one point, because I keep hearing it throughout the city about parking and paying for parking. And I just think it's worth being noted that whether the parking is bundled or whether it's separate, it's still being paid for. And so if we're looking for affordable housing, or we're looking for units to be made more affordable to folks, allowing them to purchase that unit separate from the parking really makes that unit more affordable, depending upon their travel capabilities. So I don't think that bundling parking necessarily is always a benefit. And I've heard that we heard at the Vilas Park Planning project that, or master planning, many of the residents there have consistently asked for decreased parking within the park. So it's just interesting how many different opinions we hear and many different viewpoints on consistent issues across the city and how it impacts people differently. Thank you. Be happy to take any questions from other alders.
Thank you, Alder Hennick. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, just a reminder that the current motion is to approve the appeal. And so if you are in favor of upholding the Plan Commission's decision, the vote is no. If you want to overturn the Plan Commission's decision, the vote is aye. And I'm just going to go ahead and ask for a roll call on this one. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Balday.
No.
Alder Balday, no. Alder Bidar.
No.
Alder Bidar, no. Alder President Carter.
No.
President Carter, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder McKinney is excused. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Hennick.
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Campbell.
No.
Alder Campbell, no. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Prestigiacomo.
No.
Alder Prestigiacomo, no. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore.
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney.
No.
Alder Tierney, no. Alder Revere.
No.
Alder Revere, no. Alder Wahili. I'm sorry, Alder Wahalia.
No.
Alder Wahalia, no. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Barros.
No.
Alder Barros, no. 0 ayes, 19 noes.
Thank you. The motion fails. And that will bring us to the end of our public hearings and to item number 13, which is Legistar 63792, a resolution accepting funds related to rental assistance. President Carter, a motion?
Yes. Item 13, I move to, well, there's a substitute, so I move to approve the substitute, adopt the substitute.
Second.
Right, so moved and second to adopt the substitute resolution. We do have speakers on this item. And we will start with Oscar Morelos of Clover Court, to be followed by Baltasar de Anda Santana.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list, but Balthazar is here.
All right, let's go then to Baltasar de Anda Santana of Lake Point Drive, representing the Latino Consortium for Action, to be followed by Brandy Grayson.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So good evening. Thank you for the service you all provide to the City of Madison. Today, the Latino Consortium for Action, as you might have heard, is reopened the LCA Relief Fund because of the tremendous needs in our community. We're looking for partners who are interested in supporting our community. We are ready to partner as long as we are equally invited to the table. We do not want to be included in the process as an afterthought. I am very disappointed that once again in this city, BIPOC-led organizations are considered secondary, and that our expertise and in-depth knowledge and relationship with our own communities are not respected and valued. Organizations like ours have a lot to bring into the table as equal partners, and we need to be respected as such. An example of this is the work that was done through the Latino Consortium for Action. The Latino Consortium for Action demonstrated that we have the capacity to develop, establish, and execute a process that helped many of our undocumented community members. We started organizing as early as March 19, just 4 days after the national emergency was declared. The Latino Consortium for Action put our undocumented community as a priority when government was turning their back on them. And we are ready to continue mobilizing when resolutions are created that overlook the needs and strategies already in place within the Latinx community. We have a strong relationship with our Latinx community. We have been working together with our Latinx community for many, many years. All of us are part of our Latinx community. There might be some changes there, but I'm just gonna read what I have here because I wrote it with my heart. I 100% oppose the City of Madison proposed rental assistance resolution 63792 because it overlooks the needs and strategies already in place within the Latinx community. At times like this, it's important to build onto whatever has already been successful instead of creating new systems that many times leave those most in need outside. I 100% support the rental assistance alternate resolution that equitably centers community needs, community work, and community voice to that we all, through this pandemic, ready to thrive. Resolution like this respects and values the relationship we already have in the communities we serve. Thank you very much, and have a great night.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brandy Grayson of North Rusk Ave, to be followed by Tatiana Dennis. And I do just want to clarify, because I think a lot moved quickly this afternoon. If you are in support of the alternate, that language has now become the substitute. And that's the motion that was just made, is to adopt the language of the alternate. So Brandy Grayson to be followed by Tatiana Dennis.
Okay, so I'm confused about what you just said, but that's okay. So I am in opposition of TRC receiving almost $10 million. I am in support of Black and Brown organizations receiving funding to support their participants, clients, and folks that they serve, right? So this substitute alternative resolution takes 1/9 of the funding and makes us divide that amongst 12 different organizations. And then you take the other 9/10 and allocated to, I was about to say white supremacy, to TRC based on the notion that they're able to do what we can't do, which is white supremacy in itself. I also want to address the issue that our collaboration under Urban Triage, Dane County Collaboration of Black Service Providers, started with 15 organizations, right? On this particular substitute resolution, there's 5 organizations named. And the reason that 5 are named is because Latino Consortium has 5 organizations. And equity looks like funding all Black and Brown organizations and not making Brown and Black organizations funnel their constituents and the folks that they support and serve through an organization that's known in our community for their anti-Blackness, right? So you make it much harder for our folks to receive the funding that this funding is supposed to go towards, right? It's supposed to help support those who are facing and vulnerable to homelessness, and you're doing complete opposite of that. And that is not equitable. It really is not equitable. It really upholds this idea that Black and Brown people aren't experienced enough or don't know themselves enough or don't have the structure or database to do the work, right? So we have a database. We have a brilliant database called Keela, where we can do exactly what TRC does, but under your pretext, there's some kind of interpretation that Black or Brown organizations aren't equipped. Of course we are equipped. And I wish I could include all the organizations that was originally part of Dane County collaboration, but there's not enough funding because you, once again, City Council and Mayor have decided that we are worth, our constituents, 12 organizations are worth 1/10 of that in which you're allocating to TRC, who, by the way, did not follow through the last time you allocated $10 million, right? They had fraud. They pit Black organizations against Brown organizations. They came to you guys through out of integrity, saying that they were working with us when they were not working with us, and that caused us to mobilize and organize, and that was just a hot mess. So why do we continue to engage in the same conversation about them receiving funding and acting like we're surprised when we have to organize and advocate once again for that not to happen when we're the ones serving the people? When TRC wasn't serving our community, they came to us, and then I had to contact Robin directly to advocate for folks who wasn't getting their needs met, and then they would get their needs met because other people were aware. And then TRC said they can process 500 checks a week, but they were backdated for almost a month and people didn't get any responses or communication from TRC. So who has the structure, right? Like who really has the structure?
Brandy, that's your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Tatiana Dennis of South Park, representing Urban Triage, to be followed by Quetta Rogers.
Hi, I'm opposed to 13, and I think it's really important that we start entrusting our Black and Brown communities to take care of themselves. I think there's a long history of entrusting or funding white organizations that still don't do the job that needs to be done. And a lot of organizations like Urban Triage, with our supporting healthy Black families, homeless outreach, we are trying to do the work that's been left behind. That was supposed to get picked up by other people, and now it's our turn, and we should be given a chance, and that we support the Black and Brown communities, the Latino communities, to, we trust them to do the work that needs to be done, and we need to not give all the money to one organization.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Quetta Rogers of Atticus Way, to be followed by Javaris Nunn.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list, but the next person is here.
All right, then Javaris Nunn of Sun Prairie, to be followed by Sheree Wallace.
Javaris, may I have a prompt asking to be unmuted? If you could accept that. Javaris, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. Okay, well, they're not responding at the moment. We'll have to come back.
All right, let's come back then. So Sheree Wallace of Leland Drive, to be followed by Sonia Forsyth.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. First of all, I want to say we all should work together and distribute this money out to the community. The community, the people in this community is hurting. And each organization should be able to equally get funded to support their community. And under the urban triage, Brandy had a great system with collaborative partners. We all were able to meet the needs or try to meet the needs that the people needed in our community. Working with TRC, I had no problem with them. They were able to put out the applications that I needed to have put out. So I just think that you all should consider all of us being a part of bringing help into the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sonia Forsyth of Verona, Wisconsin, to be followed by Alex Booker.
Hello. So I just wanted to say that I do oppose Agenda 13 and TRC getting the funding. And I just wanted to add to what Brandy Grayson said that the percentage of Black and Brown people in Dane County is just above 5%. Almost 50% of those experiencing homelessness in Dane County are Black and Brown. So in summary, we know that those who are most vulnerable to homelessness are Black and Brown people, and Black and Brown organizations are best equipped to serve the communities and the people in which they represent. So to make it fair, these organizations are the ones that can best allocate this funding to the people that which they're serving. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alex Booker of Verona, to be followed by Marcus Allen.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Marcus Allen is here.
Then Marcus Allen of Raptor Drive, to be followed by Sandy Morales.
Check, 1, 2. This is Pastor Marcus Allen from Mount Zion Baptist Church, and I oppose also, and also think that all the funding should be distributed amongst multiple groups so that we can have a wider reach and help more people and work together to distribute the funds to those in need. We know that this is a major issue. Housing is a major issue here in Madison, especially for our African-American community. So we definitely know that I've worked together before with Brandy. We have partnerships that have been developing collaborations. And if we were able to, if the city is able to split it again, to give more funding to these organizations, that we may be able to help more people and help more people get off, at least get some form of housing. For years, 4 years I've been at Mount Zion, we've been able to help people, but the need continues to grow and the need is greater than what it is before. And my committee that often deals with helping people get housing are asking me, how can we get more funding for that? And so I'm asking the board to vote on spreading this out equally amongst groups, especially those who are serving the African-American community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sandy Morales of Alton Drive, to be followed by Karen Reese.
Good afternoon. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Sandy Morales, and while I am in support of the resolution because of the original one was just because I was not in support of the original one, I'm a little bit torn here because the alternate one does not reflect a lens of equity that I believe has been communicated to this whole entire community for I don't know how many years. So I just feel like we speak so much about equity and inclusiveness, and while the original resolution did not reflect that, and this resolution is somewhat better, but still not good enough. I really feel like we need to start doing things differently when it comes to including our organizations that are led by people of color. We really need to believe in them. I lead an organization, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and when it comes to who can help my families that we support, I turn to these organizations that are led by people of color because I know that they have the intentionality and that they care about our families. So again, while the alternate is better than the original one, I really think that we can do better when it comes to ensuring that the organizations that have the expertise in serving our families are the ones that are entrusted the most with taking care of our families and ensuring that they have housing and food and are just well taken care of. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. But the other thing is, again, I feel like we've had this message of inclusivity, and we keep taking the easy route. We keep giving these funds to an organization or organizations that we feel like it is so easy just to, check the box and say, okay, we've done something. We've made that impact, and that's not true. We can make a greater impact by, again, entrusting our organizations that are led by people of color and that really know our community to actually take care of our families. And that's the impact that we should really be striving for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Karen Reese of Post Road, to be followed by Wanda Smith.
Hi, thanks so much for listening tonight. I want to emphasize what Baltazar mentioned, in that we don't want Black and Brown communities and the organizations that are prominent in those communities to be an afterthought. It's critical that the city begin to prioritize funding to organizations who can deliver culturally responsive services. Along with being a City of Madison resident, I'm also work for Nehemiah, who is part of the Dane County Collaborative of Black Service Providers. We were able to move a significant amount of money, quickly develop a process, and work with organizations who have been working with providing housing along with other services for many, many years. Many of the people in these organizations also have lived experience, and so they are uniquely positioned to be able to help the people in need, not only with housing, but with all the other things that come along with that make it much more likely that the money invested to keep them housing stable is going to, we're not going to have to spend that money again. We're going to keep people with their basic needs met. So as I mentioned, we often default to bigger white-led organizations who we believe have infrastructure to handle these things without really looking to see what is available and what's working within smaller organizations. There's been a number of studies that have come out recently that, including a study from Drs. Greg Wilson and Randy Stoker of UW-Madison, that discusses the fact that Black and Brown-led nonprofits, not only do they get less money granted to them, but that money usually comes with more strings attached, which makes it even more difficult for them to distribute the resources that are out there. So we really need to respect the partnerships, the expertise, and the culturally responsive services that are out there. And it's really important that we're clear in any resolution how the funding will be distributed, and that it's distributed equitably among the organizations who, as they said, have the expertise to solve a number of problems within the communities. So again, I'm thrilled that there's money coming to support housing again, because we really, really need it. But I believe it needs to be distributed in a more equitable way. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Wanda Smith, representing Peace Network Incorporated, to be followed by Karen Collar.
Wanda, if you have another device on,
hold on.
Turn that other device off.
Sorry.
You need to turn the audio off on the other device. You're getting feedback.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Hold on. What is going on? All right. I'm just going to get on this one.
All right, maybe let's come back to Wanda and go next to Karen M. Collar of Badger Road, representing.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, now we've got you. Yes.
Okay,
go ahead, Wanda.
I had two devices going on at the same time. I just have a few things to say because I was part of the rental assistance program last year with Tenant Resource, and it went well. And I think we were overloaded because of Robin said that the money had ran out and that she couldn't continue paying us. And so I noticed that I was working endless, tireless hours, like day and night, weekends. And my husband's like, what's going on? You're constantly at this computer. Even after she paid us for the first month, it was months, probably up until Christmas, that I was still doing this work unpaid. So to my knowledge, Peace Network Inc. is part of the collaboration. I'd like to know who made this list, excluding me. I work tirelessly supporting my community. I have been a resident for over 30 years and a taxpayer because I don't agree with the status quo or the division of my people and the city council. This makes me sad that I do this work wholeheartedly and get mistreated. Who excluded me from this list? I just want to know. And I'm going to rest my case because I do work. I'm a grassroots leader. I worked in the Salvation Army. I've been a family advocate at Days, case manager, politician, grassroots leader, boots on the ground, serving my community. Still to this day, we started an emergency shelter in Wanakee because of the lack of housing. And I think the problem is that the city doesn't believe that housing is a human right. Why they're excluding the people that can really help serve the people who are the most marginalized people that need the help. Because in this resolution, I believe that a lot of people can't get the assistance, people with low income or people with, all kind of barriers that is going to keep them. And these are the ones that are most impacted that we need to get this money to. And to exclude me, my organization, from funding, which is, it doesn't even make any sense. I believe I do more unpaid work in this community. I started my organization in 2009. This is not new. I've been doing this when my kids are grown. I was doing this when my kids were in high school. So I've been doing this a long time. I've been on the board, HSC board, for 3 years. My seat just came up. I understand housing isn't a human right. I believe it is. And we need the basic human right back. And we're coming to take it back. And we need that funding to help serve our communities who are impacted, who are going to be, I just was thrown out of my house at 55, evicted, traumatized, impacted by a system of violence. Oh my God, you do not understand those who needs are met. Okay, I rest my case.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Karen M. Collar of Badger Road, representing Centro Hispano of Dane County, to be followed by Norma Gallegos.
Hi, thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you so much, everybody, for the time to speak. I think this is my single most frustrating time that I can remember, having to come to City Council to talk about something that I think is wholeheartedly unnecessary. That's how I felt coming in here. I completely oppose Resolution 63792. I am in favor of the substitute that's been proposed. But now, listening to all the voices that have spoken, I'm actually happy that I'm here because I'm able to share in community with Baltasar, with Tatiana, with Brandy, with Javaris, with Sheree, with Sonia, with Reverend Marcus Allen, with Sandy, Karen Reese, Wanda Smith, who just spoke. All of these voices that you're hearing are voices of color that is speaking to a primarily white city council that has failed to create a framework to address the needs of a community during a time of crisis. Housing is a crisis right now. I've been asked to come and speak on an annual basis for Hispanic Heritage Month, where we acknowledge the Latino community, the extensive contributions our community, the blood, sweat, and toil of essential workers in the city. And when the pandemic happened, the Latinx Consortium for Action jumped right in to assist the population that was left out, a population that not many people even knew what to do. We do not even have the right data to fully understand the depth of the situation for our community. We jumped right in. We did the work of the system. We created a solution, and we were asked for feedback most recently about how to move forward the monies that were at the table. We provided that feedback. None of that has made it through to the original resolution. I'm so thankful for the alders that have co-sponsored that alternate, because that speaks for fairness and equity. And I have to say, you hear from all of us that we all have experience with tracking systems, databases. The city stands to learn from us if we can create one city-based database that can really help us track how we're going to get out of this pandemic. It is imperative that we be at the center of what we want to do in this community when it comes to housing, because if we are not, that's not really a process that's meaningful for the city of Madison. And so I oppose 63792. I'm all in favor for the substitute, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Norma Gallegos of Fitchburg, representing the Latino Professionals Association, to be followed by Justice Castaneda.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Justice is here.
All right, then Justice Castaneda of Williamson Street, representing Commonwealth Development, to be followed by Jalatifa Joe Myers.
Good afternoon, Council, Madam Mayor. I appreciate you guys having me here. I want to speak in solidarity with all of our colleagues that have spoken previous to me, opposing the original legislation and supporting the substitute resolution. I want to make this real clear. There's Dane County arrears right now are somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million or just north. The total rent roll is $62 million. The money that the city and the county got was 16. So there is woefully inadequate funding here across the board, which invites exactly what we're seeing right now. However, because of that, I think it's especially because of that I support the substitute, because when you have such inadequate resources to support a community, it's critical that the money goes to the organizations that are listed because of the work that they do. And that's not even just because we are brown and black organizations. It's because it's an economic imperative in terms of the well-being for everybody. So it's critical that this money goes to them during this time. And also, while I don't think it is perfect, given the constraints, I think it's critical that we're thinking about this for the next round so that we don't have the same thing. With the remaining time, I have been part of a lot of these conversations, and I need to acknowledge the staff at the City of Madison, specifically within the Community Development Division, for the work that they have done with very, I would say, volatile guidance and no money. And I watched them through this process, bending and switching and trying to support the best path forward with, again, trying to follow the lead of the Dane County and trying to do the best they can with this. So again, I definitely support the alternate resolution. I really encourage all of our Common Council members to do the same. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jalatifa Joe Myers of Sun Prairie, to be followed by Ian Doyle Olson.
There should be a prompt on your screen to unmute yourself, Jalatifa.
Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I want to speak in opposition of both the resolutions, both the first one and the amendment for 13. Really, the City of Madison joined nearly 36 organizations just in 2019 saying that racism was a public health crisis. This year, the mayor has reaffirmed that, as well as the governor. And we know that the racism in Wisconsin is forcing people into homelessness. There's been a plethora of studies that have linked racism to the worst health outcomes. And we know that homelessness takes off 30 years of a person's life. And so given the background of these issues, I don't understand why our government is continuing to make racist decisions and actions that impact our community. We really need to think in 2021 that we are given an opportunity to uphold commitments that you have made to your constituents by upholding your commitment to make more equitable decisions and resist the racism that is killing Black and Brown families by declining to endorse giving TRC, a white governed and led organization, $8 million plus. Even the alternative is still giving TRC 90% of the funding that is allocated, while giving a small list of Black and Brown agencies less than 10% of those monies. That is a small gesture. That is a small gesture of faith, and it does not bridge the impact of the disparities. When we are talking about equity, we need to have conversations with Black and Brown-led agencies across the county. The city and the county allocated together this $8+ million. And then we're only focusing on what is going on in the city of Madison. Agencies like Sankofa Educational Leadership United, Peace Network, Freedom Inc., those are agencies that work beyond the boundaries of the city of Madison. And we need to make sure that we are serving our marginalized populations consistently and equitably. And so when you're making decisions to share resources without an RFP, without a bidding process, but only contacting a small group of people, our agency is on the the Homeless Services Consortium. And just at 2:00 today.
I'm sorry, that's your time. So our next registrant is Ian Doyle Olson of Sherman Terrace, to be followed by Alex Booker.
Mayor, Ian is not here. I did accidentally skip over Norma Gallegos. She was under the organization name and not her name. So.
All right, so let's go back then to Norma Gallegos and then Alex Booker.
Good evening. My name is Norma Gallegos, and I am the board chair of the Latino Professionals Association. I'm here today to adopt the alternate or substitute resolution to 63792. One of the many heartbroken stories that I heard as we were going through the process this past year of the LCA funding, one of those many stories of struggle and going months without paying rent and lack of employment for hundreds in our community. There was one story that stuck with me and that I like to share with all of you this evening. This was a man in his 40s. He was one of the beneficiaries of the fund. And the last time I checked in with him, because we go, the work that these organizations have been doing has been extremely intense and in depth. We care about the people that we serve. And the last time I spoke to him, he was not only thankful, but he said that he had nothing. The only thing he knew how to do before the pandemic was work. He worked from sunset to dusk every single day for years. And in the blink of an eye, he lost everything. He didn't know what to do. He said that he never felt so vulnerable in his life. And then when he thought there was no reason to continue here, these organizations came and helped him the organizations not only help him with rent, but they help him as a human being. And again, I'm using the words that he used. And this is, if this is not the service that you're looking to fund, I'm not sure what kind of services you're looking to fund. If this is not serving the community, coming from the community that they know and the trust, I am not sure what equality looks like if this is not what it looks like. He know that he will be okay just talking to us, talking to the organizations, and he thanked the organizations for giving his dignity back. So this evening, I ask you to consider what your legacy will look like, that every decision that you make will have a long-lasting impact, especially in times of crisis, and in those that you commit to serve. If you make decisions based on the needs of those who you serve, you will fulfill a greater and more equitable good. But if you serve to serve, many who have been suffering for decades will continue to suffer unfairly. So I ask you that you consider, and again, you adopt the alternate substitute resolution and give funds to the organizations who have worked tirelessly to build
And that's time.
Community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next tradition is Alex Booker of Verona, to be followed by Alyssa Ivy.
Hi, my name is Alex Booker. I am a second generation Madison native, and I believe that it is very unjust to give all of that. To give $9 million towards TRC. I believe that there should be more money given to the Black and Brown populations and Black and Brown organizations here in Madison and Dane County to help support the people who are in need. We know that there is a large education and poverty or wealth gap between Black communities and the white communities here in Madison. And with everything that's gone on this past summer, everyone has said that they've been centering Blackness. And this is an opportunity for the city to show that they too are centering Blackness. It actually followed their words with their actions. Centering Blackness is not just giving a crumb to the small organizations that are already doing work, but is actually trusting those organizations and backing them up and giving them the resources that they need to reach the people that they need, that they serve. As someone who is Black and grown up here in Madison, I do know that those resources like TRC has and all those other resources have been here, but they do not serve Black people. And when we need help, we go to the organizations that look like us. And so instead of getting a runaround and being sent to other organizations, it's better to actually cut the middleman out and fund those Black and Brown organizations to help the people that they serve. And that's all that I have to say today.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Alyssa Ivy of Goodland Drive, to be followed by Paula Bouge.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Paula is here.
Right, so Paula Bouge of Dewey Court, to be followed by Andy Janeway.
Hi, my name is Paula Beege, and that's okay. No one ever gets it right. It's quite all right. I've lived with it my whole life. So I work with families in Madison and Dane County. I serve myself directly over 50 families per year, and the organization I work for serves hundreds, and the community partners that I work alongside serve thousands. The TRC was previously awarded COVID relief and eviction prevention funds. To say that that process was fraught with problems is an understatement. Applications were lost. The process was less than transparent about who got funded and who didn't. Applicants were not told why they didn't qualify, and some were never even notified either way. Many of the community partners that I walk alongside offered help and were promised payment for TRC for their time, and that didn't happen. And the community partners and agencies were not paid for their extensive time in supporting TRC and getting those applications done and processed. It's really beyond reason why the City of Madison and Dane County would repeat this failure again. The City of Madison has an unprecedented unprecedented number of homeless families sleeping in their cars with their infants. Some are temporarily housed in hotels at great cost to those of us who are donating our personal funds, and it's not sustainable. And many more are facing imminent homelessness right now. This has not only taken a huge toll on our resources and our communities, the emotional and mental health toll on the families is extreme and will take years to overcome. Many agencies who are directly working with affected housing insecure people are much better equipped to support their communities. Agencies run by people of color, agencies with a track record of solid supportive services delivery to impacted families, including meeting basic needs, food security, public school issues, as well as supporting the sustainability of these families to maintain their housing with those services. As a person who experienced 2 years of homelessness 40 years ago, 4 decades ago, I can attest that it took me 30 years of maintaining housing before I no longer feared becoming homeless again. 30 years to recover, 30 years to feel secure, 30 years to shake the anxiety and stress of past homelessness. Is that really what we want to put families through? I implore the council to grant the relief funds to the agencies run by people of color who are actually serving the communities impacted right now at this moment without any funding, and they're doing a great job of it. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Andy Janeway of East Johnson, to be followed by Jacqueline Hunt.
Hi, I wholeheartedly support any proposal which inherently centers the most marginalized members of its population. However, the proposal presented here does none of that. We are seeing concrete data that Black and brown people are being affected at disproportionate rates right now due to homelessness. We are seeing unprecedented numbers of Black and brown people dying from this pandemic. We are seeing unprecedented numbers of Black and brown people being laid off, being forced into homelessness. And if we do not take this opportunity to center the most vulnerable people in our community, what do we as a community stand for? To provide the community with the option of no direct support or a teeny tiny bit of direct support is not an equitable array of options. It is giving us crumbs and demanding that we call it a feast. And it's no wonder that the community will not stand for it. We are asking you, we are begging you to consider the most vulnerable members of the population which you preside over. And you are being given an opportunity to make the right decision, to say, we hear you, we see you, we acknowledge this is a problem and we're going to do something about it, instead of constantly providing lip service and patting yourselves on the back for doing the absolute bare minimum. We have heard accounts of people who have talked about how the TRC grossly mishandles their operations, and you want to give them almost $10 million? Given your track record with the Madison Police Department, that doesn't surprise me in the least. However, one would consider that perhaps you've seen the blowback of those decisions. The community will not stand for this. We have members of the community who are doing more to help get houseless peoples into houses than you are right now. And you are being given the opportunity to make leaps and bounds toward progress. Take it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jacqueline Hunt of Dallas Drive, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores. Sorry, Jacqueline Hunt is representing the collaboration of Black service providers.
I had to promote Jacqueline to a panelist due to her device. Looks like we're not getting audio from Jacqueline. We'll try and contact them. Go to the next person on the list.
All right, so we'll try and come back to you, Jacqueline, and so then to Shadira Kilfoy Flores of East Wilson, to be followed by Veronica Figueroa Velez.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I just wanted to say how proud I am of my friends and neighbors for voicing our needs. That is the needs of the Black and brown community. Madison really does need to put its money where its mouth is. at this time and listen to our Black and Brown community. We have enough data in knowing that if half of the people suffering from homelessness in Madison are Black and Brown, then half of that money should be allocated to Black and Brown service providers. I just recently had 3 meetings with Sean Barnes, who's about to become our new chief. And in our one-on-one, I talked to him about the culture of Madison. And this came up, how those most marginalized are still put in positions where we are dependent upon services that are provided by white service providers. And there seems to be a real disconnect in Madison's needs versus in what we're being handed out. We need to be we're teaching one another how to fish rather than just throwing fish at our most marginalized. And that's what keeps happening. Again, last time that I spoke, I was told, whoever the gentleman is who was giving the report about the homeless people living in McPike Park, and he's saying, oh, well, we don't have any record of families being over there. Well, why do you think that is? Do you think that families want to go on record that they have their children living in their car? I'm telling you as an eyewitness what I'm seeing versus some white man saying, no, she's not seeing what she's actually seeing. I mean, so I'm in opposition to both the way that it was originally written, the way that it's now being proposed. There should have been an RFP process, how we're just willing to hand money over to white-led organizations for our most marginalized and vulnerable people has to stop. We have to stop doing this, Madison. We talk about caring about our Black brothers and sisters, but then we're not backing that up with real meaningful action. And so I ask you to please consider, we need a better, there needs to be something even better written. We need to put our heads back together about how we're going to give this money. And money is power. We all know this, right? How are we going to give this power to our Black and Latino neighbors? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have Jacqueline Hunt now.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I am also opposing the amendment number 13 as it stands, and also would like to just speak to the fact that I don't believe that TRC should receive the bulk of that funding either. I'm not going to belittle you all guys with everybody has already talked and said, how the disparities are being impacted by housing and Black people and brown people. But one of the other things that I want to say about putting that money into the hands of Black and brown led organizations is that a lot of us have lived experiences, and we have deep reaches into the community here, and people trust us. And most of the time when we are working with or assisting a family that is experiencing homelessness, there's a gamut of other issues that they're experiencing as well. And where I come from, there was a saying that was, you could a Black woman could make $1 out of 15 cents, and we're tired of making $1 out of 15 cents. We've helped families. We've found additional resources to meet those vulnerable families, even when the funding that we had been provided ran out. I think that all of our agencies that are listed, especially in the collaboration of Black service providers, we have all worked tirelessly to support families and to support households. And quiet is kept, we don't only serve Black families. At least I know there are other agencies that do, but we try to serve all families that come to us in need. And so I think that please don't make the same mistake that you did with the money that you gave TRC, the first round of this of funding that was available. It was a fiasco. And you don't have to repeat that. You have Black and brown-led organizations that are out here doing the work, that have the reach in the community, that have the capacity to manage the funds, and who will use the funds to also to support those who are most vulnerable and who need it the most in our communities. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Veronica Figueroa Velez of the West Beltline, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Here we are again. This is Veronica Figueroa Velez with Unidos Against Domestic Violence and the LCA. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody here listening today that the increase of violence in our community has drastically taken a toll on many of our members and has increased the number of homelessness as well. And when we put the resources all in one place, ignoring the facts and not do our work in really assessing the needs of our communities, we're not improving the lives of citizens. We're not supporting and putting the money where it needs to go. I don't support the resolution of giving all the money to one place, as we know the disaster that was at the beginning when all the money went to one place, to the point that they even return money and blame others for returning that money. Because if I had known that there were money to return, trust me, I would have taken advantage of that and used it, because I have plenty of people that could have used that money, that I could have aided to put them in good places and keep them safe. We're talking about people's lives here. This is no joke. And the fact that the city and the county and the state haven't come together to put a strategy together to address this pandemic and haven't get out of their offices and their comfortable chairs to assess the need of our communities is depressing to me. That we, again, as people of color, are left to fend for ourselves and to have to strategize to address the needs of our community is very disappointing. So I'm going to ask that you reconsider giving all this money. And if this is your final decision, okay, so be it. But when next money comes around, that this doesn't happen again, and that you rethink your process of offering money just by offering money to certain people and not to others. Because if you are truly about equity and inclusion, you wouldn't be doing what you just did and follow the county's perspective on how to fund organizations that are actually not doing the work and don't have the capacity to serve the community. This is not about housing only. This pandemic has put a toll on many, many, many people. And mental health is an issue. Food is an issue. The children at home without school and with school is an issue. Children with disabilities. I mean, so many different things. We don't patch people up and just say, here's a little bit of money to pay your housing, see you later. No, we address every single issue that our families come to us with. So I do not support your resolution. I support the amendment. I hope that there was money for everybody, and there is money for everybody, just not to give it to.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tyson Vitale of South Stoughton Road. And then we will go back to Javaris Nunn.
Hi, I don't think I have anything else to echo that has already been said, so I just want to support and re-echo what you've heard already from the leaders, comrades, and constituents on this call so far, and strongly say no in opposing this agenda item 13. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Javaris Nunn of Sun Prairie.
Hello. Yes, I'm against TRC getting funding, receiving funding, and I am in support of Black and Brown receiving funders as well as Urban Triage receiving funders. Like every time that I've had a dilemma or a situation, I was always able to call urban triage, and they were always 100% like transparent and able to deliver, if not what I requested, but it was always something. And with that being said, like, I feel like they would do the right thing and make sure that money is distributed where it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is all of our registrants wishing to speak. So are there questions for any of the registrants? Seeing Alder Hennick.
Yes, I was just going to ask, Jalatifa had gotten cut off, and I was interested to hear what she was saying about what she had found out today.
Oh, yes. I was saying, so we are an agency on the Homeless Services Consortium, and as late as 2:00 today, all the money was still allotted to TRC. So I'm wondering when these deals were made and how these agencies that are on the amendment came to be, because we are representing families in the membership of the Homeless Services Consortium, and we had not even heard about the amendment as late as 2:00 today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for the registrants? All right. Seeing none, Alder Badar, as the author of the substitute, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to take a deep breath. First, I do want to thank every one of the speakers tonight and say that I could not agree with you anymore. I sit here in complete agreement that the funding that we have before us should have entirely gone to Black and Brown led organization who are doing culturally, linguistically relevant work in our own communities, who are the closest to the people that know what the trusted organization are. And so I want to first acknowledge that. I do want to say that the no substitute that I put forth was an attempt to right lots of wrongs in systems in ways that funding is quickly received and needs to get quickly out by the federal government, in decisions that are made by bodies and individuals that are outside the city system, a decision that was already made by the county. It truly is an attempt to create at least some level of equity in our system. One piece of the substitute that hasn't been talked about that I want to mention is the last clause of it, which creates a directive to staff to work on an actual structure and system that has a portal and a database so that all agencies in the future can be part of the ability to receive funding and have, for us, the ability, and for just the city and the agencies and actually the residents, to have a place and a way where information is being put into a common portal, so that we don't have these conversations over and over again, that the reason that we're giving funding to one organization is because they have a database. We should have a city database, which will open then the portal for everybody, every one of the organizations that have been before us, and many more. And again, I want to extend my deepest apologies for not having been able over the past week to do more. I do feel like what's before us is a better way to go about this. It is by far not the best way or a perfect way, but I could not figure out any other way. And lastly, I would say, because I know these questions are going to come up, not all agencies are in there. There is plenty of other people that I know and that are doing work on the ground, serving many residents and who are trusted agencies and organizations. But I did my best to look at the collaboratives that already existed and the communities specifically that needed to be receiving part of this funding because they serve very, very specific members of our community, such as the Southeast Asian community, the African community, the Black community, and the Latinx community. And again, I want everybody that's hearing us tonight to know from me that I'm really sorry. I have not found any other way of doing this in the time frame that we need to get it done. This is before us under suspension of rule tonight because the decision has to be made tonight because the funding needs to be allocated and get out the door very quickly. That's a good thing, right? Because it will reach the many people who we know are in arrears and owe their rent quickly. But at the same time, it is not a good process. And I will acknowledge and say that giving 90% of our money to a white-led organization and 10% to organizations led by brown and Black folks doing work in their community is not equitable. That's all. I'll be happy to answer questions later if there are questions for me.
Thank you, Alder Badar, and my apologies to the body. I skipped over questions for staff. So are there questions for staff? Alder Rummel, questions for staff?
Yes, thank you. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. I was a little slow to respond to the request. But I do have a lot of questions, and I do also feel somewhat like, Jim, how do we get, thanks for just popping in, get into this position? Is like, how did this get set up that now suddenly, we're like picking, a 90% versus 10% allocation? What, is there some formula we've inherited that set up this dynamic that's so discomforting to so many and so unfair?
Alder Rummel, like Alder Badar, we struggle to find a better way to deploy these funds as well. We've known for less than a month that these federal funds would be allocated directly to the city, unlike last summer when CARES dollars went to Dane County. So we have we've had precious little time to react. The federal dollars, and we have not yet received a final official allocation. We believe we will get about $7.5 million. And by federal law, 90% of that money is required to be used to provide direct financial assistance, rent assistance. And so, as Alder Badar mentioned, following Dane County's lead, we decided to make the Tenant Resource Center the conduit through which those rental assistance dollars would flow. Last summer, the Tenant Resource Center was the primary disperser of $10 million that the county made available from CARES Act funding. They provided $9.5 million in rent assistance of that total. They had help from dozens of community partners, many of whom we've heard from tonight. And the results of their work were that nearly 88% of those dollars were used to benefit households of color. So while it wasn't an ideal solution, it was one that that we thought prudent to follow and to use the Tenant Resource Center again as the primary conduit through which those rental assistance dollars will flow. The federal legislation also provided a little bit of flexibility. 10% of dollars provided to the city could be used to defray over administrative expenses and to support still to be defined housing stability services. And so, unlike the county, we took full advantage of that flexibility, and we decided to use that money, that approximately $750,000 of federal money and $500,000 from the city's COVID relief fund, and use it to support the organizations that you have heard so much from tonight, to support their work so that they could see to it that as much of that $7 million as possible could be used to benefit the communities that they work with, and be used to provide money to those organizations to support that work. And we used it to respond to some of the organizations that told us that the federal program might not address all of the issues that they saw, that they experienced. And so using the city money that was intended to provide flexibility to fill in gaps where federal dollars might not be helpful. So we revised that initial resolution in response to requests to make that $1.25 million accessible in a way that was not so procedurally onerous. We dispensed with our typical request for proposals process and instead contemplated an expedited application process that was, in our minds, designed to do little more than hear from organizations about how they intended to use those funds so that we could match those activities with the two different funding streams, and understand the numbers of households they thought they would be able to serve so that we could calibrate those dollars accordingly. So the substitute amendment really just preempts those application processes and identifies organizations and dollar amounts that would be allocated to them. And it also, as Alder Bedard mentioned, it also explicitly takes the first step toward addressing what I think we've all acknowledged is a deficiency in our system, and that there is not a database that is available to any and all users. And it has created this situation, as she said, that really positions an agency, that being the Tenant Resource Center, as the most logical place through which to run rental assistance dollars. Lastly, I would just mention that though the Tenant Resource Center will be receiving administrative support from Dane County, I believe that 4% of the county allocation will be available to TRC for administrative overhead. The city is providing no administrative dollars to the Tenant Resource Center for allocating the funds that will flow to them from the city.
Thanks, Jim. The question I still have, I get the 10%, but how is it that the default is we follow the Dane County's lead and TRC is the inevitable recipient? I mean, help me understand why that made sense at some point to somebody.
I think, Alder Rummel, what has really caught our attention, and I think the same is the case for Dane County officials, is that unlike the CARES Act funding, which was relatively unstructured in terms of program design and in terms of documentation and reporting requirements that accrue to the grantees. This program is much more structured, has much more specific language about expectations of grantees being the city and the county, in terms of requesting and providing documentation of eligibility criteria information, in documenting or providing assurances that there would be no duplication of benefits within this program and across other federally funded programs, and then to provide aggregated summary and demographic information. So again, with precious little time to respond to the availability of these funds, and a lot of you've heard a lot of pent up need and demand for the funds, and very limited ability on our part to try to coordinate and collect information across multiple points of entry for assistance. We opted to use the Tenant Resource Center as the primary conduit of rental assistance dollars, thinking and hoping that other partners in the community would work with them in ensuring that underserved communities within the city would have access to the dollars. And so that was the thinking that led to making the financial assistance available to and through TRC, and using the flexibility that we did have, the little bit that we did have, to support other organizations.
Two more questions. Are there other agencies that could do what we know that TRC is capable of, but are also capable of providing, sort of the eligibility and making sure there's no duplication, getting the demographic info, all those things you listed?
So I think that's one of the points that has been perhaps most misunderstood about the decision that's made. None of this is questioning whether other organizations have the capability of administering these funds. The challenge for us would be in doing the work that we think would need to be done to avoid duplication of benefits if there are multiple agencies dispersing funds, and then ensuring that multiple agencies are adhering to the federally imposed program design requirements and reporting requirements. We don't have the bandwidth at this point to take that on. And that, as much as anything, is what led us to this decision, and it's why we welcome the movement that is in the substitute amendment to begin to address that deficiency of a central database or a system that is not housed in a particular agency.
Thank you. And I'm really glad that that's part of the resolution. I think that really strengthens it. I mean, we don't know how much longer we'll be getting these pots of money to disperse, but it strikes me that, and Ms. Jalatifa Joe Myers mentioned the housing, the homeless services consortium, and that's an entity that we typically say, hey, we have extra money, we're going to give it to the consortium, and they collectively decide how the money should be dispersed. And if we could find a way to create some entity like that, so that then they're all at the table saying, okay, how do we make sure we don't duplicate services? How do we, make sure we divvy it up so everyone feels like they can represent people fairly and across the city? Does that seem possible, as part of this final resolution section to include that?
Well, it might, Alder Rummel, but it didn't seem possible in the short period of time that we had to respond to these funds. The The stimulus package was passed on the 27th of December. So we've had just a short time to do the best we can to try to put these funds to use to provide relief to families and individuals in this city that so desperately need it. So yes, is there a better system? No question about it. But it would take some time to build it. And we're happy and willing and eager to be part of doing that, but didn't think that it was practical to withhold the use of these funds until that could happen.
Well, I understand that, certainly. And I thank you for and my colleagues for letting me ask you so many questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer is next.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, I'm wondering if, assuming this alternate is passed, if it would be possible for us to have monthly updates on the development of that portal tool so that we know that it's on track and that we're not going to have to deal with a situation like this again.
I think it's a reasonable request, yes.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahilihe? Oh, my apologies, Alder. There you go.
Thanks, Jim. I know the staff are working so hard to make this possible, but two things I want to make is, one thing, I agree with everyone who called tonight. There's disparity in terms of equity, giving one organization 90% and then give the rest of the community who are dealing with these challenges in 10%. So I can see that as an equity. And since the city priority is equity, I'm just wondering, and I know Alderman asked this question, how did we come up with this? And how did we come up with this formula? There are organizations who are really able to do the work in terms of linguistic and culturally relevance. But at the same time, they might lack the capacity. So I think it would be better for the city to be very deliberate in looking into those kind of organizations, building the capacity of those organizations, but also in terms of the TRC, having that partnership with the community of color so that if we give them money, 90% of it, maybe there's another form of RFP from TRC, so that money is dispersed to other communities of color to do the work. And my other question is, since this is not the first time, are there any reports from last time in terms of either hiccup or some challenges or some, takeaway or some other relevant work that was really success? So like, what was the takeaway from last time? So I know I'm asking, many questions, but, just curious how we can move forward with this kind of assistance or efforts.
Well, again, Alder, I would just say again that with the funds that we have available to us, which is represented by 10% of the total allocation that we expect to get, so 10% of that $7.5 million, we intend to use all of it, and $500,000 from the city's funded COVID relief fund, to use all of that to support the organizations, so many of whom you heard from tonight, to make sure that the communities that they work with have access to the $7 million of rent assistance. That $7 million is required by federal law to be used for rent assistance. So that money can't go to be used for capacity building or support staff. That's got to be used for rental assistance. And everything that is available to us to support the efforts of those groups is being put to use in that way. Now, the summer, the CARES program that was run this summer by the Tenant Resource Center, and they did partner with a couple of dozen of mostly small community organizations. It was a county-run program. We did our best to try to stay plugged into how that went, and it's clear, and I don't think anybody here would dispute that there were problems associated with that effort. There were problems about access to information, both on the part of individuals that sought assistance through the program and those organizations that work to support those individuals. And I think that I'm not looking to be an apologist for anybody necessarily, but I think that those kinds of issues are not terribly surprising given the amount of money that was injected into that system in such a short period of time to try to meet a desperate need. So were there problems with how that program operated and with the relationships between the Tenant Resource Center and partners? Absolutely, yes, there were, and I think Robin Serino would be the first to agree with that. I like to think that they have learned some lessons from that this would be a better effort, but again, I'm not quarreling with the fact for a minute that a better approach to this would not be to allow more than a single agency to be dispersing those funds. What I'm suggesting is that given the limitations that we have of time and system capabilities, and the urgency to put these funds to use, all of those things led us to conclude that for this $7.5 million, our best course was to follow Dane County's lead and to rely on the Tenant Resource Center to be the conduit of the rent assistance.
Right. Vice President Abbas, questions?
Yes, thank you. Jim, I'm sorry if I'm repeating the question, what Alder Haley already asked, and you probably answered some of those things, but I would like to go a little back previous. I want to know about how the program served in the past and why county and city are structuring in this way. And then if we did the program last time, why did not after that program we created the database and think about the next steps?
Well, that's a fair question, Alder Boss. I think that the deficiencies in terms of a system or a database that was not housed within a particular agency was apparent. So yeah, should there have been work done to try to address it last fall, the end of the year? Yeah, probably so.
Jim, let me jump in here, Alder, and address your question. It's really important to remember that the first round of funding was the counties and the counties alone. We didn't have any jurisdiction over it. We didn't have any input into how it flowed. We didn't have any details on the program itself, except what our staff have been able to glean from county staff and from talking directly to the Tenant Resource Center. I also just want to remind us that our staff, during the time that this was happening, was desperately trying to find us a homeless men's shelter and working on any number of other projects. So asking them, expecting them to have tracked a program that was run by the county And to be able to report on that to you now is just really unfair and unrealistic. And to have compensated for deficiencies for a program run by the county, I just think that's an unrealistic expectation. And we did not know that we were going to get rental assistance funding coming directly to the city until the very end of the year. When we did, staff started scrambling to work on it and to figure out what the deficiencies of that program had been and to try and compensate for them. Obviously, they have not had enough time to do that, but they are working quite hard on it, as I think you have heard from Jim. And this resolution instructs them to work even harder in very specific ways. I have no.
Go ahead.
We're almost there. Alder Balde. Questions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Jim, I was just going to ask, is there anything that is going to, obviously we've heard from a lot of people who testified and everybody's asking for something from the part, but is there anything that is going to stop Tenant Resource Center from working with any of the other groups that may have, testified or that are out there that are doing this kind of work?
Is there anything to stop that?
Right. Can they work with Tenant Resource Center and get money from them and service their communities directly?
So the Tenant Resource Center relied heavily upon a number of community partners last summer to administer the CARES Act funding. They will need to rely every bit as much this time around on those partnerships, and they're certainly eager to do that. They're also eager to try to address some of the glitches that plagued last summer's program, especially around communicating between their agency and their partners. So no, there's nothing to stop that, and it's our hope that with the help of community partners, that everybody in this city that is eligible to receive these funds that are so desperately needed, you've heard that, have access to them. And it's those partnerships. Until we can build a system that allows each of them to work sort of autonomously or independent of one another, it's going to rely on those partnerships.
Very good. So I just don't know how to communicate that to the Tenant Resource Center, but I think if we can let them know that we did get a lot of other groups that came to testify who are out there doing some work, if they can open up their doors for potentially adding them as partners, I think that will be helpful and, make sure that we're reaching all our communities that are in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I would just like to remind the council that it's 9:15, and we still have a potential 5 hours of testimony in front of us for our final item. Alder Rummel for the second time. Questions?
Alder Hennick was before me, but I will, since I have the floor, just question whether anyone from TRC registered to speak tonight or is here in the...
Alder, you have the registration list in your email?
Okay, I guess that's the easy answer. I just would like them to know that they heard all this concern and distress. So I will go look. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick, my apologies, you were first.
No problem. Mr. O'Keefe, I just wanted to clarify one piece. So from what I'm hearing and from reading the legislation, we're basically taking the $1.25 million and allocating it per alder request. That hasn't necessarily gone through staff or anything. It's basically an alder handpicking the groups that are going to receive those funds. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Badar, questions for staff?
Ms. Rocky, for these organizations that are known to you, having done work in this space of rental assistance, the handpicked by Alder Bidar organizations, those.
I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question?
Those organizations handpicked by Alder Bidar, those in the substitute, are these organizations that are known to you for having done work in the rental assistance space?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff? President Carter?
Yeah, thank you. And this might have been asked and answered. Is there, I also feel that there are many other organizations out there that are being overlooked, that somehow we have to figure out a way prior to June 30th to get a list or something that these organizations can also be listed and be able to get monies for this type of outreach and service to their clients and referrals. My question is, we heard Wanda Smith earlier talk about her organization wasn't listed. Jim, is there a way, and I'm not going to go through the division of money. I think that that's been asked and answered and asked and attempted to be answered. But is there a way that, we know this is going to happen again? I mean, we have faith and hope in Biden that he will send us more money. Is there a way that we can distribute this money, number one, evenly among organizations? And number two, is there any plans that we can increase the number of organizations that receive money? And can we start a database, whether it's an Excel spreadsheet or something, to get some of these organizations on our radar? They're out there, we know about them, but we need to get them on our radar.
Alder Carter, to your second question, the mayor made that same suggestion earlier today, and it's one that we'll certainly we'll try to be responsive to learn what other organizations might be available and interested in supporting. In terms of the allocation of funds, I think that we will need to go through under the substitute resolution. We will need to go through some effort to get a sense from those agencies that are identified, a sense of the numbers, sort of what their plans are in terms of the numbers of households they think they can support and work with, and how they would intend to use the funds that are allocated to them, and from that probably be able to learn a little bit about whether that's a good allocation of those resources or not. So I think that will be telling, and it's something we're going to have to do to, if for no other reason than to make sure that we align the different types of activities with the two different funding streams. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that there's some opportunity to expand upon this, whether it's using future money that might flow through the Biden administration and the new Congress, or whether we're able to find other maybe resources that we currently have available to us and try to redeploy them.
Thank you, Jim. I just want to say that, this is difficult time, not only, obviously trying to distribute the money, but it's a difficult time for our city and our residents. And anything that we can do to be fair and be equitable in our distribution needs to be done. I really don't want to see the next time we do this, and there will be a next time, people coming in and saying, why not my organization? Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion on the item? The motion is to adopt the substitute. Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Alder Hennick.
So we got to discussion. So I was on questions for staff and listening, but I just wanted to mention one aspect. I understand the picking of the organizations, but I did get a number of questions from my residents in Allied Drive saying that the organizations weren't well representing the Allied community. And I understand that, that's not no one's fault. I'm not blaming anyone or anything like that. I'm just asking that the organizations picked, if they received those funds, try to make an effort to reach out to the Allied community and have a presence there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt the substitute. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the substitute? Alder Hennick.
I would like to be recorded as no.
The clerk will record Alder Hennick as voting no. Is there any objection to recording a vote of all ayes except for Alder Hennick? Seeing no objection, we will do so, and the item passes. That will bring us back to item number 5. President Carter.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Would you like to move a recess, President Carter?
Oh my God, yes. I'm sorry that I said that out loud. I move a recess, please.
Alder Carter will move a 10-minute recess, and someone will second it. It's been moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we are recessed for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 9:32 p.m. right, 10 minutes having passed, I'd ask alders to come back, turn their videos back on, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll and see what we got.
Alder Balde.
Yes.
Alder Balde is present. Alder Bidar.
Present.
Alder Bidar is present. Alder Carter. Back to President Carter. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is present. Alder Harrington McKinney is excused. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Hennick.
Present.
Alder Hennick is present. Alder Lemmer is, Alder Kemble is excused now. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer is present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is present. Alder Presta Giacomo.
Here.
Alder Presta Giacomo is present. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Alder Skidmore is present. Alder Tierney. Get right back to him. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. Alder Wahelia.
Here.
Alder Wahelia is present. Alder Abbas. Yeah. Alder Oburos.
Here.
Alder Oburos is present. Alder. So I'm just waiting to see anybody else pop in here. We have 15 now.
Is that sufficient? We can get started, I think, if we have quorum.
Yes, I believe 15 is quorum.
All right. So we are coming back to item number 5, which is Legistar 60646, an appeal of the Plan Commission action on conditional use request for 2219 Monroe Street. That request was Legistar ID 60001. And perhaps while we are looking for the rest of our colleagues, I will turn to planning staff. I believe Tim Parks is here, and Attorney John Strange to orient us to the issue at hand before we open the public hearing. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Common Council. The item before you tonight is a request by Edgewood High School to install 4 light poles to light their Goodman Athletic Complex. The lighting is intended to allow for evening use of the complex by the high school, including for practices and athletic competitions. The Plan Commission considered this matter at its May 11th, 2020 meeting. The Edgewood campus is zoned campus institutional. Colleges, universities, and secondary and primary schools are a primary use in the CI zoning district. Stadiums, auditoriums, arenas, open or enclosed, are identified as secondary uses in the CI district. In a CI district without a campus master plan, including Edgewood, the establishment, improvement, or modification of any primary or secondary use occurring outside of an enclosed building shall require conditional use approval by the Plan Commission. With this application, no other improvements to the athletic complex or Edgewood campus are proposed, including the expansion of the stadium seating or installation of permanent public address system. The installation of the light poles and fixtures to light the athletic complex for evening activities require conditional use approval. However, the use of the stadium is not otherwise subject to approval. The unlighted daytime use of the athletic field for athletic competitions, school events, and practices is allowed by right as a secondary use complementary to the Edgewood High School primary use. Staff does not believe that the unlighted use of the stadium may otherwise be regulated through its consideration or through the city's consideration of the request to install the light poles before you this evening. City staff recommended to the Plan Commission in our staff report for the May 11th, 2020 Plan Commission meeting that they may find the conditional use standards met to allow the installation of the proposed lights, subject to conditions that would limit the impacts of the expanded use of the stadium on nearby residents. In our report, we recommended that the use of the lights for non-practice events, including athletic competitions, games, school activities, be limited to Edgewood High School, Edgewood Campus School, and Edgewood College. That the stadium lighting used for practices be turned off at 7 p.m. nightly without exception. That, without exception, the number of scheduled non-practice events using the stadium lighting after 7 p.m. limited to a number of events per school year, running from August 1st to July 31st of the following year, to be determined following input at the public hearing. Staff did not specifically recommend a number of games or events to the Plan Commission, but feel that it would be appropriate for the Common Council to do so. As a suggested initial cap, 25 games or events was internally discussed by staff, which referenced the January 2019 application by Edgewood that referenced that same number. Also among our conditions, that the lights be turned off 30 minutes following the conclusion of a scheduled non-practice event, again, that being athletic competitions or games and school activities, and no later than 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and that no non-practice event using the lights be scheduled to start after 7:30 p.m. without exception. Additionally, the lights themselves are governed by the city's lighting ordinance, which is in MGO section 10.085, and no permits for the lights may be issued unless they comply with the requirements of that section of MGO. Staff does not recommend that conditions be imposed on light levels, which may be contrary to the existing provisions in ordinance. If the conditional use is approved, the Plan Commission would retain continuing jurisdiction for the purpose of resolving complaints as outlined in the zoning code. Continuing jurisdiction applies to any conditional use approved by the Plan Commission, or in this case, tonight, the Common Council as an appeal body. Under continuing jurisdiction, any resident, the zoning administrator, or other official may file a written complaint with the Plan Commission that one or more conditions of a conditional use have not been completed or are being violated. If this were to occur, the Plan Commission would initially determine whether the complaint is valid, after which a public hearing would be held to bring the subject conditional use into compliance with the conditions previously imposed, or to modify the existing conditions and also impose additional reasonable conditions in consideration of the conditional use standards in section 28.183 of the zoning code. In extraordinary cases, if a reasonable modification cannot be made, the Plan Commission can revoke a conditional use. On May 11th, 2020, the Plan Commission found that the conditional use standards were not met and placed the conditional use request to light the athletic complex on file without prejudice. Assistant City Attorney John Strange will now provide an overview of the council's role this evening. And in addition to John and myself, Heather Stouter and Matt Tucker are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Reversing or modifying the Plan Commission decision will require a 2/3 majority vote of the members of the council. Prior to the last time that this was set for hearing, I did issue a memo that is in the file, dated November 24th, 2020, and contains links to some of the to the staff report and some of the other information that's related to the appeal. But the key thing to keep in mind is that in considering the appeal, the Common Council should review and apply the conditional use standards, keeping in mind the state law requirements and the Plan Commission decision with respect to the finding that the standards had not been met, and specifically that standard number 3 regarding uses and enjoyments of surrounding properties had not been met. And again, that standard is laid out in the memo that I filed prior to the last hearing. and we'll be available to answer any questions after the public comment.
All right, thank you both. So we'll turn now to the public comment. So I will open a public hearing on Legistar 60646. Our first registrant is Jesse Norris of Dodgeville, to be followed by Andrew William Trampf.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Norris, recently of Madison, and have recently moved to the Dodgeville area. I am the head football coach at Edgewood High School. I am speaking this evening in support of the lighting of the Goodman complex at Edgewood High School. Mainly speaking in regard to myself, also understanding that I'm representing former, current, and future staff members, as well as former, current, and future student athletes in specifically football, the football program. I would like the consideration to be made in terms of our student athletes with our ability to play and create a sense of ownership, which our kids need so dearly, especially during these times, to create an opportunity for them to participate on their home field, both football, soccer, lacrosse, any of our outdoor events, to have a space that they can call home, which I know that a lot of the opposition in regards to these lights are in complaint that it does diminish the effects of their home. We're asking for pretty much the same thing. We like to be able for our kids to call their athletic facility home rather than playing in 6-7 different locations throughout the year. Taking into consideration the safety of driving to each of these events for our young folk, our families. So I would ask that you would consider supporting the lights for Edgewood High School and the Goodman Athletic Complex. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Andrew William Trampf of Sun Prairie, to be followed by Jennifer Koziar.
I had to promote Andrew to the device he's using. Andrew, you should be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And good evening, all. Thank you all for staying up this evening. I know it's late for all of us. This is a second late evening for a lot of us at Edgewood. Just adding on to what Coach Norris said, I think it's so crucial as a senior here at Edgewood who's going to UW next year, but thinking ahead for so many student athletes. It's so important for students to realize that they have a home at Edgewood, that they have a home through their athletic abilities at Edgewood, that they're able to play at Edgewood High School. And I think so many students in the past have been robbed of that opportunity. To anyone opposing this, I completely understand your frustrations and your concerns, but I ask you at what cost? What cost is it really at? The cost of giving students at Edgewood an ability to have a whole-rounded education with sports and athletics? So many of our students participate in sports and athletics, and it's so crucial for them to be able to do so and have a home field where they're able to do so freely. For too long, this has not been the case, and students and coaches and parents and administrators at Edgewood have had to live in fear about being able to play on our own football field on our own property. It's as simple as just letting us play some games during the year so that way we don't have to drive all over the county, all over the state, all over southern, central Wisconsin just to get a home game in. And then you don't get home until late at night and you don't have enough time to study for that test in the morning or get that homework done. It's as simple as that. It's hurting students at Edgewood by not being able to play in Madison. You're disadvantaging us from the ability to have almost an education because we're not able to do our schoolwork because we're having to travel so far because we don't have a home field, a place to call home. And that's the disappointing part in all of this, is students just feel like they're getting robbed. And that's all I really have to say, is that I hope and I pray that we can all come to the realization that we all care about students and their needs all across Madison. I've heard that tonight, that looking out for other people's needs from all sorts of different communities. And I hope that Edgewood will be treated equally and the same as all of those communities tonight that raised those concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jennifer Koziar of Fitchburg, to be followed by John Schmitz.
As an Edgewood alumni, parent of current Edgewood students, and a teacher on the Edgewood campus, I speak in support of approval for athletic field lights. As a track athlete in the 90s, I recall the days of competing at Edgewood on the cinder track and later on a track made of recycled tires. Alas, this track was made of experimental materials and disintegrated quickly. I recall my brother playing football on the field as a JV player. Varsity games at that time were held at Memorial High School. As a parent, we began watching games at Middleton High School, and then as a parent of a recent graduate, we bounced around to 3 different stadiums for home games. Because the WIAA mandates varsity football games take place on Friday nights at 7 o'clock, the demand in the city for field usage surpasses field availability. One of my younger son's football games hosted at Edgewood in 2019 had to end before time was up because the sunset made it unsafe for the kids to finish the game. The race to compete competitions before sunset in the fall and the spring is a challenge for Edgewood and our competition. My family has participated in the process to acquire lights in the 90s, and we continue to persist in this process in 2021. I've attended listening sessions held in the Edgewood Commons, attended every step of the Planning Commission meetings and the City Council meetings held over the past several years. I even sat out on the sidewalk during Monroe Street days to talk to neighbors about Edgewood and what the community stands for. I believe that while neighbors love to take advantage of the beautiful grounds, treating it as a dog park on the weekends and shopping at the farmers market, the Edgewood community remains largely misunderstood by many in Madison. We are not outsiders because we come from a broader geographic region. We are a faith-based community striving to foster the emotional, physical, and most importantly, spiritual growth of the young people in our care. While homeowners have come and gone, the Edgewood community has been a constant on Monroe Street. Edgewood is a community partner. We support the community by allowing recreational use of the grounds, the aforementioned farmers market, and countless community service projects, including efforts to gather water quality data on Lake Wingra. I've not heard it mentioned in past meetings, but I wonder if anyone has taken the time to calculate the financial impact Edgewood families and our guests have on patrons of Monroe Street businesses. The field lights will help to strengthen the Edgewood community by providing opportunities for our community to gather for competition and experience the presently impossible feeling of a home field. I pray for the day when our teams will be able to walk from their classes to the pregame prayer services in the chapel to the athletic field for competition, a perfect merger of our mission to support young people. My grandmother lived her life across the street from a high school football field, and even into her sunset years enjoyed sitting on her front porch, absorbing the energy of a community in action. I feel that the adjacent neighborhoods will feel the renewed energy of the campus in positive ways, and as I have observed in communities surrounding Madison. I believe that the city as a whole benefits from a strong Edgewood community, and I continue to pray for equitable treatment from city government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Schmitz of Madison, to be followed by Catherine Jago.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your hard work, and thank you for working for us. So I'm a resident, 502 Glenway Street. I'm also a longtime Madisonian resident and a parent of former Edgewood High School athletes. And as a student of history, I certainly understand Edgewood's long history in Madison, as well as the eventual growth and the beauty of its neighborhood. I know the proposed changes and any change to Edgewood's footprint and the athletic field usage will first take some adjustment and will have impact on the neighborhood. Some of it, including the presence and cheers of the youth, might even be positive. So I look forward to that. So I just urge everyone to move beyond our concerns about the potential negative impact or any inconveniences and look to our youth, look to our future, and look for what's best to them. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Catherine Jago of West Lawn, to be followed by Edwin Siebert.
Thank you. I respectfully ask the Council to uphold the Plan Commission's decision on this matter. It was not made lightly. The Plan Commission voted 7-1 after many hours of testimony and deliberation to deny Edgewood's lighting application because it did not meet the city's standard 3 for approving a conditional use permit. And as you will know, that says that the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. Edgewood won a huge concession when the Common Council voided their campus master plan a year ago. The athletic field can now be used for unlimited events during daytime hours. In May, the Plan Commission has recommended that Edgewood take the time necessary to observe, measure, and document the impact that this massive increase in daytime use will have on the community before requesting it be extended to nighttime hours. Due to the COVID restrictions on athletics in Dane County, that has not been possible because no games have taken place on the field since then. It is premature to grant a conditional use permit before adequate sound measurements have been taken and impacts assessed. At the Plan Commission hearing in May, community members pointed to a wealth of solid fact-based evidence to support their opposition to adding stadium lights. They gave testimony about their lived experience of major noise disturbance during the 77 day games played in spring and fall of 2019 in violation of the master plan. Their measurements of sound levels far in excess of the limits in city noise ordinances. 2 sound studies, one commissioned by Edgewood and the other by the community, showing that sound levels with even a small crowd of less than 150 would exceed the level in city ordinances without a very large wall being built. World Health Organization data on the negative impact of nighttime noise on human health. The fact that only 2 of Madison's 4 major public high schools have stadiums, and the 2 schools that do not, West and East High School, are the ones most comparable to Edgewood in terms of age and surrounding zoning districts, and the fact that Edgewood's field is only about 100 feet from and below its nearest neighbors, meaning that field noise and light inevitably impact them enormously. Neighbors also pointed out that the scattered light from the stadium lights would create major sky glow, disturbing residents over a large area, and that scattered light is not currently covered by city ordinance, leaving residents with no protection against its proven negative impacts. The Plan Commission's decision was made on the basis of facts. Edgewood has no new data to present that change those facts. Please uphold the Plan Commission's decision and support its recommendation that Edgewood High School record sound data for a season or a full year and work with their neighbors to come up with a mutually agreed plan for adequate noise and light mitigation, one that the community can support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Edwin Siebert of West Lawn, to be followed by Pamela Murphy.
Good evening. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us. Edgewood claims the city has allowed other high schools and parks to have lighting, and that those decisions provide substantial evidence that the uses, values, and enjoyment of properties near Edgewood would not be significantly impaired by lights and night events. This argument is weak and the comparison is misleading. Tonight I will provide a brief visual presentation comparing Edgewood to those schools so that you can make a fact-based decision. Let's look at the following 4 schools. Next slide. The following. There are no residential properties inside the 1,000-foot radius red circle centered about the stadium, which is indicated by a solid red oval. Next slide. Note these slides are drawn to the same scale for ease of comparison. Memorial High School has several apartments to the right inside the circle. They were built after the stadium. Next slide. Middleton High School, Edgewood's home stadium until recently, has few residential properties shown below the stadium, with the closest being almost 400 feet from the edge of the track to the nearest house. Edgewood recently contributed substantially for an upgrade to this facility. The next slide shows Edgewood, with many adjoining properties inside the circle, both above and to the left, with the closest being only 114 feet from the edge of the track. They will be adversely affected by the lighting and the accompanying noise of game after game after game. The next slide shows a more apt comparison. West High School. Like Edgewood, it is situated in a residential neighborhood. Despite having 4 times the student population, West has no stadium, playing their games at Middleton. Similarly, at Memorial. Similarly, East plays at La Follette. Next. In the following 4 slides, which will all be on the same scale, I'm going to compare Edgewood to 3 properties where the city has recently given approval for lights. Next. Here we have the Nielsen tennis courts. There are no residential properties. Next, we have the City Park Burr Jones, mostly in a commercial area. Next, Bowman Park, surrounded by green space and commercial properties. A far cry from the last and next slide of Edgewood. Please don't be beguiled into making false comparisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Pamela Murphy of Circle Close, be followed by Sean Shea.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Sean is here.
All right, then Sean Shea of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Ethan Brodsky.
Great, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sean Shy, and I've lived 700 feet from the Edgewood scoreboard for 35 years. I'm chair of the Friends of the Park and Pleasure Drive. This drive is actually a wooded linear park that separates the Edgewood campus from Lake Wingra, and it's part of a recreational route that wraps around the lake. We're a grassroots group that throughout the turn of the century worked with city officials and many civic organizations to persuade city traffic engineering to close the drive to cut through traffic. Next slide, please. In 1968, the City Council made a gift to its citizenry. It banned motorboats on Lake Wingra weekends and holidays. Motorboats at other times could only operate at 6 miles per hour. This measure has preserved the lake's peaceful ambiance for windsurfers, paddleboarders, anglers, and others. The Dudgeon Monroe and Vilas neighborhood associations have been stewards of this Lake Wingra gift and of the treasure of the Park and Pleasure Drive. These 2 associations, while in negotiation with Edgewood through the creation of 2 master plans, consistently informed the high school that a stadium on their campus was not compatible with the surrounding parkland and residential areas. Next slide. As illustrated, you can see how closely the Monroe Street homes are situated to the field. There is no buffer. The high school respected this opinion. In fact, not constructing a stadium on their campus was codified by both master plans, one in 1997, the other in 2014. But since 2015, the high school has been striving to bypass the steady opposition and turn their practice field into a stadium. Now they claim they should be able to light their field, insisting this is not about a stadium per se, it's just about lighting a field. However, when they did bring their application to the Plan Commission for lights, the Plan Commission determined the approval standards were not met. If if these noise levels were allowed to be generated by this activity, that will overshadow the serenity put in place for Lake Wingra 50 years ago. It will overshadow all of the activity around the school for a radius of 7 to 9 blocks. Does that sound extreme? No pun intended. The fact is that sportscasters want to be heard. They want to be heard over pep bands, air horns, and starter pistols. They want to be heard over scoreboard sirens, canned music, canned commercials, and cheering crowds. This kind of sound blends in fine beside an interstate, or say in an industrial setting where machinery is being operated or semi-trucks unloading. That's where something like this belongs. And the Plan Commission recognized this in the early hours of May 12th. Next slide, please. Please echo this wise measure and vote against Edgewood's application to uphold the Plan Commission's decision to protect the uses, values, and enjoyment of hundreds of residential properties nearby. Preserve the 1968 Common Council commitment to Lake Wingra, which enables the lake and its multiple adjacent parks to serve as a much-needed peaceful oasis for all of Madison today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ethan Brodsky of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Terry Grossenheider.
Can I get my slides, please? I live 600 feet from the field. Next slide. I want to start by thanking everyone who fought this same battle back in the 1990s. We owe a huge debt to you for defeating the stadium then and for helping keep our neighborhood a great place to live. Now it's our turn, and we'll try to live up to your example. Next slide. I could talk for hours about why this appeal should be rejected. I've written literally hundreds of pages on this topic. With only a few minutes, I can only briefly touch on a small number of them. Next slide. Here are some renderings that I have generated showing what the proposed lights would look like from people's homes. Next slide. They'd be visible from the far side of Lake Wingra. Again, I generated these using Edgewood's own site plan drawings. Next slide. I have been collecting and analyzing data on this topic for years. I am a professional engineer and have analyzed sound and lighting before. Next slide. A huge area would be impacted by the nighttime noise that permitting these lights would cause. For many people, it would be so loud as to interfere with spoken conversation inside their homes. People have a reasonable expectation of peace and quiet at night, and that would be destroyed if this were allowed. Edgewood's own noise study found the same and recommended building a 26-foot wall around the site, which still wouldn't have been enough. Their noise consultant mistakenly referenced a decades-old version of the city's noise ordinance with a higher dB limit, then made an incorrect assumption about whether it regulated peak or average levels, and ended up acknowledging in their own report that the proposed stadium would exceed the city's residential dB limits. It found that even small events with as few as 150 spectators would generate noise exceeding 70 dB in neighboring homes. Measurements taken at daytime events have found that the real noise levels are even higher than Edgewood's model. There's a reason they don't want to talk about noise anymore. We should be talking about noise. Next slide. The light spill would illuminate my street so brightly that you could drive without headlights. That's based on measurements that I took from similar modern lighting installations in the vicinity. The sky glow would impact an enormous area. Here's a photo that I took showing the glow over Middleton's high school stadium from 1.5 miles away. It would be visible throughout surrounding neighborhoods across Lake Wingra and from the Arboretum. Next slide. Their lighting drawings show upward-facing punt lights, but these aren't mentioned or discussed at all in any of their other materials. These would violate the city's dark skies ordinance and would be directly visible from people's bedroom. Edgewood doesn't want to talk about them. We should be talking about them. Next slide. Results from a study surveying realtors about a similar stadium proposal in Virginia suggest that approving this would wipe out $10 million in home equity and cause $200,000 a year in lost property tax revenue. Next slide. Edgewood's argument boils down to, if any athletic facility in the city has lights, then we are entitled to them too. But a review of other facilities show that, of course, every situation is different. That's the entire reason this conditional use permit process exists. Most of the lighted facilities are much further away from homes. Others that aren't have existed for decades, with the lights going up prior to the city's dark sky ordinance and prior to the establishment of our current zoning code. Breeze Stevens got lights in the 1930s when that area was primarily industrial. As far as I know, there are no recent new lighting installations that have been approved this close to homes. The existence of lights elsewhere, whether they be illegal non-conforming use originally permitted under previous standards or new lighting permitted by a CUP in different circumstances, does not mean that lights must be permitted anywhere and does not justify imposing this harm in the neighborhoods around Edgewood. That's why this CUP process exists. Approval should not be automatic. Next slide. This application fails to provide substantial evidence demonstrating that it meets the conditional use standards for approval. Don't let Edgewood's past litigiousness and current legal threats intimidate you into making the wrong decision. Don't try to invent some conditions tonight that you think will hurt all parties equally. Don't make a bad decision tonight in a reckless attempt to resolve a decades-old conflict and instead create many more years of neighborhood strife. Please uphold the Plan Commission's decision denying this application. I'm happy to take questions at any time. I'll yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Terry Grossenheider of Fairfax Lane, to be followed by David Hoffert.
Mayor, there's no one on the list by that name, but David is here.
David Hoffert of Monroe Street, to be followed by Tanya Cunningham.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is David Hoffert, and I am a former president of the Dutch Monroe Neighborhood Association and a current candidate for District 13 Alder. In 2019, I was the Alder candidate who called for both sides in this dispute to negotiate and work out some kind of compromise. You may find that relevant when I tell you that I am strongly opposed to Edgewood's request tonight and urge you to uphold the decision of the Plan Commission. Whatever one might think about the merits of Edgewood being able to use its football field at night, there is no question that doing so would have a significant impact on the neighborhood. As such, any changes to the field should arise from a mutual agreement between Edgewood and the neighborhood. The proposal Edgewood brought back to the Plan Commission in May was no such agreement. In fact, Edgewood actively refused to discuss this topic at Edgewood Liaison Committee meetings, repeatedly denying that any new information was available, only to publicly announce major changes or submissions mere days later. In denying Edgewood's application, the Plan Commission cited this lack of neighborhood support and informally encouraged Edgewood to seek a compromise with the neighborhood before returning. This appeal comes to you so late because Edgewood finally started meeting with the neighborhood representatives, but it has been exceedingly clear throughout the new process that Edgewood isn't actually willing to make any concessions. Neighborhood representatives have offered several starting points for compromise, and each has been dismissed almost immediately. Edgewood seems to be seeking the appearance of working with the neighbors without any actual accountability to those neighbors, and frankly, I find that offensive. Overturning the Plan Commission's decision now would send a message citywide that developers don't actually need to work with their neighborhoods in good faith and may as well bypass that step of the process. That is not a precedent this city should want to set. For that reason, I urge you to deny Edgewood's request and uphold the Plan Commission's decision. Edgewood's proposal was placed on file without prejudice, which means that there is nothing preventing them from approaching this negotiation the right way at any time. Edgewood knows what it needs to do to be a good neighbor. All it needs to do now is find the will to engage with its neighbors in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tanya Cunningham of Lake Mendota Drive, to be followed by Yael Jen.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And thanks for taking the time to hear all of us this evening. I am very strongly opposed to the Edgewood High School proposal for outdoor lighting at their field on the Monroe Street campus. Even though I do not live I'm not an immediate neighbor of Edgewood High School, I feel that what is ultimately decided in this case will have future significant impacts for other developments in the City of Madison. Following are my main 4 points. 1, the proposal does not meet the requirement for conditional use. Number 3, please recognize the validity of the Madison Ordinance that requires that Edgewood High School show that this change, if approved, would not infringe upon the ability of neighboring property owners to use and enjoy their property according to established patterns. It clearly will so infringe. 2, Edgewood High School asks to be treated the same as other schools. First of all, in the most fundamental possible ways, Edgewood High School is not and never will be the same as any of the Madison public schools. They are privately owned, privately funded, not held to the same legal standards as public schools in many ways, including the disposition of their property. East High and West High both function without lighted stadiums, and they will never have them because of the dense residential neighborhoods in which they're situated. Furthermore, Edgewood High School may, at some point in the not-too-distant future, elect to sell off their land when their enrollment falls to a point that the high school is no longer viable. If they sell off an athletic field with stadium lights to another private entity, it is a certainty that another endless battle over using and renting out the lighted field will ensue. Standards for development have changed and will continue to change as increasing numbers of people live in the same area and there is increased recognition of the negative impacts of noise and light pollution. 3, once done, it cannot be undone. And if you build it, they will come. Edgewood High School seems to indicate that in their proposal that there is some sort of trial period, yet there is no evidence of any mechanism by which after this vague trial, which is really just a rolling start, there can be some sort of fact-based evaluation of the impact of the project and a provision for scaling back, such as removing lights, if it is found to be as disruptive as is feared by the neighbors. Many supporters of this proposal point to the Badger football stadium as a comparison and how people, including many neighbors, enjoy game days. What they fail to mention is that the total number of Badger games per year number less than what Edgewood High School would have in a month, and that the night events number in the single digits. And many residents, even as far away as the other side of Lake Wingra, where I grew up, have complaints of the level of noise and light from those events. And of course, based on past history, there is zero reason to have faith that Edgewood High School would abide by any voluntary restrictions proposed or agreed to. And city administrators have already demonstrated their unwillingness to use enforcement as a means of obtaining compliance in this situation. And 4, the Edgewood High School proposal points out a number of other light installations around the city. Every single one of these installations predates current ordinances. On the one hand, Edgewood High School implores you to look forward, not backward, and yet they appeal to be held to old standards that are outdated and harmful. Their argument is utterly baseless, and it would be disastrous for our city if every applicant could ask for and be granted an exemption from current ordinances, if only they can cite grandfathered examples somewhere in the city. Simply because there are installations, structures, and developments that are legal because they are grandfathered does not mean that applicants should be granted an exemption to current regulations. Standards change in order to continually make our city a better, more livable place for all residents. It is incumbent upon the Common Council to uphold the city ordinance and the Plan Commission decision that currently exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Yale Jen of Woodrow Street, to be followed by John Nickel.
Hi, thanks to staff and everyone participating. My name is Yael Gen, and as you can see by my slide, I've lived 416 feet from the amplified scoreboard on Edgewood Field for 24 years. 6 months ago, I was recovering from cancer surgery. If this had happened in 2019, my 6 weeks of recovery would have been accompanied by incessant field noise, including starter pistols and sirens. I found myself grateful for the quiet brought on by the pandemic. How crazy is that? I know it's difficult to understand how loud and disruptive the noise can be. I was reminded on August 16th when my husband asked me to turn down the radio while he was on the phone. The radio was off. I discovered the noise was coming from a loudspeaker located approximately 650 feet away in the parking lot of the Edgewood campus. It was move-in. 2 buildings stand between the parking lot and my home, but you could hear every word and song lyric in my living room. This isn't something that's only happening outside. It's literally inside our homes. Next slide. Next slide, please. The Edgewood High School application does not meet the Conditional Use Standards 6A1, which we've heard about before. It's impossible to discuss the installation of the stadium lights without addressing noise. The noise levels proposed by Edgewood far exceed the 40 dB nighttime noise values recommended by WHO for sustainable urban settings. The installation of lights in such close proximity to homes and Lake Wingra watershed doesn't meet the approval standards. Research shows that introducing lights and accompanying loud noise can have significant impact on human health, as well as damaging ecosystems and diminishing the intrinsic value of the community. Standard 6A3, which says the user's value and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established, will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. Advanced slide. Next slide, please. This is personal. My family will lose the enjoyment and use of the screened-in porch in front of our house and the deck in the back. It's not possible to have a conversation when there's a game on the field. The noise influenced my decision to shut down my home business in January of 2019. It was impossible to conduct client calls and presentations not knowing when we'd be drowned out by game noise. 65 dB is as loud as a vacuum cleaner. Impulse noise is louder. Many of us know what it's like to conduct business at home now. If you look at Edgewood's own studies, I will experience noise exceeding the legal limit day and night. And this study didn't include starter's pistol or a siren in their sound measurements. Advanced slide. As you can see, the overwhelming majority of the community bordering the school opposes the stadium lights and amplified sound. Edgewood says to treat them like the public schools, and I say go ahead. History speaks for itself. First, the field was the compromise. In 2015, Edgewood promised it was just a practice field. Then they played over 70 games in violation of the Zoning Board Appeals decision in July 11th, 2019. Edgewood jettisoned the master plan agreement in October of 2019. Now, unlimited day games is the compromise. Next slide, please. Edgewood High School repeatedly says they deserve lights and disruptive noise, and I'm asking the Common Council why? What has Edgewood done to deserve to disrupt several neighborhoods and the ecosystem of Madison's quietest lake? More importantly, what have the adjacent neighborhoods done to deserve punishment? We pay our taxes, play by the rules. I asked the Common Council if the school has ever been reprimanded or fined for thumbing their noses at the zoning code the rest of us have to follow. With all due respect to the council and this process, Edgewood High School does not deserve our trust. The suggestion that they be permitted to install lights on a trial basis is absurd. You can't unring a bell. Any trial would have to involve a temporary light and sound system. Edgewood says let the kids play, and the kids can play all day long, and until the pandemic, they did. In fact, Edgewood held practices in violation of the public health order. Again, flaunting their power and influence in Madison, and they don't fear any retribution. Unlike public schools, Edgewood was the only Madison school playing football this fall. Because of COVID-19 guidelines in Dane County, they chose to travel elsewhere. On September 9th, Edgewood football coach Jesse Norris, who we heard earlier, told the Wisconsin State Journal, "It's just about letting our kids play the game. It doesn't matter where. We'll play in a cornfield if we have to." And I couldn't have said that better myself. To be clear, this is a matter of wants, not needs. Stadium lights will bring stadium problems. We already have one stadium on Monroe Street. We don't need another. The Common Council should uphold the Plan Commission decision and vote no on the lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Nickel of Commonwealth, to be followed by Barbara Erlenborn.
John, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thanks to the mayor and the council for this opportunity to speak. I will try to be brief. I am pleading with you to vote against stadium lights to the Edgewood Field for the following logical reasons that are supported by the Madison City Code that were not adequately addressed in the city staff review. The city's code states the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. Sound studies have shown that the residents near the stadium will be substantially impaired by the broadcasting of sporting events until 11 p.m. Imagine trying to have a conversation or put a child to bed with the constant blaring of the sports announcer, making sure you know that some team has just scored a goal, touchdown, or gained 4 yards on the play. Even as a lifelong sports person, I would find this type of invasion of my personal space unacceptable. The City Code 24.08 says that the policy of the city to prevent excessive noise which may jeopardize the public health, safety, and welfare, or which would cause harm to property values. Besides impacting the health and welfare of its neighbors, it is very clear that this type of stadium system noise will, well into the night, will significantly harm property values for the homes near the stadium. That includes the one that my wife and I own on West Lawn. There is no debate that adding lights to the Edgewood Stadium will change the fabric and nature of the surrounding quiet neighborhood. Because we care about the neighborhood and our neighbors, we have great sympathy for the 100+ families that live close to Edgewood. It does not take much empathy to understand the great stress the large noise late into the night from the stadium will cause these families. Many of the surrounding residents are smaller homes, perfect for families with smaller children. These children go to bed well before 10 or 11 p.m. Bottom line, sports does not trump families in their neighborhood. Edgewood talks about how they are trying to use sports to teach the whole person. I have done many sports my whole life. The key tenet of a good sportsmanship is to not injure someone else just to win the game. This is actually exactly what Edgewood is trying to do, win their game while hurting the families that live nearby. Thanks for your consideration of my perspective. Please act to maintain the Madison Code and sustain strong, quiet neighborhoods in Madison. It's what makes our city great. So please vote to reject Edgewood's self-interested move to put up stadium lights and undermine the neighborhood they occupy. Finally, I want to thank the mayor and the council members for your service to our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Barbara Erlenborn of West Lawn Ave, to be followed by Ann D. Clark.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, hello. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Madison Common Council, city staff. I appreciate all of your hard work. It's evident earlier tonight, and it continues during the evening. Your Planning Commission, Mayor, was absolutely correct. I'm an Edgewood a college graduate. I'm a parent of a 2016 Edgewood High School student, and I live at 2316 West Lawn, 1 block north of Monroe Street, 2 blocks from Edgewood campus. Again, your Planning Commission was absolutely correct. Please uphold its May 2020 decision and vote against granting a conditional use permit for lights at the Edgewood Goodman Athletic Complex, 2219 Monroe Street. I would have worked to support Edgewood in its in the playing of high school sports had they been reasonable. One of the previous testifiers said some games should be played. We should allow some games to be played. I have read the city's analysis report dated May 11, 2020, and applaud its thoroughness and detail. The report diligently tried to balance the needs of the growth of Edgewood with the needs of supporting the health, safety, general welfare, and livability of the neighborhood. In the city analysis, it clearly stipulates limiting the number of non-practice events, and that language was overly broad, which allowed for the use of additional lights. Let's just see, how did that go? Following language, which would allow for additional use of lights for specially scheduled activities, including but not limited to playoff games, games requiring overtime periods, weather delays, health and safety delays. Furthermore, Edgewood is on record as saying that it should play 30 games in 2021, nighttime games that would go, beyond, that would end around 10 o'clock at night, and 40 games in 2022. So when you talk about reasonableness, we're not talking about 8 high school football games. We're talking about many, many intrusions into the lives and the wherewithal, the happiness and serenity of people living around the Edgewood campus. So again, please vote no to appeal the Planning Commission's actions. They got it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ann D. Clark of Gregory Street, to be followed by Scott Statz.
We do have several Clarks in the list, but no Ann Clark. There is a Scott.
All right, so let's go to Scott Statz of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Sue Statz.
Scott, you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Scott Statz. My home is at 810 Woodrow Street, which is across the street from the 50-yard line at the Edgewood High School practice field. On May 11th, 2020, the Plan Commission unanimously tabled Edgewood's conditional use permit application. Today, Edgewood is appealing that decision to the Common Council. In effect, Edgewood is saying the Plan Commission doesn't know what it's doing, and the Common Council should correct them. I believe the Plan Commission should have denied the application, but I do respect the Commission's decision and particularly Alder Rummel's suggestion at that meeting. The suggestion was to collect data and quantify impact with real-time live input from the practice field in the next year. Again, Edgewood doesn't think the Plan Commission knows what it's doing and decided to ignore the suggestion. So here we are tonight. The Plan Commission could not approve the application because a required condition was not met. They gave Edgewood the opportunity to collaborate with the neighborhood on that condition, which reads, the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. But how do you quantify substantially impaired or diminished? Well, there's actually a state law that tells us how. Wisconsin Act 67. It states, the city's decision to approve or deny the permit must be supported by substantial evidence. It goes on to talk about facts and information that a reasonable person would accept in support of that conclusion. So what that means is that every person who registered an objection and every person who spoke in opposition can be considered a reasonable person. And all of that testimony can be used as legal quantification, attesting to the fact that the application should be denied based on the fact that values and enjoyment will be substantially impaired and diminished. So I ask you, please uphold the Plan Commission decision, support the neighborhood, and reject the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sue Statz of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Kristen Ruprecht.
Sue, you need to unmute yourself. Sue, you should have a prompt asking to be unmuted. Maybe we'll have to come back to Sue.
Okay. Our next registrant is Kristen Ruprecht of Greenway Trail, to be followed by Nate Ruprecht.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Kristen Ruprecht, and my husband and I have two sons, a junior at Edgewood and an 8th grader who will join him next year at Edgewood. I've been a parent representative for the boys soccer program for 3 years, and when our younger son graduates high school, I will have served the soccer program as a parent rep for 7 consecutive years. As a parent rep, the largest area of constant stress has been securing rights for players without the ability to drive themselves to practices and in-town games to Redden Soccer Complex due to the inability to use our own field. The cost to additionally transport our children is an unnecessary expense and increases the burden on our coaches' time and money to travel farther each instance. It is also frightening as a mother to suddenly trust a 16 or 17-year-old driver to safely deliver my child down Verona Road 3 to 4 times per week. During my son's freshman year, there were not enough upperclassmen or off new driver restrictions to cover all the younger players who needed rides. Thus, 5 parents per day were needed to provide transportation, leading to loss of work productivity in the community. The personal liability for every family providing transportation was enormous. This is a clear and obvious safety issue that can be avoided completely when our children are allowed to practice and play on our own home field. The message emanating from the neighborhood is that it doesn't care about the safety of our children. The amazing staff at Edgewood have enacted increased safety protocols to protect those who attend school and extracurricular events, which leads to a safer neighborhood area which surrounds the school. The parking lot is utilized by the neighborhood farmers market. Edgewood opens their track and field for use by neighborhood people with no ties to the school, increasing the opportunity for family time and physical activity. The grounds are spotless and landscaped to enhance natural beauty of the environment. All this increases property values for every household in this neighborhood. Our children frequent the eateries and contribute to business profits, and in return, the message is that they are not cared about. Their safety and well-being is not cared about. This is a terrible way to raise future community leaders. If you are like me, you voted for the recent referendum to add funding to upgrade the many schools in need in the Madison Metropolitan School District. I firmly believe, even though my children do not attend public school, that children and the staff who teach and support them deserve my support. I want all the children in Madison to know they are cared for with updated and have access to great facilities. Edgewood has a great and updated school building and a fantastic stadium. Our students, staff, and families deserve the same support given to the public school students, staff, and families, which is why your vote should be yes. Equal access and equal support. Thank you. And my son, Nate Ruprecht, is right next to me. Please, if you could refrain from unmuting me, he is ready to go.
Thank you. We'll hear next then from Nate Ruprecht, also of Greenway Trail, to be followed by Tom Kirschbaum.
Hi, my name is Nate Ruprecht, and I'm a junior at Edgewood High School and a player on the boys soccer team. In the past, instead of walking 30 seconds after school down to the field, my team and I have to waste our time driving to Verona to practice and to play home games. The reason why I want to have lights on our field is so that I can play home games on my own field for my senior year. Also, having home games in Verona doesn't allow many students to come watch the games. It is usually just the parents who come and watch, which is a bit underwhelming. I would love it if our games could be at Edgewood so that students could come watch. I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of high school memories and experiences because of us not being allowed to play on our own field. What I truly want is to be able to experience playing and watching home games on the Edgewood field. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Tom Kirschbaum of Winona Way, and then we're going to circle back and see if we can get a few people we skipped over.
Tom, you're unmuted. Tom, are you there? You are unmuted on our end, Tom.
All right, let's come back to Tom and try for Andy Clark, who I think might be in the queue as Alan Clark.
Yes, I'm excited.
Go ahead, Ann.
But that was a problem. I'm on my husband's computer. I, too, would like to ask the City Council to uphold the Plan Commission's decision to deny the lighting permit. Edgewood High School tells us that they plan up to 70 night games. If you add that to the 77-day games established from the 2019 season, that is 147 games a season. Many hours of play, but each game, of course, between 2 or 3 hours, potentially spread over 16 hours of any given day. Numerous team practices and gym classes add more noise hours. This is industrial sports, not the traditional 5 or 6 evening home football games. It's like putting a 2-shift factory in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Excuse me, with no time limits on events, residents can count only on peace from midnight to 7 a.m. when the practices start. I live at 2525 Gregory Street, about 4 blocks from the stadium, and only a block inside the circle of roughly 500 households in the 2,000 feet from the stadium that No new stadium's professional sound study identified as close enough to experience stadium noise above the maximum allowed by the city's sound ordinance. I was painting our fence in the spring of 2019. While a track meet was held on the stadium site. I knew it was a track meet because I could make out most of the announcer's words, and he had a lot to say over several hours and loudly enough to compete with any conversation. I think this drowning out of social interactions is going to be typical during stadium events for a large portion of our neighborhood, maybe 1,500 people living in those 500 homes. Recent research shows that interactions with peripheral acquaintances is surprisingly crucial to our happiness. And the more interactions, the happier we are. Neighbors are a prominent group on any list. Much of a neighborhood socializing is done outside, over the fence, on the sidewalk. And in evenings, the informal socializing moves to patio or porch. This socializing is foundational for neighborhood friendships, neighborhood cohesion, and ultimately to organizing to solve its problems. Opportunities will be far fewer with all these game hours, especially if the evening events are added. In the closest homes, if you've heard from other people, there will be intolerable penetration of a wall of sound and bright light into homes, even with the windows closed. Without outside venues, the neighbors would barely know each other. And hosting home social events would be impossible. With people socially isolated, these properties will likely turn over often, with a loss in the neighborhood's social capital and the loss of property taxes to the city. Adding evening games will potentially more than double the already heavy impact of daytime games on the quality of life of many surrounding neighbors. I also want to speak about the impact of the home stadium on Edgewood High School. In shocking contrast to the great impact of the stadium on the neighbors, a home stadium with evening games would have almost no functional impact on Edgewood High School teams and fans. Now, nearly all travel by car from their widely scattered homes to evening games. So an alternate location would cost them only a few minutes of driving. And Edgewood High School has plenty of alternatives. They could play at nearby suburban schools as they used to at Middleton. They could build their own country stadium or explore sharing a future rural sports complex with Edgewood College. All of these options where no one would be living right across the street. Unfortunately, our neighborhood has no alternatives. I also speculate that Edgewood may be tempted to use the stadium as an income source. It is a struggling school that has lost about half its enrollment. It's now under 500 students. The 26-day games in 2019 at the stadium that didn't involve Edgewood High School in any way as sponsor, as participants, point in that direction, as does the sheer volume of games or events planned for such a small school. The Edgewood board chair has a website listing his sports hospitality business, so they have the contacts for a rental business. I would also like to point out that 4 years of meetings and innumerable...
And that's time.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next registrant, actually, let's try for Sue Stats again. Sue, you may need to unmute yourself. There you go.
I live at 810 Woodrow Street and consider myself a proud Edgewood parent. In 1990, I moved into my house along with my young son and enrolled him into Edgewood Grade School, where he attended third grade through high school. Instead of sports, he preferred to spend his time skateboarding, playing board games at UW, and experimenting with techno music. My son eventually went on to obtain his MBA from UW-Madison, has residency in the Netherlands, and is running his own international company. I thank Edgewood for giving him the education and confidence to help him get where he is today. The ridiculous claim that Edgewood is being discriminated against is completely unfounded. My husband's family and I are all Catholic. We have supported Edgewood throughout the years, starting when my husband's father and his brothers were students. The issue here has to do with what is right for the neighborhood and how allowing Edgewood to move forward will change the quality of life in this neighborhood forever. The photo on the left is what the practice field was like when we moved into our house. The photo on the right is the current field, which you can clearly see now dominates the entire area. In the next photo, which was taken from my kitchen, you can see the higher elevation of the field. When games are played, this new height puts us in direct shot of any noise coming off the field. There is no escaping it. To all Edgewood supporters out there, please remember that we are subjected to every game played on that field, not just the one you are attending. Our homes are filled with the sounds of screaming fans, coaches yelling, whistles blowing, and music. We cannot go back to our quiet homes like you. Everyone knows that Edgewood's sports teams do not suffer. They have always had a facility available to play their competitive sports, just like West and East High School. They can easily continue to do so. Their new proposal does not guarantee that light will not spill into our homes or that they will be able to reduce the sound level so that we can have our windows open during the summer. My home was already established before Edgewood High School upgraded their field and decided to turn it into a competitive sports field. The noise level definitely impairs and diminishes the enjoyment on my property, as well as my neighbors' properties. Having lights would just extend the games throughout the evening, as well as flood our properties with light and noise. Together, I would call that substantially impaired. Edgewood will no doubt continue to claim discrimination. The Goodman brothers would be appalled to see how their donation has turned into senseless appeals and lawsuits. The only people being discriminated against are the neighbors, who are trying to protect the neighborhood, their properties, and future generations. Please do what is right and vote no to their request for lights and help us ensure that the field be used only for their practices and PE classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try Tom Kirschbaum again.
You are unmuted. Tom, I don't know if you have a mute button on your microphone, but you are open on our end. Still can't hear you, Tom.
Try now, Tom. It looks like you're unmuted on our end. Right, maybe you can try and contact them, and let's move on to Joshua Gettle of West Lawn, to be followed by Richard Friday.
All right, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Josh Gettle, and I'm speaking in opposition of Edgewood's appeal for athletic field lighting. Having an outdoor athletic field used for competitions adjacent and within 300 feet of over 20 residential properties is incompatible to the health and welfare of not only the residents immediately across the athletic field on Monroe and Woodrow Streets, but also for the larger surrounding neighborhood. I live about two blocks away from the field. I could hear the illegally hosted events prior to the pandemic from inside my house, while the field was still governed by the Edgewood Master Plan and recognized as a practice field. I'm very concerned about crowd noise. It's easy to lose sight of the human impact of a crowd cheering for their team or making noise to limit their opponent's ability to communicate. It could be a vicious cycle of cheers of joy supporting your team or being the 12th man in opposition, trying to prevent the opposing team's ability to communicate. Edgewood has not negotiated in good faith with its neighbors, the Dungeon Monroe Neighborhood Association, or the city. Edgewood abandoned its master plan, it abandoned discussions with the Neighborhood Association, and it filed a frivolous lawsuit to bully its way to get what it wanted against the city and advance its desires to host games. I do not listen to what people say. I watch what they do. I'm watching. I'm interested to see what the city values more, the desires of a private institution with transient stakeholders and the legal team, or the actual neighborhood residents that have voiced their concerns about their health and welfare time and time again as a community. My position is quite simple. The noise that will be produced from an athletic field that was foolishly placed across the street from not one, but two densely populated residential streets is incompatible with the health and welfare of the surrounding residential neighborhood and the peaceful enjoyment of personal property. Having a source of noise adjacent to residential property that is not regulated is irresponsible. To have that noise generation extend to more hours in the day facilitated by lights is reckless. Ask yourselves, will the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established without lights on Edgewood's athletic field that is adjacent to two densely populated residential streets be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner with the additional lights? Using a reasonable person's standard to answer this question, the answer should be simple to come to. Yes, it will. Please vote to reject Edgewood's appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny the conditional use permit application submitted by Edgewood High School for athletic field lighting. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Richard Friday of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Robert Meyer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, and thank you very much. And I'll make this short because I know it's late and I know you guys are tired of this. I'll make 2 points. I sent you a long letter several times as these meetings were canceled. I can't believe we're having this hearing in the terms of pandemic, massive election fraud claim and insurrection and whatever, but nevertheless, here we are. 2 points. Number one, please sustain the Plan Commission's ruling. Support the Dutch Monroe Neighborhood Association, the local neighbors, and the alder. My 2 points. Number one, this is non-conforming. I live at 1050 Woodrow Street, about 800 feet south of the scoreboard of the athletic field. The UW, Camp Randall, we're about 10, 11 blocks from there, maybe 3/4 of a mile, half mile, walk there in 10 minutes. When they play games, we hear the loudspeakers, we hear the band, we hear the roar of the crowd. Quite frankly, it's part of Madison and it's wonderful. We enjoy it. Those are 8, maybe 9 games a year, of which 2 are in the evening. The remainder are afternoon. It does affect us. We enjoy it. Edgewood's talking about 40 games, 40, 800 feet from our house. This will significantly impact the value, the pleasure, the quiet, our living. It's not right. So please reject it. Second point, I own my house at 1050 Woodrow and the 2 adjacent houses at 938 and 1054. Our current tax bill for this year is over $65,000. That is more than Edgewood High School, Edgewood Grade School, Edgewood College, and the rental properties they own along Woodrow Street and Monroe Street, which have been taken off the tax rolls. It's a significant financial burden. If this goes through, it will diminish property values for adjacent properties directly proportional to the distance from the field. I will personally form a consortium of neighbors of all properties owners within a distance of the field to request and demand the city reduce our assessments, our taxes, and go forward. A last quick thing is Edgewood claims longevity. The property next to me 938 Woodrow was built in the 1880s. It was platted in 1833. So we have been here a lot longer than Edgewood, and we claim eminent domain. So therefore, please support DMNA, support the local neighbors, support the Alder, Tag Evers, and sustain the Plan Commission. Thank you very much. If anybody has questions for me, please call me. I'm available at any time. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Robert Meyer of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Jane Clark.
There's no one in the list by that name.
Right. So Jane Clark of Highlands Ave, to be followed by Ellen Taylor Powell.
Jane was just here. Looks like it's no longer here. Ellen is here, though.
Okay, so Ellen Taylor Powell of Terry Place, to be followed by Patricia Friday.
Yeah, hi. I think you can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Thanks for hearing all of us this evening. It's unfortunate that we have to be here again, but here we are. I did speak at the Plan Commission meeting, and my husband and I live on Terry Place, which is just 1 block from the proposed field and within hearing distance of all that takes place there. We've heard a lot about the comparisons with the other high schools this evening. I'll shorten my remarks, hopefully not to be redundant, but I would like to speak on behalf of a parent whose daughter played 4 years of varsity soccer at West High. As we've understood, West High and Madison East do not have home fields. They do not have home stadiums. For my daughter, who played there for 4 years varsity soccer, their home field was Mansfield Memorial, and their practice field was at Hamilton Middle School. They were state champions. They had great morale and academic performance. They carpooled and they helped each other out. They did not have a home stadium with lights. They did not even have a playing or practice field at or near West High. Yet that did not affect their safety, their education, their high school experience, or their ability to get soccer scholarships to prominent, including D1 schools. They did not need to play home games on a home field. They excelled and had a terrific high school experience, regardless. So I just feel quite passionately that a home field doesn't make an academic or a sports career. Secondly, I think we've heard that the other 2 stadiums, public school stadiums, Memorial and La Follette, were already in existence before the stadiums were built there. Here we have homes within 100 feet of the field, as we've seen in the photos. I just sometimes wonder what the residents around West High would think or do if they were confronted with an Edgewood-type stadium proposal. I think it's fair to say that Edgewood High School is not being treated unfairly or unequally if we consider the other equal type schools in the vicinities. Finally, there is no doubt that the Edgewood proposal will significantly change the surrounding area. This is our neighborhood. We take great pride in it. Change is to be expected, but a stadium with lights, crowd noise, and increased traffic does not belong here. Please uphold the Plan Commission decision and vote no to this appeal. Thank you for your service to the city and for listening to all of us tonight.
Thank you. It looks like we do have Jane Clark in the list, so let's try again.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry I had gotten kicked off. So I'm back on. I'd like to give my statement, and then my son, Charles Clark, had also registered but had to go to bed because it's so late on a school night. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll give my statement and then follow with his. So here's my statement. This issue has been mischaracterized from the start. This is merely an application for lights, not for a stadium, not for a sound system, just lights. This use is consistent with the longtime use of the field by Edgewood. I have seen these lights elsewhere in action. Edgewood's lights will not spread beyond the property. Now I'd like to share with you the statement my son had prepared. He is a senior at Edgewood. He's on the football, basketball, and track teams. He was asking for the council's support of the school's application for lights on the athletic field. In his experience as an athlete, sports are one of the few places where people of all walks of life can put aside any differences, come together, be a team, and have positive, life-altering experiences. Those common experiences and memories bond people together forever, especially now when people are so divided and are feeling crushed by this pandemic. We need hope and positive experiences to pull us together. And he would have ended with this. All I ask is for you to provide Edgewood the same field experience as the other high schools against which we compete. Allow us to have lights so we can have home games and competitions on our field. Thank you, and I ask your support of Edgewood's petition for lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Patricia Friday of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Bill Rotund.
Hello, my name is Patricia Friday, and I've lived at Woodrow Street since 1978. And I'm writing to ask you to oppose Edgewood's appeal of the Plan Commission's decision. Quite basically, I am outraged by this appeal and its timing. There are more important matters going on in our society today than Edgewood wanting lights. We're in the middle of a pandemic with many in our community sick and dying. We have a significant recession with many people out of work, businesses closing, and residents needing food and housing. The homeless population is increasing, and there's systemic racism in our community. Yet Edgewood's priority is to force stadium lights on a residential neighborhood. How entitled? Why, I ask, isn't Edgewood using their substantial influence, their time, and their significant financial resources to help the homeless, feed the hungry, and work against racial injustice in our city? The answer is that Edgewood feels entitled to get what they want, when they want it, and they want lights. They want to install 80-foot lights to play games. I wonder what the city would say if I asked if I could put 80-foot light poles in my neighborhood, how they would enjoy that. Over 75% of Edgewood's families live outside the Dudgeon, Monroe, and Vilas neighborhoods. Therefore, these families will not suffer the consequences of lights and sound pollution at their homes or increased traffic on their streets. I wonder how they would feel if 80-foot tall lights were erected near their homes. To close, I would just like to comment about the peace and quiet of Lake Wingra. This lake has offered residents of the city and beyond quiet solace during both peaceful and turbulent times. From pre-dawn to well after dark, fishermen, kayakers, swimmers, paddlers, sailors, and ice skaters have found respite on Lake Wingra. That will disappear with 80-foot lights and amplified sound. The city and community will lose a pristine jewel that is now Lake Wingra. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bill Ratunde of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Owen Rest.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for putting in another late night. I served on the committee which in the 1990s, 1996, negotiated the first master plan. And this issue arose then. It did not meet standards then. Nothing has materially changed that would in any way affect that decision. It is still the same dynamic, and the Planning Commission got it right. And my neighbors and friends have eloquently, I think, stated most of our concerns. We are not anti-Edgewood. I am an Edgewood graduate. In fact, all my siblings are Edgewood graduates. My mother is an Edgewood graduate. But this proposal will never meet standards as they are written. And I strongly encourage you to uphold the Plan Commission's decision. Thank you, and I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Owen Rist of Nakoma Road, to be followed by Rebecca Thompson.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Owen Rist. I'm 12 years old and in 6th grade. I love to play football, and so does my younger brother, who's in 4th grade. My brother also loves to play soccer. Playing sports makes me happy, and I think it's good for me. It helps me get exercise, helps me focus, it helps me manage my time. I also love it as a way to make new friends and work hard with my friends as a team. Because of the pandemic, we have not been able to play football and soccer for almost a year. This has been pretty hard. My brother and I cannot wait for an opportunity to get back on the field again. In a couple of years, I plan to go to Edgewood High School. It makes me sad to hear people from Madison and from my own neighborhood speak out so strongly against kids like me having an opportunity to play games in the neighborhood. There are so many scary things to worry about in the world right now, and I think people should show excitement at the idea of getting us kids back on the field. I live on Nakoma Road, a little bit less than a mile up from Edgewood. In fact, I live directly across the street from Thoreau School. When my family decided to move to Nakoma Road, we knew it was a busy street with lots of traffic, lots of noise, and lots of commotion, just like Monroe Street. Having a school across the street, there are very busy drop-off and pickup times, school buses, and noisy recess breaks. While the school may not always be the most convenient to us, I understand that the school is important for our community and for all the kids that go to Thoreau. I really love attending high school sporting events. Before COVID, my family and sometimes even my teams went to watch the high school kids play their games. If you haven't gone, it's really fun and you should go. There's excitement in the air, and my favorite part is that I'm motivated to practice with the thought that this could be me someday. I think that all the kids in the neighborhoods around Edgewood would actually really enjoy attending games if the lights get approved. I personally really like playing under the lights, and I think it's a great experience, and these high school kids should be able to experience it on their home field. I would ask the City Council to approve a conditional use permit for Edgewood students and for all the kids like me that hope to play on that field in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rebecca Thompson of New Glarus, to be followed by Nathan Wadier.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. I appreciate the opportunity. And Owen, we would love to watch you on the field someday. So I've listened carefully to the concerns of the residents and also very well understand the need of Edgewood High School. And I ask today that everyone please consider your decision in the lens of health and the many health opportunities that come through adding lights to the Edgewood campus. First of all, there is really an opportunity to grow greater social connectedness within the community. Social connectedness is a very important impact on health. Next, there's really an opportunity for neighbors to utilize the field as well for other evening opportunities that you might want to host. And next, and last, most importantly, there are many opportunities to impact the health of our youth in many ways through increased physical activity, improved opportunities for mental health, as well as enhancing greater safety and reducing unneeded travel that's currently going on. Many of our students right now travel great distances to attend Edgewood and really need a home to be able to do their activities and remain on the campus. With the COVID pandemic, I know many people have brought that up tonight as a problem, and why are we even talking about this now? I would actually highlight that there is a very intricate connection between health and the economy, and that providing opportunities to keep our youth healthy and active is very important, especially now. And we really have an opportunity through this to continue to improve not only our community, but opportunities for our youth and for our future. So thank you for considering this request. I know it's complex, and I ask that you again, please focus your decision on health. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nathan Wadier of East Mifflin, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Margaret Watson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Next slide, please. My name is Nathan Wadier, and I've been assisting Edgewood for 2 years as we try to understand the city process required to install outdoor lighting. Prior to Edgewood's request, the process to install outdoor lighting logically consisted of an application under the city's outdoor lighting ordinance. That is still the process for anyone that is not a high school or a college. However, tonight is an appeal of an entirely new process specifically put in place by Alder Evers in response to Edgewood's attempt to follow the irregular light installation process. Next slide. So tonight, you will be reviewing an appeal of the city's first ever conditional use permit application to install outdoor lighting. As part of our presentation, we will try and correct the massive amounts of disinformation that has been conveyed to you tonight. In that regard, installing lights at Edgewood will not change any of the educational or athletic uses allowed and currently existing on Edgewood's field. Lights will simply allow Edgewood soccer games to be played in early fall evenings, just like they are currently played in late spring and summer evenings. Lights will also allow Edgewood to host fall evening football games, just like they can host afternoon games. That is the Edgewood request before you tonight. It is not a request for a stadium. It is a request for 4 light poles. No other improvements are being requested. A denial tonight is a denial of all practical use of Edgewood's field during non-daylight hours. At the Plan Commission last May, commissioners also had the task placed upon them of looking at a light application for the first time. And while we believe their decision was flawed, they did encourage Edgewood to do 2 specific things before this appeal. The first was to have additional meetings with opponents in hopes of reaching a compromise. And the second was to propose a hard limit on the number of games to be held under the lights. Edgewood has taken the past 8 months to work on these 2 directives and is now asking each of you to thoroughly review its application for lights. We believe adding lights, just like upgrading the turf on this field in 2015, will only enhance the value of nearby properties, just like lights do at all the other fields in Madison. For your consideration tonight, we would like to highlight the following. Edgewood has taken part in a multi-year public process and initiated community engagement to understand concerns of individual opponents. It commissioned and reviewed an environmental study to analyze potential impacts to adjacent properties and watersheds. It commissioned professional third-party sound studies to analyze sound concerns. It reviewed the numerous comparative examples of other fields throughout Madison functioning harmoniously with adjacent residences. It then reviewed the existing conditions surrounding its own field, including both public rights-of-way and Edgewood's own landscaping, and how these features aid and could further aid in sound mitigation efforts. Finally, before submitting its light application, Edgewood reviewed professional photometrics to confirm that the proposed lights would comply with the city's dark sky ordinance. The city's planning division has reviewed all of these materials, and based on their review, the professional staff of our city believes that the standards for approving these lights can be met subject to their recommended conditions. To address opponents' concerns, Edgewood has agreed to all of these staff recommended conditions, and tonight, as requested by Plan Commission, Edgewood is also proposing a hard limit on the number of games to be held under the lights. The speakers that follow me will walk you through Edgewood's application. It is your job tonight to look at what we are presenting and what opponents to these lights are presenting and separate factual information from speculation. And when you do vote, we hope that you will agree with the Planning Division staff and recommend approval. I yield my remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Margaret Watson of West Gorham, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Christopher Zwetler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Slide number 4, please, Heather. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Margaret Watson, and I have worked in Madison for 30 years and lived in Madison for 18 of those years. I am here tonight to talk to you about the process that Edgewood High School has followed to make improvements for their athletic field. Tonight, the only decision being asked of you is to approve their light application because it meets the standards set forth. Nothing else. Just a light application. Edgewood has followed the process. Back in September 2018, Edgewood was instructed by the city to amend their master plan to allow for additional seating, concessions, restrooms, and lighting. Edgewood met with the community members and neighbors. In October 2018, Edgewood was informed that it could no longer play games on their field, even though they had played for decades. It was only after an application for improvements was submitted that this was brought up. Next slide, please. More meetings occurred. Edgewood obtained professional, formal lighting, sound, and environmental studies that resulted in little impact to the surrounding areas. In February 2019, Edgewood decided to only pursue the 4 state-of-the-art light poles and not the other improvements. After discussions, they withdrew their application to amend the master plan and instead submitted the exact same light permit as Memorial High School and UW-Madison in 2018. Memorial and UW received administrative approval in 2018 for the exact same light request. The city sent a letter to the school stating that a light permit would be granted if it met the ordinance, and the city website indicated that the permit was approved. However, in March 2019, the city put the light application on hold due to a new zoning interpretation. Meanwhile, Edgewood hired a facilitator to try to talk through it with the immediate neighbors and possibly reach a compromise. There were several more meetings. April 2019, the city sent a letter to Edgewood inviting them to repeal the master plan. Then zoning would revert back to campus institutional zoning, and this would place them on equal footing with other high schools in Madison. The mayor introduced the ordinance to repeal the master plan. Next slide, please. September 2019, the decision on the repeal of the master plan was delayed so that Alder Evers could institute new restrictions on campus institutional zoning that directly affect only Edgewood High School and other high schools and colleges zoned campus institutional zoning. Now there is a new piece to the process, but Edgewood continues to follow the process and attempt to work with the most immediate neighbors. October 2019, the City Council approves Edgewood's appeal for their master plan, confirming all existing uses on the field allowed by right, day and night. Next slide, please. January 2020, rather than simply submitting a lighting permit as all other schools, businesses, ice rinks, and parks have done in the past, now Edgewood must go through a new conditional use process to obtain approval for 4 light poles. Edgewood continues to follow the process and submits to the Plan Commission. Edgewood continues to meet with the neighbors and community members. May 2020, Edgewood's conditional use permit for lights is denied by the Plan Commission. The city staff stated the application met the standards. However, Alder Rummels asked Edgewood to try one more time to work it out with the neighbors. So Edgewood delayed for 5 more months and met with VNA, DMNA, and the Alders 6 more times. I was a part of those meetings. They were respectful and productive and came down to about one issue. But in the end, it was very clear that no compromise was to be made. Too many people with too many differing opinions. So we need to rely on the zoning code. Some in DMNA and the Alders seem to have no interest in compromise. VNA was honest, straightforward, and asked good questions. Edgewood genuinely offered to reduce total number of games to reduce impact and offered a phased-in approach to show that this will be okay. Evening games happen in neighborhoods in the city of Madison, the county, the state, and the country, and it is okay. Council members, Edgewood has followed the process for 3 years, even when the process was changed in the middle. The standards have been met. In a city that rightfully puts so much emphasis on equity and fairness, I would ask that you please apply the zoning laws fairly and equitably tonight and approve this light application for all of the students that will use this field, just like all the other fields, ice rinks, and parks in Madison. Edgewood will be a good neighbor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for listening, and thank you so much for your service on the council.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Christopher Zwetler of Monroe Street, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Brian Munson.
Christopher, I had to promote you. Looks like you're unmuted.
Yep, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Chris Zwetler, and I'm the athletic director at Edgewood High School. I've held that position for 32 years. I am the one responsible for finding and providing facilities for our athletic teams at Edgewood High School. So I'm pretty much in the know about what's going on with fields and where we can play and what's going on with schools around us in the City of Madison and our Badger Conference cohorts. I'm going to talk about a series of slides first, and then I have a few statements to make. So if you can please jump to the next slide. As Tim's Parks did such a good job, here's the current use of our field. Here's what the zoning allows. I should not have to repeat that again because you have that in your packet. So next slide, please. Here's a picture of the athletic field in 1939. We have documentation according to a 1927 yearbook that we started playing games on the field there on Monroe Street as early as 1927. This is not a new venture. This is not something brand new that's been going on to the neighbors for many, many years. Next slide, please. This is a picture of our beautiful new field today on a bright sunny day. And the purpose of this picture is to show you this is Immaculate Heart of Mary touch football team that Edgewood has been very open. And we do host and we invite many groups from the Madison area to use our beautiful field, which we think is a honorable thing to do. And we open our field during the day, during the weekends, for neighbors to walk, run. Multiple times we get calls for our neighbors and others and family members to come over and use our field, use our track whenever they want to. And we have graciously opened the field to many. Next slide, please. The teams that are included on our field that have been using it include football, lacrosse, pictured here, soccer, our FIAD classes, our track, ultimate Frisbee teams. All these teams have been crunched by how much they can use it because of the lack of ability to use it after dark. And that has really hindered their opportunity to get more possessions and more opportunities to play their game that they love to play. Next slide, please. This is a picture of our average crowd for most of our events, whether it be a JV or freshman football game, a soccer game, things like that. We average about 150 at most for our soccer games and about 350 for our football games. And so this is a typical size of what a crowd would look like in the stands. You can see that our stands there are about a third, maybe half full. Next slide, please. Just a picture of our track team running on the track surface. Next slide, please. Our kids really love to play out there. Our kids love to walk out the doors, as many had said before, and go out on our field and be able to enjoy the games they love to play and be with their friends. Next slide, please. This picture is on there to show you in the background the bleachers on one of our busier competitions. You know, there's probably about 350 fans in the stands there and this was a sectional final, girls soccer final 2 years back, I believe. And so again, there you can see that's about the size of the crowd, and that is one of our bigger crowds. Some reasons that I'd like to state why lights are important for Edgewood High School. As was stated before, it's part of the high school experience to play under the lights right outside the doors of your own school. Second point, by moving our contests all over the city, it's been an added expense because of buses to our opponents and a huge headache for their fans and our parents. We have already, in my 32 years there, we have spent close to $1 million in using other people's fields and being able to rent fields and being able to be part of two other fields. Middleton High School is what's mentioned, and the complex, the Redden complex out in Verona. The next point, we're at the mercy of others, which makes it difficult to reserve a place, and even worse, when needing to reschedule. We're spending thousands of dollars.
That's time.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. And who is the next speaker?
Brian Munson.
Brian, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. Brian Munson with Vanderwall Associates. I've been working with Edgewood High School through the entitlement process for the past 3 years, and I'm here tonight to discuss the lighting components addressed in the conditional use application. This application requests approval for the placement of 4 light poles with fixture arrays to support the existing permitted use of the field during non-daylight hours, primarily in the fall season. These poles have been submitted with an option of 2 different heights and feature the same lighting technology administratively approved for Memorial High School and recently installed by the city at Burr Jones Park. The same Burr Jones Park lights were hailed by the city as, quote, state-of-the-art, and which was done to maximize the use of the facility. Now, typically, lighting applications are reviewed and approved administratively through the standards contained in Chapter 10 of the city's ordinances. However, this application is required due to Alder Ever's zoning code change to the campus institutional district, which results in conditional use approvals needed for high schools or college lighting applications going forward. Light poles outside of this district continue to be reviewed and approved administratively throughout the city. Despite the extra step of the CUP process, lighting is still measured against the objective standards of the lighting ordinance. And as you heard tonight and confirmed by city staff again, this application is fully compliant with the standards of the lighting ordinance. The practical meaning of this is that there's not any gray area about lighting impact, in that by meeting the standards of the ordinance, the application is held the same standard as any other light in the city. And again, city staff have confirmed that the standards are met in this application. Next slide, please. Edgewood has worked diligently to design a lighting system that meets the standards. This LED system is designed to reduce glare and eliminate light spill beyond the property by utilizing directed light technology that was only recently available, as evident in this example from Musco Lighting, the lighting supplier. These lights are so focused that we've actually heard from other schools that have had to add additional lights to their facilities after the fact because the stadium lights no longer cast light out into the adjoining parking lots. Next slide, please. My final slide illustrates exactly how these lights perform. These are the submitted photometrics for light spread on the site. And as confirmed by staff, the light levels of the property line meet the performance standards required by the ordinance. I would also note that this lighting graphic does not illustrate the impact of existing vegetation, which would offer further screening of the lights. Now, there's been a video circulating of a 2,500 seat facility that's not representative of the technology proposed, nor the scale of Edgewood's field. In summary, the city has standards to review all lighting application, and as confirmed by city staff, this lighting proposal meets the requirements of that ordinance. Implementing these lights will allow already approved games to be held in the fall at the same time of day that they are currently allowed to be held during the late spring and summer seasons. There will not be additional games created, simply moved the time of day that will allow them to be played. I ask you to approve this conditional use request tonight, and thank you for consideration of this application. I'm available to answer questions and yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Krantz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I live in the Vilas neighborhood. My name's Steve Krantz, and I've lived in the neighborhood for about 4 years. We moved to the Vilas area because of the vitality and the energy of the Monroe Street district. Things I enjoy about the neighborhood are the access to the great shops and restaurants, the hustle and energy of the people and traffic on Monroe Street, and attending the farmers market on Sundays at Edgewood High School, where we see many of our neighbors. Next slide, please. As a former board member of the school, I've been involved in many meetings with the neighborhoods. In the summer of 2019, we had 7-day working sessions with representatives from DMNA and Vilas neighborhoods. This included the presidents of the neighborhoods, liaison committee members, and a few other individuals. These sessions were led by a paid moderator to help guide the group. Edgewood High School paid 100% of these fees with the hopes of finding a compromise with the neighbors. The result of the meetings was good open discussions and understanding about some of the concerns. These included usage, light, spillover, noise, traffic, and parking. Unfortunately, these meetings were discontinued when Edgewood was appealing the ruling of no games being allowed via the master plan, and they were never able to be reinitiated. Next slide, please. In this past summer and fall, we also met with a similar group of DMNA and violence individuals. It was 6 meetings that started, I believe, in June and went through the fall. Purpose was to determine if there's any chance of agreement. The end result was there was a few main issues that remained. These were predominantly usage and noise. We were not able to come to an agreement to the number of games that would be allowed. I think it's fair to say that while there's many individuals who are might be against the lights, there are many individuals who are neutral and supportive of the lights as well in the neighborhoods. Violet's neighborhood chose to have no position on this topic, which I think is a telling statement. And I'd like to finish by saying that while Edgewood has asked for the neighbors numerous times for a starting point for number of games, we've never received any sort of number from the neighbors. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to compromise when you have no starting point for numbers. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. Look forward to the Common Council, approving this appeal, and look forward to, working with the neighbors and continuing to improve our relations throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to President Carter for stepping in when my computer decided to restart yet again during a council meeting. Our next registrant is Rick Talaski of Oak Park, Illinois, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by James Imhoff.
Rick, you may have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. There you go. Rick, you are unmuted on our end.
Rick, you may have an issue with your own mic or having the correct mic chosen in Zoom, but you are unmuted on our end. We'll give you a moment to figure out and go to James Imhoff of Deming Way, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Michael Elliott.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Could I have you forward to slide 25, please? One more, I think. 25. There we go. Thank you. Edgewood is seeking to put up 4 light poles on their existing athletic field. Light poles containing new LED lights that will not create spillover onto neighboring properties. They are not seeking to build a stadium, and they are not seeking to add a new sound system. I'd like to ask the council, and specifically the alders, to think about their districts. Think about the numerous examples of recreational and athletic facilities, both larger and smaller than Edgewood, all around Madison that have lights. And yes, they are even found at facilities in and around residential neighborhoods. Some of those examples are Warner Park. Next slide. Warner Park's nearest light pole is 176 feet to the nearest home. Next slide. Olbrook Park. Next slide, please. Olbrook's nearest light pole is 182 feet to the nearest home. Next slide. Tenney Park. Next slide. Tenney Park's nearest light pole is 285 feet to the nearest home. Next slide. Westmoreland Park. Next slide. Westmoreland's nearest light pole is just 81 feet to the nearest home. Next slide. Mansfield Stadium's nearest light pole is 122 feet to the nearest home. Next slide. In a Wisconsin State Journal article from November of 2019, Alder Abbas stated about lighting installed at Burr Jones Park that, quote, with the density, we want to make sure that we can accommodate as many teams, as many leagues, and as many people as possible. And, quote, giving them the opportunity to play in the evening and night checks that box. As you know, and acknowledged by Alder Abbas's quote, Burr Jones Park is in a densely populated area on the very near east side of Madison and on the shoreline of the Yahara River. As a professional event promoter, Alder Evers was instrumental in bringing new lighting and even rock concerts to Breeze Stevens Field. Next slide. Again, this facility is located in a densely populated neighborhood on a main traffic artery connecting downtown, much like Monroe Street. Next slide. As you can see in the slide, residential homes are even closer to that stadium than Edgewood's athletic field is to any home. Next slide. I should point out that this picture shows the current field position in which Edgewood slightly shifted years ago at the neighbor's request to make way for the road leading back to the college to reduce traffic on Woodrow. The narrative that Edgewood is looking to add a new stadium similar to Breeze Stevens or Camp Randall is blatantly false. It's being used as a distraction and it's blatant fear-mongering. Edgewood's request, and their only request before the council, is to add 4 light poles to the field that has been there for over 90 years. No other requests for improvements or enhancements for an updated sound system or otherwise are before you tonight. In addition to the above referenced lighting examples supported by the city, you can also find lighting at Goodman Park, Reynolds Park, Lucier Stadium, and if I wasn't limited to 5 minutes, this list could go on and on and on. Some of these fields host athletic leagues, some are rented to Madison Metropolitan School District for high school sports, and some, like our city's ice rinks, allow community activities with little to no restriction on the use of lights or sound. Edgewood already has the rights to play games and to the reasonable noises associated with those games. This is about 4 light poles on an existing field. It has been proven that the proposed lights themselves do not cause spillover onto neighboring properties, so there should be no additional impact on the neighborhood by installing them. Simply put, there is no difference between playing games into the evening in July when twilight ends at almost 9 p.m. and doing the same in November with the help of lighting. The city staff report clearly states the proposal can meet the conditions of the ordinance and has recommended approval. As the governing body of the city, please recognize you have a responsibility to do what's best for the city as a whole. The neighborhoods surrounding Edgewood are no different than the other neighborhoods highlighted earlier that presently and pleasantly exist with lighted recreational and athletic facilities. Why should they be entitled to be treated differently? I ask you to overturn the Plan Commission's decision so we can put this behind us.
And that's time.
Once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try again for Rick Tulaski, and then we'll go on to Michael Elliott.
Hello, Rick Tulaski here.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Rick Tulaski. I'm an acoustician based in the Chicago area. I hold a Master of Science degree in acoustics, and I've been a practicing acoustical consultant for 40 plus years, nationally and internationally. We are the consultants for the new Mead Center on UW campus, and we've worked on dozens of other outdoor facilities. 2 years ago, we were hired to estimate the sound associated with the Edgewood High School field. Firstly, we performed background noise level measurements to understand existing noise conditions with no activities on the field. We use calibrated sound level meters, and calibration is traceable back to national standards. Windscreens were used. 3 measurement locations were used, 2-hour measurements were taken at each location in the early evening. The ambient levels range from 50 decibels dBA on average to 76 A-weighted decibels. We have 3 perspectives to offer regarding the noise impact at Edgewood Field. Perspective 1, per 2801 3D of the noise control regulations, sporting events are exempt. Perspective 2, the regulation states that only stationary noise sources are applicable, hence loudspeakers only. The audio system is existing and grandfathered in. The opposition has made statements that audio will be excessive. Audio is not part of Edgewood's application. If a new audio system is desirable, we've developed a preliminary design which meets the regulations for stationary sources. Perspective 3, we raise the question, is the noise exposure to the nearby residents excessive? To answer this question, we performed a sophisticated assessment of expected noise levels using sound plan software. Our study accounted for terrain in buildings, various capacities of attendees, pep bands, announcements over audio, football players, ref whistle, ambient noise. Sound level estimates were created and averaged over a 1 hour period. It should be noted that community noise exposure is generally addressed over a period of time, like noise due to aircraft is generally averaged over a 24-hour period using the LDM metric. Our sound plan study showed noise exposure to residents ranged from 55 to 60 dBA during a football game for the expected fan attendance. It's important to understand that these sound levels are audible, but not loud, much quieter than the music event at Breeze Stevens Field, which is near a nearby residential community, as just pointed out. It's our professional opinion that these predicted sound levels experienced by the residents could be described as follows. The noise impact over time will only be slightly louder than the general ambient noise many residents are exposed to on a daily basis. The average sound level over a 1 hour period will be less than 65 dBA. The indoor noise exposure with windows closed due to stationary sources during a football game will be considerably less than indoor noise standards set by HUD. Windows will not rattle. There are comments by the opposition which we feel are unfounded. Yes, next slide, please. The next slide again, please. Thank you. Many noise measurements were made without calibrated sound level meters and without wind screens. Many predictions are based on non-stationary sources and hence do not follow the regulations. Statements regarding undue stress, nightmares, excessive noise levels in their home, in my professional opinion, are not consistent with our predicted sound levels. Regarding the WISE report, we understand the Wanaki High School confirmed that there were approximately 1,200 attendees for the event where noise measurements were performed, not the 350 attendees that were reported. A peak level of 80 dBA at an event was identified and flagged as something significant. An emergency vehicle siren can easily be 10 to 15 decibels louder. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Michael Elliott of Monroe Street, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Mike Wittenweiler.
Michael, I see you're on the phone. You have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Mike Elliott. I'm president of Edgewood High School. From the beginning of our light permit request, Edgewood has followed the city staff's recommended process, met all the requirements, and provided studies as substantial evidence. The Plan Commission stated they could not find standard number 3 met, finding that the lights would have a substantial negative impact on the uses, values, and enjoyment of surrounding properties, and that no evidence was submitted by the applicant that there would not be negative impacts on the lighted use of the field, and no mitigating measures proposed to limit those impacts. Our photometric study shows that the lights we are proposing meet all city standards and they do not exceed our property line. Sound, which normally is not studied for a light permit, but was studied by Edgewood, showed sound levels at the property line to be well within the accepted levels for a field or park. Based on our studies, the lights do not have a negative impact on the neighbor's property. Sound impact is within accepted levels. These studies from reputable firms who have done work in the city before normally would be accepted by the city as providing substantial evidence. If the lights and sound we propose meet all requirements, which city staff says they do, then why would Edgewood be required to provide mitigating measures? Why is Edgewood being required to do more? Edgewood has provided everything the Planning Commission said we did not provide. For this reason, I ask you to overturn their decision. The Planning Commission said Edgewood should take its time on this work, and we have not met enough with the neighbors, and we should get together and work it out. Truth be told, this has been going on for 5 years, and there have been more than 30 meetings when our lights have been a topic of discussion. Despite numerous different proposals by Edgewood for pole heights, numbers of games, hours of operation, and 6 additional meetings at the request of the Planning Commission, our opponents have yet to present a compromise that included any number of night uses. A compromise cannot happen if only one side is willing to negotiate. When this happens, you look to outside help. I hope we would all agree city staff with their experience is best equipped to develop a recommended compromise. City staff stated that Edgewood had met all requirements and recommended Edgewood receive a light permit with conditions. Edgewood agreed to all their conditions and added 2, no concerts and no night rentals. While other schools have no limitations and these schools use their fields 40 to 60 times a year at night, never once have our opponents given us a number of night games they would accept. Edgewood proposed multiple hard caps to limit the amount of night games below the range being played at other city schools. Edgewood trusted the city process and followed all the rules to get lights, even when the process changed and we were told by City Attorney Michael May that the best path forward for lights was repeal our master plan. The master plan is gone and we still have no lights. Edgewood is very proud to be part of our neighborhood. We support it in many ways. We continue to be a good neighbor and contribute to our neighborhood success. Edgewood has listened to its neighbors. In fact, Edgewood completed a study for every concern the neighbors presented: traffic, parking, environmental impact, light, and sound, because we wanted to be a good neighbor. All studies showed the lights caused no harm and all city requirements were met. This has been a long process and tonight will be a long night. I feel Edgewood has gone above and beyond to be a good neighbor and citizen. We have done all we were asked to do. We met all requirements. We provided studies as evidence. We listened, met with, and presented numerous compromises to our opponents. Based on what was asked and what was done, please explain why we have not received our light permit. Edgewood is just like any other property owner in a neighborhood. Over time, our needs change, and we want to make improvements to our property to meet those needs. We need our improvements to continue to recruit and retain students. Without students, there is no Edgewood. Because Edgewood has followed the city process and met all the city requirements and conditions, I ask the council members to treat Edgewood equal to the other high schools and overturn the Plan Commission's previous decision. I would like to thank the mayor, city staff, the Planning Commission, you, the alders, VNA and DMNA committee members, and all the neighbors, and also our Edgewood community members for all their time and efforts that have gone into this project of trying to add lights to our athletic field. Thank you for your consideration, and please vote for Edgewood to receive its athletic lights on its field.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Mike Wittenweiler of East Main, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Dr. Colleen Sweeney.
Good evening. I'm an attorney at Godfrey & Kahn, an Edgewood alum and a longtime resident of the Madison area. Last month, when this matter was originally scheduled to be heard by the council, Alder Evers uploaded a blog post titled, "Here We Go Again, the Edgewood Saga Continues." That headline may be the one statement that Edgewood and Alder Evers agree on. This is a saga that has gone on too long. But what we should all keep in mind is that this is a saga created and prolonged by Alder Evers. This is not a saga or timetable of Edgewood's doing. To further his opposition, Alder Evers has introduced all of us to a lighting approval process that only Edgewood High School has had to endure, and that was designed solely to target Edgewood's efforts to install lights at its athletic field. It's a saga that could have been avoided, and had Edgewood been treated the same as previous requests to install lights at athletic fields. With that in mind, there are 4 points I ask you to consider tonight. Next slide. And next slide again. First, Edgewood has moved through this process expeditiously as possible, slowed only by changes to the process and approvals created or resulting from actions by Alder Evers. It's been 2 years since Edgewood dropped its plan for a stadium and submitted an application limited to only outdoor lighting. During that time, Edgewood's actions have been timely and only as necessary. No one's time has been wasted, and Edgewood, like everyone else, would have preferred for its application to be considered 2 years ago. Next slide. Second point, keep in mind Edgewood's long history at its current location. Edgewood's campus has been used for educational purposes since the 1880s, with its athletic field in this part of the campus since the 1920s. Edgewood and its athletic field is not new to the neighborhood. Instead, Edgewood is a fundamental building block on which this neighborhood was built and continues to exist. The use of the athletic field by the school for 90 plus years has been continuous and is consistent with its zoning. And there are no conditions on the use of the athletic field when natural lighting allows for it. Third, the proposed lights fully comply with the Madison outdoor lighting ordinances, and the conditional use standards have been fully met. Moreover, Edgewood has agreed to additional conditions. Edgewood wants to install lights at its athletic field consistent with those used at other athletic fields and parks in the city of Madison. It wants to be treated the same as others. And only approval of Edgewood's lighting application, no other improvement, is before the council tonight. Next slide. Fourth point. Residential districts are everywhere in Madison. We're extremely fortunate to live in a city where residential areas blend seamlessly with our parks, athletic fields, and educational institutions. Our most popular residential neighborhoods have high walkability scores with easy access to green spaces and outdoor recreational areas. It's not surprising that every high school in Madison has some combination of residential districts adjacent to their athletic fields, and those athletic fields have lights. Moreover, all Madison high schools have the same zoning as Edgewood. Residential districts, whether apartments or single-family homes, are directly adjacent to lights in use in the city's high school athletic fields, recreational athletic fields, and ice rink. Ask city residents who live near athletic fields and parks with lights whether their proximity substantially impairs or diminishes the use, value, or enjoyment of their property. As the owner of a house directly across the street from the entrance to Breeze Stevens at Mifflin and Breeze, I can tell you that it does not. In fact, it makes the location more attractive to others and more attractive in value. In closing, Edgewood deserves the same treatments in its longstanding use of its athletic field and should be allowed to install lights. The council should reject the Plan Commission's denial of the conditional use permit. Instead, the council should follow the Planning Division staff recommendation and adopt conditions in Edgewood's use of its lights. Approval with these conditions is a lesser restrictive alternative to a denial and an action the council should take this evening. Thank you, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dr. Colleen Sweeney of University Ave, to be followed by Lynn Bjorkman.
Yeah, there's no one here by that name in the list, but Lynn is here.
So Lynn Bjorkman of West Lawn, to be followed by Diana Van Rybreck.
Lynn, you are unmuted on our end.
My slides, thank you. Thank you for your time. I've lived on West Lawn Avenue for 20 years, and I'm a member of the Judge and Monroe Neighborhood Association Zoning Committee. Since the completion of Edgewood's athletic complex in 2015, the Plan Commission has acted on several applications by property owners asking approval for facilities related to outdoor recreation activities. Next, please. The city's zoning code requires that these facilities, be they miniature golf courses, swimming pools, tennis courts, or stadiums, are subject to supplemental regulations that address impacts to nearby properties, including hours of operation, lighting, and sound. Very briefly, here are representative examples of restrictions that the Commission imposed on several outdoor recreation facilities through its approval process. The projects are shown in red. In an ice arena parking lot, a temporary hockey rink was limited to 3 hours of operation daily from 6 to 9 p.m. The rink did not have amplified sound nor allow whistles. Next. Similarly, sand volleyball and horseshoe courts in a tavern parking lot on Atlas Avenue were allowed to operate only from 6 to 9 p.m. Next. For a volleyball court behind a bar on Regent Street, supplemental conditions prohibited any amplified sound in the outdoor eating area or in the courts. Also, no whistles or amplified speakers during volleyball games. Next. And for an outdoor addition to a restaurant tavern on North Street, lawn games and a sandbox were approved, but amplified sound from music, televisions, or loud musical performance was prohibited. A later application for this property proposed a substantial addition to the building, including a request for an outdoor recreation area. That request was denied. This review shows that the Plan Commission has imposed restrictions on light and noise impacts from outdoor facilities where the activity occurs on a small site when the type of recreation involves limited numbers of people and even when surrounding area is commercial in character. Next, please. In stark contrast, there are no conditional use restrictions now in place for daylight activities on this several-acre multi-sports field. Adjacent is a compact residential neighborhood of single-family homes that was, in fact, already established well before the high school went up in 1927. Tonight, you have heard the accounts of residents living near to the field. Real experiences documenting unwanted noise that already intrudes on their daily living activities, both indoors and out. The Plan Commission listened to residents' accounts and found that Edgewood's application for lights on the field did not provide sufficient evidence to ensure that the uses, values, and enjoyment of neighbors' homes would not be impaired or diminished by extended nighttime use of the field. Next, please. Considering the restrictions on hours, light, and sound that the Plan Commission has imposed on other, far less impactful outdoor facilities, its denial of Edgewood's request is reasonable and well-founded. Given this, I urge you to uphold the Commission's decision and vote no on this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Diana Van Rybroek of Ottawa Trail, to be followed by Jennifer Zerba.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. And thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of granting the conditional use permit requested by Edgewood to allow lights. I understand that tensions and emotions are running high on this issue. In fact, I read a number of the letters submitted mostly by the adjacent neighbors to Edgewood opposing lights. Many arguments against the lights seem to include that if Edgewood were allowed to have lights, that would be tantamount to a health hazard that includes all sorts of issues related to health, including a negative impact on the mental health to those nearby neighbors of Edgewood. One letter compared the lights and the noise that might accompany those lights and night games to Truax Field, with F-35s taking off and landing. And other letters seem to suggest that Monroe Street shopping would lose its charm and access to Lake Wingra would be threatened and diminished. I have a son and a daughter who graduated from Edgewood. Both were athletes and both would have tremendously benefited from playing on a home field at Edgewood. I live 10 blocks away from Edgewood. I don't own a home adjacent to Edgewood. I wish I did, because I believe allowing lights on the field and games at Edgewood would enhance the quality of life, the vitality and the charm of Monroe Street, and instill a greater sense of community on the Monroe Street area. I've been a public defender for the past 34 years here in Madison. In the work that I do, I see and experience firsthand on a daily basis what happens in a community where we don't invest in our kids, where we don't encourage them, where we don't support them to be pro-social and active in their schools and in their community. In allowing lights and home games at Edgewood, I believe would result in so much more, not only good that would occur to both students and families' lives of Edgewood community, but in the words that were so well put by 12-year-old Owen Riston earlier tonight, it would have the opportunity of building community on Monroe Street. What's gone on in our nation for the past year with the coronavirus and other events that we have witnessed across the country this past year, and particularly the past weeks, helps put into perspective what really matters. I would hope that we would allow Edgewood to continue to nurture its students and its student athletes. I urge you to vote yes to the conditional use permit requested by Edgewood. A yes vote, I believe, is a yes vote for our children and for their future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jennifer Zerba of Golden, Colorado, to be followed by McCartney.
Mayor, neither of those names are on the list.
All right, so then our next, let me take this moment actually to give two updates to the council. It looks like we have just over 20 speakers left. And I would remind you that we have a number of alders who are excused absences at this point, and we can only lose a few more of you. So I encourage you to reassure me by keeping your cameras on that you're there and we still have quorum. All right, so then neither Zerba nor McCartney. How about Jennifer Klestinski of Verona, to be followed by Walter Grossenheider.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, alders, Madam Mayor, city staff, and community. Thank you for your stamina and open-mindedness with this topic. I support item number 5, end goal being the go-ahead for just installing high-tech focal LED lights onto the high school's existing heavy vegetation-surrounded athletic field. If we strip down the layers, it really boils down tonight to this. A yes vote indicates support of love, safety, and equity for all students in our community. I'm a Madison native, a proud La Follette High School graduate. I was raised by a 35-year veteran Madison Metropolitan School District teacher. I was a choir kid, nature lover, and a student athlete. Due to young age and logistics around transportation needs to accommodate for our 2 working parent household, we opted for our child to attend Edgewood High School. We've watched his freshman games be stopped for safety reasons due to loss of daylight and have been flummoxed about the equity of our child needing to travel 5 miles across town during late afternoon, middle of the work afternoon, and rush hour. These are equity and safety issues we never imagined we would have to come across. A December 2020 Wall Street Journal article elaborated on the rationale for recent elections and closeness of results. I believe a majority neighbors, mentors of young people in Madison align as moderates, centrist, and less polarized, especially on education-related topics, than past commentary on this topic reflects. We're more alike than we are different. Through working as a physical therapist, I'm aware of many healthcare colleagues who live in the Monroe Street neighborhood and walk to hospitals for work. In conversations over the past year, each admit to fully supporting all efforts towards equal home sports at Edgewood High School. Further, they've stated they chose to live in an active area, are aware of Monroe Street sound itself, and the proximity to the university. They love the convenience of a walkable high school option for their own children and being able to potentially take in an evening sporting event as a family within walking distance. They've said multiple times that they consider it a value-added feature for home resale. From 2015 to 2020, I founded and led an educational scholarship foundation, a nonprofit supporting resilient future leaders pursuing healthcare, education, and service sector careers across Dane County. With hundreds of applicants and 15 recipients hailing from every high school across Madison, it was abundantly clear in the student essays that a unifying theme across demographics, race, gender, and origin story were that of community and the feeling of being seen by a teammate, mentor, coach, or teacher. Further, perceptions of what a typical high school experience looked like were shattered. Students working 3 jobs to help pay for a faith-based education because it's an important value to them and their family. Students experience discrimination and hardship in every high school across this city. And students describe athletics and other extracurriculars as the saving grace for keeping them coming to class each day. I'm in support of all opportunities to educate the whole student, including interaction experiences through extracurriculars with peers, teachers, and coaches with different perspectives and backgrounds. I'm thrilled that the $317 million referendum passed last fall for MMSD improvements in our city's high school science labs, mechanical systems, and athletic facilities. Let's set aside tribalism tendencies of the past and tonight vote in favor of item number 5. You have within your power the ability to be mindful of your time going forward, starting tonight, the city's legal budget, and setting a health-aware example. Your support of item 5 will convey a safe, equitable, and unifying decision that champions all students across the Madison community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Walter Grossenheider of Fairfax Lane, to be followed by Rowan Trust.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list, but Rowan is here.
All right, so then Rowan Trust of Monroe Street, to be followed by Joe Bouchier.
I had to promote Rowan, just looking for him.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hello, my name is Rowan Prest. I am 15 and I'm writing to you on behalf of all the kids living in the neighborhood. Ages range from born just during COVID to 18, and we would be negatively impacted by the stadium, much more than the Edgewood Crusaders would benefit. If Edgewood is really for the kids, they would not be doing this. We can't escape the noise and lights. Athletes can participate and then go home, but we can't, as this is our home. We would be stuck with this in our lives and could not escape. Imagine trying to do schoolwork or have a conversation with your family at dinner or go to sleep with blaring lights and sounds. By allowing this field, you would be saying that allowing a few kids to play games at a stadium matter more than all the kids in the community trying to do homework, eat, sleep, and live. The 1-year-old I babysit has already had naps disrupted due to field use. When my dad was deployed in Afghanistan and I was trying to FaceTime him, I could barely hear him over the field use noise. Once they had a track meet and used a starter pistol. At first I thought there was an active shooter, and friends in the neighborhood also heard it and were frightened. I am scared. My neighbors and family have received threatening postcards from Edgewood supporters depicting things like a coffin and saying "you're next" and telling my family to sell our house and implying we were selling drugs here. For a while, I wasn't allowed to take in the mail because my parents were afraid of what else could be in there. Yard signs have also been stolen. If someone were to say just move, even that would negatively impact my future. My school, the public West High, is about a mile away from Edgewood. It has a student body of around 2,500 students. Any sports participants or spectators have to drive to games, and it's fine. West High School is in a residential neighborhood, so we do not have a stadium because that would be inappropriate. Next slide, please. This slide is a model of what lights would look like from my bedroom window. As you can see, trees would not block the light, which would shine directly into my room. The noise already impacts me as I can hear yelling and whistles with my windows closed, which distracts me from school. In conclusion, by allowing them to have lights and therefore night games and practices, the surrounding community of kids would be greatly negatively impacted. Please vote to uphold the Planning Commission's decisions to maintain quiet nights for homework and sleeping. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Joe Boucher of Landfall Drive, to be followed by Kevin Klestinski.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks to all the city council members and the mayor and everybody here for staying up so late and doing this. And this has obviously happened many, many times. I spoke at a prior meeting and I've tried to attend remotely over time. I'm the former Economic Development Committee Chair for the City of Madison for 3 years, and I was on the committee for 5. I was involved in the land banking rule that we helped pass, Royster Clark and other things. So I've taken an intense interest in the city and care very much about this city. And I'm in favor of Edgewood High School being able to put up light poles for the field. Now I know having my kids go there, it looks like I'm biased, and I am. I think that they should have lights. I live within a mile of Memorial, and on a Good Friday night, I can hear the game. And I can see the lights. And I think that's great. I think it's great to be in a neighborhood where there's activity, a neighborhood where there's stuff going on. All of the people who bought their homes in the Monroe area who are speaking up, many of whom against this proposal, bought their homes knowing full well Edgewood was there. Edgewood is a fundamental part of that community and has been for longer than they've been there. When this pandemic hit, my wife and I decided after 40 years of living in the Faircrest neighborhood over by Memorial and Glenn Stevens schools, that we'd walk in other neighborhoods of the city. And we think we've walked in pretty much 70% of the city streets now in the last 10 months. As recently as Monday, we walked in the Allied Drive neighborhood and learned about the new Boys and Girls Club that's there and all the new facilities that are there. Neighborhoods need schools. Neighborhoods needs Boys and Girls Clubs. Neighborhoods need activity. That creates vibrancy and importance. Monroe Street has been enhanced for over 120 years by Edgewood being there. The Cincinnati Dominican Sisters have been loyal to the City of Madison, and I'm hoping the City of Madison as a whole can be loyal to them. It shouldn't be just local neighbors making this decision. This is a city decision. This is a city property. We all benefit from Edgewood and its long history in the City of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kevin Klestinski of Verona, to be followed by Rachel Fields.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the Common Council members, for allowing me to speak this evening. I am a parent of a current Edgewood student. I am also a current coach at Edgewood and come from a family that is currently teaching or has taught or coached at many high schools in the state of Wisconsin over the past 40 years. I'm a product of and have seen the firsthand benefits that extracurricular activities have on student athletes. I would like to ask the Common Council support to allow Edgewood's request to add lights at their current facility this evening. I would ask you to please consider the following items in your decision-making process. First, compromise. Edgewood and the neighborhood were instructed to go back to the table and work out a compromise to this issue at the urging of the members of the Common Council. Edgewood is asking to use the lights for only roughly 10% of the calendar days in a year, 30 to 40 times. Therefore, approximately 90% of the time, or 325 days a year, the lights will not be used. So please ask yourself, who is getting the better end of the compromise? 100% to 0 is not a compromise. 90 to 10 is a very good deal considering the situation. Second, allowing Edgewood to be treated as all other public schools in the City of Madison. On Tuesday, November 3rd, this past year, the City of Madison voted to approve a $317 million facilities investment referendum for the Madison Public High Schools. It passed on a citywide vote of 79.6 in favor and only 20.4 against. One of the most significant pieces of this investment, as I'm sure you are fully aware, is the upgrade of many of the athletic facilities in Madison's public high schools, including the addition of or improved lighting, including at East and West high schools. Here is information taken from one of the brochures from the referendum for Madison West, and I quote, This project will include an upgrade of athletic and community facilities that would create opportunities for new and better usage and partnerships with our community. I would ask you, how is that any different from Edgewood's current request? If you take a closer look at the actual vote for District 13, which encompasses wards 65 through 69, which are located near Edgewood, the voters of this district actually supported the referendum by a significantly larger margin of 86.5 to 13.5%, which again includes upgrades like adding turf fields and lights in some instances to the Madison public high schools. More specifically, the voters right next to Edgewood in Ward 65 supported the referendum by a margin of 85.7 to 14.3. This data was taken directly from the County of Dane election website. So I would ask you this, why now should Edgewood be treated any different from the public schools if the referendum, including improving the athletic facilities at Madison's other high schools, was approved by the vast majority of Madison voters, but more importantly, the voters directly near Edgewood? The ultimate question is, as a result of the referendum, if Edgewood were a public high school, would we be even having this conversation this evening? Thank you for your time and your consideration in voting for the favor of Edgewood's request.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rachel Fields of Crandall Street, representing the Dudgeon Monroe Neighborhood Association, to be followed by Paul of Flanagan.
Hello, my name is Rachel Fields, and I'm the president of the Dudgeon Monroe Neighborhood Association, which represents the neighborhood that most closely borders the Edgewood campus. At the Planning Commission meeting where Edgewood's request for lights was denied, the alders encouraged Edgewood and the neighborhood to come together to discuss a compromise. Since you've heard a little bit tonight from Edgewood about how that compromise has gone, I wanted to give you some context on what has happened from the Neighborhood Association's perspective. So like you've heard, DMNA and VNA have met with Edgewood 6 times since last spring, and the whole time we've consistently proposed a path that builds on what Alder Rummel suggested to the Planning Commission. Use fall 2020 or spring 2021 to measure the sound of existing games, then work with the neighborhood on a sound mitigation strategy, such as a sound barrier that would reduce disruption to neighboring homes. Edgewood repeatedly rejected this path, saying that measuring sound this fall or the coming spring would not get them lights fast enough, and repeating numerous times that they deserve to have games on the field. In December, Mike Elliott told us that he simply does not believe lighted events on Edgewood's field would be disruptive to neighbors. When the neighborhood presented Edgewood with the sound level that we could aim for via sound mitigation, Edgewood rejected it as unrealistic, insisting that we focus on number of games instead, which you've heard repeatedly from Edgewood leadership tonight. But they also rejected former Alder Arnson's proposal for starting with 5 night games, saying that that would be a waste of their money. You heard Margaret say earlier tonight that at the end of 2020, about a week before the council meeting was scheduled, Edgewood offered the neighborhood a compromise of fewer games and a phased-in approach. But in fact, Edgewood returned to us with what they call a compromise, but is in fact the same proposal they presented numerous times before. In fact, every proposal we've seen in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, probably 2021 to come, contains the same amount of games, just packaged slightly differently to create the appearance of change. These factors are the reason we have not been able to come to a compromise. First, Edgewood believes they are entitled to lights no matter how the use of their field will impact other people. I think some of the testimony speaks to that. Second, they refuse to acknowledge what most people would accept as objective truth, that lighted night use with crowds of 500 people will be disruptive to people living nearby. And third, their version of a compromise is Edgewood getting exactly what they've been asking for the whole time. It should be clear to the Common Council that Edgewood has no interest in compromising, and that instead of doing so, they plan to push their way into getting what they want, even if that means suing the city. Over the decades, our neighborhood association and its members have spent hundreds of hours working with the Edgewood schools on projects that we ultimately supported. Since we have reached an impasse on this proposal, we hope you will support the Plan Commission decision and listen to what our neighborhood has been saying, that lights with no plan for sound mitigation will hurt the livability and enjoyment of our residences, and that Edgewood has not done enough to prove otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Paul of Flanagan of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Don Sanford.
Hi, my name is Paul Flanagan. I live at 862 Woodrow Street, about 500 feet from the field. I'll try not to duplicate any testimony because I know we're all tired. I am against allowing the lights and night games at Edgewood. Edgewood, in my opinion, wants to use the property in a manner that will impair the value and enjoyment of my property and my neighbors' enjoyment of their property and the value of their property. I have kids. One is 10, the other's 13. I put them to bed. The 10-year-old goes to bed at 9. My understanding is that the games will often end after 11. And the noise will, at least when I was in high school a million years ago, when a football game ended, the noise didn't end, and the lights, the traffic, the activity didn't end for at least an hour. I assume that it's still the case, although I might be wrong. I also love to use my property to entertain, especially in the summer and spring and fall, which are, of course, the prime times that the field will be in use. And it is much harder to entertain. It is much harder to be outside if we ever get there again, entertaining friends, if there's a lot of noise, if there's a lot of activity, if they can't find parking. I also have spoken to several neighbors who are pretty much ready to move out and put their houses out, transfer them into rentals. There's already a few rentals in the neighborhood. Having a bunch of rentals line my street is not really conducive to the family-friendly neighborhood that we currently have. I prefer to keep it as a mixed neighborhood and not kind of lean more towards rentals. I think several canards have been introduced by Edgewood, the supporters of the lights this evening. Notably, you can both be against lights and for children engaging in sports. My kids play hockey. I drive them to Hartmeyer. I drive them to the Madison Ice Arena. I don't think, oh my God, how is this is so unfair. I have to drive my kid over to Hartmeyer. I mean, come on. It's part of the deal. And of course, I'm going to keep my kid in hockey. I'm not going to stop my kid from playing hockey because I have to drive him to Hartmeyer. That's a canard. As far as I can tell, the engagement with the community on Edgewood part has not led to any change in their demands or their desires. And to be honest, every time they lose, they seem to get more of what they want. They went from having restricted day games, or at least that was my understanding, to unlimited day games. And I know that they've had portable sound up there because I've seen it and I've heard it. Thank you for your time. It's getting late and I won't waste any more of it. I appreciate the council's efforts.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Don Sanford of Garfield Street, to be followed by Mark Gartler.
Well, good evening, everyone. And I'm writing to voice my opposition. I assume you can all hear.
Yes.
To voice my opposition to granting of a conditional use permit for the installation of outdoor sports lighting at the Goodman Athletic Complex at Edgewood High School on Monroe Street. I arrived at this opinion from more than 4 decades as a professional lighting designer and outdoor lighting consultant. The bulk of my career was spent in film and television production. But for the past 20 years, I've consulted, written, and lectured on light trespass, a problem that affects us all in so many and often very subtle ways. Informed by that experience, I can say in no uncertain terms that the addition of lighting on the athletic field at Edgewood High School will have a profound, oppressive, and negative impact on the quality of life for those with properties adjacent to the Edgewood High School field. Outdoor lighting, no matter how well it's designed, is difficult to control. Physics tells us that light reflects, no matter what the surface or how well it is aimed. That reflected light creates a glow that relentlessly works its way into the living rooms, front porches, bedrooms, and kitchens of homes on Woodrow and Monroe Streets. Furthermore, uncontrolled light will glare into the eyes of motorists on public streets, creating unsafe conditions. This installation will be using full cutoff fixtures, and those will limit some of this glare. However, due to the difference in elevation between the adjacent streets and the playing field, light from the fixtures mounted on poles of any height at that field will create an unpleasant and offensive glare for neighboring properties. And for these unfortunate neighbors, it will seem like daytime in their homes whenever the lighting system is used at the Edgewood High School field. The Plan Commission wisely rejected this application a few months ago, and I urge the council to reject it again this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Mark Gartler of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Christine Gartler.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Alders, and everyone else, and the staff and everyone. My name is Mark Gartler, and I live at 820 Woodrow Street. Next slide, please. I'm going to discuss noise ordinance issues in a moment, but first want to touch on some other things. First, Edgewood has stated that there's already significant screening along Woodrow Street. Here is the view from my house in much of the spring and fall when games would be played. My property line is just under 140 feet away, and my bedroom window is about 160 feet from the field. Other neighbors live closer than I do, and yet earlier tonight you were shown an Edgewood slide stating that the closest home is 179.78 feet. You might ask what other facts and figures are being misrepresented by Edgewood. Next slide, please. Here's my daughter in our living room. She spoke to the Plan Commission in May, but had an early bedtime tonight. She testified about how she plays outside into the evening, reads in our living room, enjoys our hammock and fire pit, and more. Lights and the additional noise they would allow would interfere with all of those things, as well as less fun things like homework. Next slide, please. Here's an image you saw earlier from Edgewood's own noise study issued January 4th, 2019. It's Legistar File 53954, Attachment 9. The Tulaski firm helped develop that study, and Tulaski later developed the images that you saw and heard about presented earlier tonight. It seems that one method of measurement, LAEQ, was used to determine a 1 hour average previously when Edgewood incorrectly assumed they needed to meet a 70 dBA limit, and another method, LRD, was used after they realized that the limit in MGO 24.08 is actually 65 decibels, not 70, 65 dBA, I should say. I readily admit that I don't understand the alphabet soup of LAEQ, LRD, LA max, etc. But I do understand that MGO 24.08 specifies a 65 dBA maximum. And Mr. Tulaski's recent letter states the average sound level over a 1 hour period will be less than 65 dBA. By specifying average, he is affirming that noise will exceed 65 dBA. This is consistent with actual measurements taken by neighbors and the Wise Associates sound study. Neither MGO 24.04, disturbing the peace, nor MGO 24.08, noise control regulation, offers neighbors a method to address excessive noise. Edgewood knows these ordinances won't limit their volume no matter how loud they get or how often. Neighbors affirmed these regulations' inadequacy through correspondence with the city. When there was uncertainty among neighbors as to who at the city should be notified about disruptive noise from the field, in my role as a DMNA liaison, I contacted Lieutenant Chalecki at MPD to ask her that question. Next slide, please. MPD directs its officers to apply a reasonableness standard to reports of noise that would fall under the Disturbing the Peace Ordinance, MGO 24.04. And MPD will consider game noises reasonable from an athletic field. So MPD directed me to building inspection and the city attorney. Next slide, please. Here's what Matt Tucker from building inspection said. The noise issue from the field is a police matter, not building inspection. If people complain, the only recourse is for the police to respond. You see our dilemma. And so I asked Assistant City Attorney Strange about this disconnect during a meeting with the Alder and my fellow liaisons from DMNA and VNA. Specifically, I asked what rights I and other residents or property owners have to protect our homes from disruptive noise from the field. His answer, next slide, please. Neighbors can only address noise through our presentation to the Plan Commission. At the Plan Commission meeting, negative impacts on the use, value, and enjoyment of my property were demonstrated clearly through the documentation and testimony of myself and my family. An expert also spoke about the adverse impacts of lighting, as we just heard. And so the Commission correctly determined that conditional use standards were not met. Please deny Edgewood's appeal, and thank you for your time and for your service to the city and its residents.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Christine Gartler, to be followed by Oliver Gartler.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Christine Gartler, and I live at 820 Woodrow Street, directly across the street from Edgewood's Field. I began gardening when we bought our house in 2010. I'm not a pro, but I put a lot into the space that we have to make it nice. Except for during the pandemic, in the past 4 years, neighbors like me have endured more and more noise from Edgewood's Field. Every event is another couple hours or more of the time that gardening is not relaxing. Sometimes it's quite agitating. I spend my work days and sometimes work nights helping people work through trauma and cope with anxiety and depression. I really don't need anything after hours or on weekends that activates my nervous system the way that blaring whistles, yelling coaches, and screaming crowds do. Next slide, please. And Edgewood's noise doesn't stop at our garden. It goes through our windows, even when closed, into my office on the second floor, into our living room on the first floor. My escape is closing my windows, cranking up my white noise machine I use when seeing clients, and moving to the rear of the house. My understanding is that since Edgewood was released from their master plan, there's no limit to what they're allowed to do on their field. But there is currently still a limit to when they're able to do it. They can't use the field for a few extra hours because darkness descends. It is then that the neighborhood becomes peaceful. It is then that we can open our windows again. Next slide, please. Edgewood does not still have some right to more of my time, more of my peace, or more of my life. They're getting enough. I do understand that Edgewood has property rights, but so do I. Where's the balance? Only you can keep some semblance of balance between our rights and theirs. We are neighboring property owners and should be treated fairly as such. Please uphold the Plan Commission's decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Oliver Gartler, to be followed by Charlie Clark.
I had to promote Oliver. Okay, Oliver, you are unmuted.
Oliver, it seems like I have a very slow connection.
Hi, my name. Very slow connection. Okay. My name is Oliver Gartler, and I'm just going to do my little presentation. So, my civics report is Edgewood doesn't need lights, it just wants them. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, or next little panel. Here's Episcopal High School's stadium in Alexandria, Virginia. Next panel, please. So, as you can see, there are no lights here. Next panel, please. So, this stadium has no 80-foot tall lights, yet it still produced football players that would make millions. No lights, games during the day only. Next panel, please. Thank you. Timothy Michael Hightower, born May 23rd, 1986, is a running back after playing for Alexandria Episcopal High School. He was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals in the 5th round of the 2008 NFL Draft. He also played for the Washington football team and New Orleans Saints. Next slide, please. Bryson Spinner also played for Episcopal. He went on to play the Jacksonville Jaguars, another professional football team. Next slide, please. Danny Cole. He also played for Alexandria Episcopal on their football, track, and lacrosse teams. He went on to play for the Dallas Cowboys in 2007, and then the Indianapolis Colts and Pittsburgh Steelers. More professional football. Next slide, please. These players are professionals, and they did not need lights. Neither does Edgewood High School. Things are bad enough as it is with their lacrosse team blaring loud music and yelling repeatedly. Next slide, please. Edgewood does not need lights on their stadium. Case closed. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Charlie Clark of South Highlands Ave, to be followed by Davis Owens Peterson.
I think Charlie Clark's parents spoke from earlier.
Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me of that. So Davis Owens Peterson of Verona, to be followed by Marie Trust.
Davis, there you go.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Davis Peterson, and I'm a junior at Edgewood High School. I'm a co-captain on the varsity swim team. Being a part of a team has taught me so much in the areas of compromise, leadership, and personal growth. I have the ability to swim anytime, day or evening, all year long. And I feel so bad for my friends that have to travel all over to play their games in the early fall and late spring. It is not safe to have teens driving all over, and it would make better sense to have full use of our home field on campus. Therefore, I am asking you to please support Edgewood's lighting application for our athletic field. When I attend competitions for my friends' soccer games or a Friday night football game, the student body comes together and experiences each other working together toward a common goal, a win for our team, a win for our school. Having full use of our field and being able to play a game in November under the lights would be so amazing. These games create positive experiences in the lives of us, the students. We feel connected and grow as a part of our high school experience. High schools in Madison, in the county, state, and our country have light poles. Please approve our light pole application so we can have the same experience as other students in this city and around the country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marie Trust of Monroe Street, to be followed by Tracy Lewis.
Thank you, and thank you for your patient consideration of this issue tonight. I would like to outline the history of the current situation and describe our family's lived experience. When we purchased our home over a decade ago, the Edgewood field was grassy with small practices and a few JV games. We checked the permitted land uses surrounding what would become our home and learned it was a practice field as Edgewood defined it in their master plan. There was no reason for us to expect that a stadium with lights would be on the table a few years later. Our property is 95 feet from the track with exposure like this. Next slide, please. Everything changed in 2015 with the field surface upgrade. When the city zoning administrator and alder approved the update to the field surface, it was with the understanding that it would continue to be used as a practice field under the master plan. The surrounding community never had the opportunity to weigh in on a changed use or to ask for conditions. Everyone took Edgewood High School President Elliott at his word when he said publicly in 2015 that the new facility was for daytime practice only, even as we later learned the Crusaders laid the conduit under the field at that time to be able to install lights for nighttime use. Next slide, please. After the 2015 service change, neighbors immediately experienced a significant change in use of the field, both in terms of the number of events beyond practices. Next slide. From 4 in 2014, next slide, increasing to 77 in 2019 with a corresponding increase in the related noise and disruptiveness. In 2019, the Zoning Board of Appeals affirmed that games could not be played without a master plan amendment. Next slide. Nonetheless, Edgewood's usage increased, with additional non-Edgewood users practicing and playing games on the field. Rather than submitting an amendment and going through the legal process, Edgewood allowed 77 games to be played, including outside users like UW-Whitewater and Iowa. The subsequent repeal of the master plan resulted in the Crusaders having the upgraded field with no conditions. The only limitation now is darkness. Next slide. Edgewood set up temporary lights on the field in April 2020. Though Edgewood repeatedly claims there's screening around their field, this is simply not true. There's no buffer to light or sound between houses on Monroe Street and the field. Next slide. Or from Woodrow Street. From the field, it looked like this. Please note how close the house is to the field. And again, there's no screen here between Woodrow Street and that field. Next slide. When my husband deployed to Afghanistan in 2018, we tried to find ways to connect across the distance and time zones. One day he met us at 3:30 a.m. his time for dinner over video chat. A soccer game was taking place on the field, which became so loud with the windows closed that we could no longer have a conversation in the dining room at the back of our house. The increased frequency of game events on the high school field have negatively impacted the livability of our property, whether working or doing schoolwork, gardening, watching a movie, or sharing a meal. The noise interrupts and disrupts. The amplified sound system and whistles, even practices, can often be heard over all activity in our home. Neighbors with younger children or who work night shifts report disrupted sleep, a harm that would be expanded with lights. With the pandemic in 2020 and outdoor gathering restrictions issued by public health, the use has returned to practices and the noise levels have dropped to the pre-2015 levels. The reduced noise has been such a relief both inside and outside our home. The Plan Commission found that this application does not meet Conditional Use Standards 3, which has already been covered, but also relevant to this application is subchapter 28J of the zoning code, which allows for conditions to be imposed on certain land uses. According to this regulation, neighborhood requests for limitations on noise and lighting are legitimate under the section on outdoor recreation, which says, quote, "The site shall be designed in such a way as to minimize the effects of lighting and noise on surrounding properties. Hours of operation may be restricted and noise and lighting limits imposed as part of the conditional use approval." Edgewood has not provided substantial evidence that lights and resulting sound from this application will not cause harm or would meet the conditional use permit standards. The decision of the Plan Commission should stand. Thank you for listening to my concerns and for the work you've been doing to make Madison a better city for everyone.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tracy Lewis of Leonard Street, to be followed by Barbara Erlenborn.
Tracy, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I am a resident of the Dungeon Monroe neighborhood, and I live 4 houses from Monroe Street on Leonard Street. In lieu of a personal statement, I'm going to read a letter that was submitted by the Friends of Lake Wingra, actually Dr. David Thompson, who is a member of their board of directors. And the letter reads as follows: "We are opposed to the stadium hosting night games with light and sound amplification for the following reasons. Overall, the stadium plans will have Overall, the stadium plans will harm the natural values of the nearby lake, arboretum, and parks. Lake Wingra is a rare natural beauty in an urban setting. Few communities have so much protected natural land and shore so close to a city. This wonderful natural amenity must be protected. We believe that amplified sound and artificial lights spilling over to the surrounding natural lands and lake should be close to zero. Many scientific studies indicate that escaping light and sound is harmful to wildlife, especially insects and birds. We believe that community issues involve exchange of truthful information, public debate, and compromise. However, Edgewood hasn't always been accurate or honest in this debate. They made factual errors in their application for sound, underestimating the decibel level. The environmental impact statement, which I reviewed, that's a statement from Dr. Thompson, was incomplete, inaccurate, and misleading. They played games in violation of their zoning, and now, in Edgewood's November 15th summary of their lighting proposal, they state, quote, Edgewood plans to use Musco lighting to install new dark sky compliant LED light on the athletic field. Just below, they say, complies with Madison outdoor lighting ordinances. But drawings of Musco football lighting suggests that the Edgewood lights will include upward-facing punt lights, which are definitely not compliant with Madison's dark sky ordinance. If the Common Council approves Edgewood's request for night lights, it won't resolve anything. Approving the stadium lights will just kick the controversy down the road, inflame community divisions, and waste more time of alders, officials, and citizens, as all of us attempt to deal with the violations of the dark sky ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Barbara Erlenborn of West Lawn Ave, to be followed by Katie Rist.
Mayor, Barbara already spoke earlier.
Oh, thank you for being on top of things. Then Katie Rist of Nakoma Road, to be followed by Mary Kay Zimbrick.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Katie Rice. I'm an Edgewood graduate, a former member of the Board of Trustees of Edgewood High School, and a lifelong resident of the City of Madison. Thank you for your time this evening. I know it is late and I will be brief. I want to address some of the misinformation that has been presented this evening by opponents of the conditional use permit. First, contrary to the statements made tonight, West and East do have home fields. It is Mansfield and Lucier Field. MMSD owns both fields and has divided their use between its 4 high schools. Simply stated, West, East, La Follette, and Memorial all have equal access to and use of the MMSD stadiums and practice fields throughout the city. Edgewood can only use these fields when they are not in use by MMSD athletes. So comparing Edgewood to West and East is not a viable comparison. Second, Monroe Street is lit up every night well past the time that Edgewood field lights would be turned off by street lights. If it feels like daytime in the homes of Monroe Street, is because of one of the street lights. As described by the experts and confirmed by Councilman Abbas related to the lights at Burr Jones Park, the lights being proposed are top of the line with the latest no-spill technology. There is no evidence, only speculation that the lights being proposed will detriment the use and enjoyment of the surrounding homes. Rather, the biggest concerns raised by the opposition are to the sound affiliated with games on the field. As noted by my son earlier this evening, I live directly across the street from Thoreau School and Nakoma Road. Nakoma Road is a busy, bustling street that generates lots of noise all day long. Monroe Street itself is a combination of Monroe and Odana, and per Edgewood's traffic count sees 15,000 cars a day going past the field, with 1,700 cars between the hours of 7 and 10 p.m. To claim that the noise from the athletic field during limited times of the year and day exceeds the noise generated by the constant and daily traffic on Monroe Street is not plausible. Again, this application is not about sound. A game, which is a legal use of the field, creates the same amount of noise during the day as it does at night. I want to summarize the facts again. There's no stadium at the Edgewood Field, and there's no request for a stadium. There's a request for 4 light poles. It is a fact that Edgewood's application has been found by the city staff to comply with Madison's objective light standards. It is also a fact that Edgewood's current historical use of the field complies with the city's noise ordinances. Lastly, it is a fact that the uses under the lights are the same uses without lights. These facts confirm compliance with objective ordinances and should be sufficient to meet the standards of approval of a conditional use permit. Such compliance is how dozens of other facilities throughout the city are currently operating with lights. However, city staff has also recommended and Edgewood has accepted additional conditions to further minimize any speculative concerns raised by opponents, including timeframes, restricting use of lights for outside parties. These are the facts you must base your decision on tonight. The question was asked, why doesn't Edgewood use their significant influence, time, and dollars to help the homeless and those in our community that are in need? The same could be asked of our opponents. To what end will Edgewood's opponents expend time, money, and communal efforts to object to kids playing home games on their fields at the times required by their conference for about 6 weeks in the spring and 6 weeks in the fall? Again, 6 weeks in the spring and 6 weeks in the fall. There was significant comment on the number of games being unreasonable, implying that the field would be used nearly every night of the year. Is 25 to 40 games out of 365 days in the year unreasonable when there's such a significant benefit to the youth in our community? Based on the evidence we have heard tonight and the hard data and evidence of the studies and reports prepared by Edgewood, it should be very easy to approve reasonable conditions for the use of 4 light poles for the benefit of high school athletes. I yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mary Kay Zimbrick of Fitchburg, to be followed by Bradley Boyce.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone still on the call this evening to thank you for your service to our community and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking tonight now as the current board chair of Edgewood High School. And I'm speaking in support of the athletic field lighting project proposed by Edgewood. While I actually reside in Fitchburg, my children were students at Edgewood High School and my family has seamlessly traveled back and forth to take advantage of the many offerings and activities at Edgewood High School and other businesses, museums, restaurants, and sports arenas in Madison without any regard for the actual city boundaries. In addition, several of our family business locations are proud to call Madison home and have been for the last 50 years. The opportunity to install lights on the athletic field is something that will enhance the campus and the experiences offered. All at Edgewood understand that responsibilities go along with that opportunity. A few specifics that Edgewood has agreed to and has been explained by others this evening include the lighting will be state-of-the-art and directional to minimize the spill or glare. There will be set times for use and a commitment to mitigate sound as much as possible. This is a permit for lighting, not for sound, and I would urge the council to consider that as they have their deliberations later this evening. I'd like to remind everyone too that the school and athletic field were built first. The houses came later. The upgrades to our school and our field are to be expected as technology and safety concerns arise. Our field was enhanced and upgraded so that it can be a safe place for all student athletes to participate. And the athletics that we currently host on the field, the noise generated from practices, games, and just PE classes predates many of the residents who have spoken tonight, and it has been a part of the Vilas neighborhood for many, many years. Vilas Park, too, has many lights along the Park and Pleasure Drive, which include a hockey rink with very bright lights and an ice pond, and improvements are being planned in those areas as well. I'd also like to point out that DMNA's president confirmed that they have not offered up any starting number or starting point for the number of night games that they would consider acceptable. And then I would also like to state that Edgewood High School isn't going anywhere. There were some comments earlier, what happens if we go out of business and what happens to our property and we sell our field to somebody else. Well, Edgewood's not going anywhere. We've spent a tremendous amount of time and energy upgrading our school and modernizing it to remain competitive with our peer schools in the area. This includes a new performing arts center, a remodeled library and learning resource center, many upgrades to our entry system for safety, and safety upgrades to our athletic training classrooms, as well as our athletic field. I don't believe we are an entitled community, and I find that comment is unfounded. 41% of our students currently receive some sort of financial aid from Edgewood High School. Our students are required to have over 100 hours of community service to graduate. Most have many more than that. We take a day out of every school year to do service work in our community. We have a number of students in our community that work in areas around the community with students and far less fortunate that they are. And I spend a tremendous amount of time with the students at Edgewood High School as board chair, and I see them out working in the community in a number of projects. And I'm proud to call Edgewood High School something that I'm affiliated with. We're committed to working with our community, and I can tell you as board chair, I remain committed to working with the City of Madison to make sure that this project is seamlessly executed and the restrictions that we have agreed to will be enforced and monitored by the board. Thank you for your time, and I yield my further time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bradley Boyce of Woodrow Street, to be followed by Tony Walton.
Good evening. My name is Brad Boyce. I live at 938 Woodrow Street, adjacent to Edgewood. Over the past 2.5 years, I've used my expertise as a sound and structures engineer on behalf of the neighbors of Edgewood High School. As it turns out, I am just one of 4 engineers in the neighborhood who has a career experience in sound measurement field. We have all contributed our expertise. Now, I'd like to jump ahead over some points that have already been made and give you a little bit of history, a little story that I think is informative. Near the start of the current round of arguments about noise, the neighbors started making measurements during practices and games. But the measurements carried little weight with the city or Edgewood, so the neighbors all chipped in and hired a world-class expert, Steve Wise. Steve Wise has worked for Edgewood and for the state of Wisconsin in the past. We figured that gave him enough credibility. After Steve had reported his results in late 2018, Edgewood found themselves in the off-season when they needed to commission a sound study. So instead of making measurements, Edgewood hired Tulaski to make a mathematical model that would hopefully predict reasonable sound levels. It did not. We assumed that this was the reason why the Tulaski report was never presented by Edgewood. But now, 2 years later, Tulaski is here re-explaining the model. They have not previously explained, nor presented, not even to the Planning Commission. The Tulaski model is sophisticated, as was pointed out, but that does not make it correct. All complex models like this need to be validated with real-world data. Think vaccine trials, test flights, traffic studies, and all the other science-based prediction tools that we've become accustomed to. In the 2 years of field activity since the building of the mathematical model, Edgewood has not arranged for the collection of any confirming data, nor has Edgewood made any effort to use measurements of controlled sound sources to validate the model. This is a validation option that could have been used even in the COVID world. The neighbors have taken the opportunity to make more measurements, and of course, they have experienced the noise that comes with the unlimited day games. We generally agree that the Tulaski report in its prediction of how the sound spreads, but our measurements show that the Tulaski predictions are at levels that are not close to realistic. Since Edgewood has failed to collect their own measurements, they are now trying to cast doubt on the measurements that have been made. I want to emphasize that the neighbors are claiming that the compromise of allowing day games has degraded the livability and enjoyment of our homes. This is the experience of the neighbors, and it is backed by measurements, and it is, to a certain extent, even backed by the Tulaski model. Extending this quantitatively and experientially validated harm from daytime to nighttime hours will further degrade the value and enjoyment and livability of our homes and properties. Please oppose the Edgewood's efforts to sidestep the recommendations of the Plan Commission. Thank you for all your efforts on behalf of Madison's community.
Thank you. Our final registrant wishing to speak is Tony Walton of Pond Road, representing Edgewood High School.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list.
Then I am happy to report that we are through all of those registrants wishing to speak. There are many, many others registered as available for questions or not wishing to speak, but I believe you all have a list of those, so I will not go through them. That brings us to any questions for registrants. Vice President Abbas.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I was going to do a motion to recess only for 5 minutes.
Okay. Vice President Abbas moves a 5-minute recess. Is there a second? President Carter will second. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of a 5-minute recess? I am seeing no objection, so we are recessed for 5 minutes. We will come back at 1:01. All right. Sorry, I did not give you your 1 minute warning, but we are back. And I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not believe Alder Balde is with us any longer.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So Alder Bidar.
Present.
Alder Bidar is present. Alder Carter.
Present.
Carter is present. Alder Evers.
Present.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Foster.
Present.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is present. Alder Harrington McKinney is excused. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Hennick.
Present.
Alder Hennick is present. Alder Campbell is excused. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer is present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is present. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Here.
Alder Prestigiacomo is present. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Alder Skidmore is present. Alder Tierney. Alder Tierney is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. O'Helia.
Here.
O'Helia is present. Alder Boss.
Present.
Alder Boss is present. Alder Burrows.
Here.
Alder Burrows is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. Now we are on any questions for any of our registrants. Seeing none, do we have questions for staff? Alder Skidmore.
I'm sorry I didn't press my button quick enough. I do have one question for one of the registrants.
Go ahead, Alder.
For Rick Teleski, if he's available. Is he available?
Do we still have Rick Teleski?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead, Alder.
I'm available.
Thank you.
Rick Teleski is available.
Okay. I don't understand the noise concerns. To my knowledge, there's never been issued a noise violation for activities on this field, and the city's own traffic counts indicate that there are 15,000 cars a day driving past the field on Monroe Street, with 1,700 cars during the times being requested for night games. It seems like the existing traffic would create more noise than a kid's sporting event. Can you address that?
Well, in many respects, that is true. If you look at the results of our ambient noise measurements, which was the first activity that we did in this analysis, we found sound levels that, with peak sound levels approaching 76 decibels, A-weighted. And the averages were less, ranged from about 50 to 76 decibels at the site. And that is obviously, that ambient noise condition is higher than the 65 dBA maximum sound level as measured using a slow meter setting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any further questions? No. Alder
Yes.
Evers.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question. Please.
I'm sorry, Alder, who is your question for?
Brad Boyce. He spoke just before we took the break.
Do we have Brad Boyce, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, it may be helpful to bring up your slide again, but Brad, there's something that you said that regarding the Teleski study, their own sound study, not speaking to this sound study that the Neighborhood Commission, the Y study, but something about, the spread of the sound into the neighborhood, that it seems like there's both sides who agree. Their own study indicates that the sound will spread into the neighborhood and at significant levels. Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, the map that was put up several times, I didn't myself put it up, but it shows sort of a topographical map of the sound intensities as they radiate out from the stadium stands is primarily the source. And it seems like that's a fairly reasonable map of how the intensities would vary as you go away from the stands. And the model is based on, it's a very detailed, sophisticated model, and it shows the impacts of the housing and the elevations and so on. What we think is wrong about the model and needs to be confirmed is that if you make a measurement, cause a measurement to confirm the noise source at the stadium seating, will you find that the noises are high at the neighbors' front porches? And our measurements say that they're much higher than what the Pulaski model says. The spread seems right, but not the average level.
Well, that's interesting. Could you just comment briefly about this idea that the sound of, say, a football game would be masked by traffic somehow on Woodrow and Street and Monroe Street, that the noise of the traffic and the sound of a football game, pep bands, play-by-play announcer, loudspeakers, cheering crowds, that somehow or another would not be any louder than the traffic on Monroe Street?
Yeah, well, sound is not covered by another sound. What happens is that if you add more sound, everything gets louder. And so the fact that there's traffic or not, and I'd like to point out that on Woodrow Street, there's no traffic. It's a dead-end street. Monroe Street is very busy, but what you do is you add in the sound from the game. So no matter how noisy it is because of traffic, it's going to get louder. And the games that we're talking about are evening games. The traffic and the ambient sound measurements made by Pulaski were done during rush hour. And that is a pretty noisy time. But after the buses are gone and after the cars stop going up and down Monroe Street around 6:30 at night, it starts to get quiet. By 9 o'clock, it's really quiet normally, but a game would change that.
Well, just one last question about sound. Can you get habituated to the sound of traffic? Let's say traffic's going by, you live on Monroe Street, it becomes part of your kind of like what you're used to. How does that differ when you hear a loud play-by-play announcers or cheering crowds or the whistles? Would that stand out in a big way, even if you were kind of used to the white noise of traffic?
Well, the whole point of a referee's whistle is to get attention and to stop the action. And starter guns are meant to be jarring, and cheering fans are trying to be heard. And because these are human-generated sounds that are meant for human ears to gather attention, to gain attention, they're particularly disruptive. We've evolved listening to people. We're looking for these noises. And so they're particularly disturbing, more than mere numbers would to quantify.
Well, thank you. Appreciate all that. That's all, man.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for registrants? Seeing none, let's get a motion, President Carter, and I'll remind you that the same rule applies as the last appeal. So the motion should be to approve the appeal. Oh, President Carter, you're muted. There you go.
Move to approve the appeal on item 5.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the appeal. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, we're almost there, folks. Alder Evers, we'll start with you.
Well, I mean, really, Mayor, would you expect me not? And colleagues, I wonder, Heather, if you could bring up the slide. We've heard a lot tonight. Edgewood and their supporters have made their case that this is really a matter of fairness and equity, and that they should be treated the same as Madison's other public high schools. That argument is weakened by the facts. Only 2 of Madison's 4 main public high schools have stadiums, and a careful review of the parcels surrounding the high schools explain why. If you look at this, which includes graphics from the City of Madison Zoning District's website, you see that Memorial has 5 zoning districts. La Follette also has 5, and these are largely suburban and mixed commercial kind of districts. They're situated in commercial employment and suburban residential districts. That would be what you would find around Memorial and La Follette. But around West and Edgewood, you see the traditional residential district. The TRC districts are established to stabilize, protect, and encourage throughout the city the essential characteristics of the residential areas typically located on the isthmus, near east and near west portions of the city, and to promote and encourage a suitable environment for family life while accommodating a full range of life cycle housing. So this is the crux of the matter. Edgewood wishes to add stadium lighting, enabling night games in a traditional residential neighborhood. And it's simply not accurate to claim that Edgewood has a right to a stadium like other Madison public schools. Edgewood does not have a right to a stadium. It has the right to consideration of such a request in the context of its surrounding properties. Now, it's abundantly clear, if you've been reading the information, if you read the report of the Plan Commission, it's abundantly clear that Edgewood has not met these standards. One can easily foresee situations in which the uses, values, and enjoyment of the established adjoining properties would be substantially impaired or diminished. With all due respect to Alder Skidmore, we all know what a football game sounds like. Cheering crowds when the home team gets into the red zone and is ready to score, and everybody is yelling at the top of their lungs, at the very top of their lungs. There's a play-by-play announcer that after every single play tells you just what happened. There are pep bands that kick into action when after a touchdown. And then, after the game, people are honking their horns and celebrating, at least the ones on the winning side. What does that mean? One can see that dinner time meals might be interrupted. We heard about that tonight. There would be young children who normally go to bed at 7 or 7:30. Some of our fellow colleagues have young children, and I asked them today, but what time does your child go to bed? Oh, bedtime is 7 p.m. So you have young children in such close proximity who would not be able to sleep. Adults who would be unable to quietly read a book or hold a pleasant, friendly conversation on a screened-in porch. We can also foresee canoers who are frustrated that their quiet paddle on Lake Wingra is diminished. And yes, one can easily foresee the very real possibility of declining property values. Edgewood has offered no new evidence since the May 11th Plan Commission decision that compels us as alders to overturn that near unanimous decision. Instead, they propose 40 night games per year in addition to their unlimited daytime use. Now, Edgewood claims this is not about a stadium, but when they first proposed this in 2017, they clearly labeled this project an athletic stadium and concession stand redevelopment project. And they showed those same 4 light poles. And of course, they also had the expanded bleachers and the concession stands, which they say, well, we've dropped that. But when I met with Edgewood High School President Mike Elliott and Edgewood Board President Steve Krantz last year on March 9th, just before the pandemic kicked in, both indicated that the light poles, getting this approved, would be the first step. And that would then be followed by expanded bleachers, a new sound system, concession stands, locker rooms, and otherwise a full stadium build out. And they believe that, yes, that they were entitled to this because the other high schools had that. And we also heard from several of their speakers and their attorneys and their consultants that this is all about lights, just 4 light poles. But this is disingenuous, and Plan Commission, dear alders, saw right through this. Lights are a means to night games. And these night games have considerable noise impacts, which will harm the existing uses, values, and enjoyment of the surrounding properties. And yes, and what is a traditional residential neighborhood. Now, Edgewood should not want to do anything based on their set of values that we all share, the shared set of values, to put up a stadium if this would cause harm to their neighbors, but yet they keep pushing for it. I would urge you to vote no on this and suggest that they should take the neighbor's cue and study the existing use, as Alder Rummel suggested. Study your daytime use, measure it, figure out if there is a way to mitigate it. That's what Plan Commission called for, the possibility of some redress of noise impacts. But this is not the place here at Council to try to hash this out. If there's going to be a compromise, if there's going to be a positive outcome, let the neighbors and Edgewood find it together. I'll just close by saying this. The amount of money Edgewood is spending on legal fees and consultants could in fact be spent other ways. Perhaps they should follow the path of their brethren at the college, which just this past fall built an athletic complex in Verona for their varsity soccer and lacrosse teams. Perhaps it's clear that if a compromise can't be found in a traditional residential neighborhood, and that's the question, there are other options where they could have their home field. That was the decision that the college made, and I suggest that's a possible outcome. At any rate, it's not something for us to try to resolve here. Plan Commission was definitive. There is no basis for overturning that decision. I ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Alder Evers. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Evers kind of spoke to this, but it's kind of weird to read comments in a developer, applicant's report and see your name as a reason d'etre. So I did get one of those light bulb moments that sometimes you get as alders when you're thinking deep and you go, wait, these people had a master plan. They decided not to amend it. The master plan, clearly the neighbors and to the alder said no competitive games, only practice. And maybe that's not what Edgewood thought that they were getting, but that's how everyone read it. That's how the city enforced it. They had an option of either amending that to allow the games or to repeal the master plan. So they chose the path of repealing the master plan, and it was approved by the council, and I guess now January. I just kind of looked it up about a year ago. And so what did that mean? That means that they had the right to have competitive daytime sports. But you know what? COVID happened. They never had a single daytime sport as far as I know. Someone can correct me. But no way to just show what it's like when, as the Alder talked about, all the, pep people and the speakers and everything that happens, all the, the rah, rah, rah. So we don't know what that's like for people. And that's what I said at Plan Commission, why don't you try just having day games and see what it's like, measure it. have people live it and see what it's like. And then talk about what it's like and what could be done. Would you build a wall? Because it was discussed at Plan Commission, maybe a wall was needed. What else could you do? And so it wasn't just go talk to the neighbors. It was go talk to the neighbors about how to try out what you already have, what you have now by right, which is a day game. But they didn't. They just went to the night game without even showing us that this was a reasonable use that could be lived with. It was with certain limits, such as the staff report said. So that's, I think, what helped me understand that it wasn't, maybe they'll get to that point, but they're not there yet because they haven't really made the case why it isn't why it does meet substantially conditional use number 3 about the uses and enjoyment of the property. So I would urge you to vote, I guess, against it's late, against the rescinding of the appeal, and just let them take it and just test it out and see what it's like and then come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all, everyone who support and who doesn't support, especially attendees who came and gave such a good presentation. That reminds me my watching presentation and learning about what's happening. So it was amazing to see so much information, and thanks for staying so late. As a father of 2 kids who are under 4-year-old, I understand how much noise can impact the quality of life. And not only kids, also parent. And small noise can wake kids up. And, a lot of our neighborhoods are surrounded by businesses and by communities. And we all need to work together and find a way to mutually work together and each other feelings. I understand, this is I also feel bad because it's a tough economy. Schools, colleges are also going through challenges with enrollment and financial challenges. And I really hope there was a path to really help Edgewood. But listening after so many public speakers about challenges and especially noise, and without having some data to present, and also without giving us a plan about mitigation, how it's going to mitigate if you're going to do night games, it's really hard to vote yes on this appeal. Regarding lights, Bird Jones Parks have the City Park, which is in my district, next to Aldermanic District. I read the whole study and the grading, and also I saw Edgewood too. And I understand the technology came very far with LEDs. There will be some impact, but there are ways you can mitigate those impact. But noise I don't know what is a noise mitigation, and also amount of games. There's no concrete data in front of us to really see through and make a decision for you guys. And that's not our place. I think so that's something you have to work with. I would have to work with neighbors who are impacted the most and work with Alder and then come to Plan Commission or City, Common Council. I appreciate you guys put a lot of effort, but the impact is immense, and I don't see any mitigation plan to really change my mind. So I will vote no to this appeal.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other. Alder Hennick.
Yes, just from what Alder Romo was saying earlier, in all the conversations that I've heard, day games have been happening for a long time on many of these on this field. So to say that we don't have any example of what day games are like, I was just questioning. Could I get some response from either staff or figure out where that's coming from?
Alder, we had an opportunity both for questions from our registrants and for staff.
I fully understand that, but that was news to me. So if I can get some that's contradicting what's been said previous. So I was just trying to figure out how we could understand what's correct there and what's not.
Ms. Stouter or Mr. Parks? or Mr. Tucker, do you have any information on the history of games?
Well, I think I promptly want to turn this over to Matt Tucker in zoning, but my understanding is, yes, there have been quite a few day games over the years. I'm not sure that they've ever held, full-on daytime football games. In fact, I don't know that they have, but turn it over to Matt, who knows a lot more about the details of what's been held there in recent years.
Sure. So we're basically aware that there have been games that have been occurring for quite a long time. Well back past the new zoning code being in place. They may not have been varsity level games. There were freshman or JV level games, but there have been games occurring on the field. I don't think that's really disputed much, dating back probably well into the 90s. At some level. Having games at any point is going to basically establish the use moving forward to today.
Thank you. I felt like that was important because that was news to me that it was contradictory. So thank you for the clarification. And it seems to me that in the summertime, we've got games until, during light. So that's until 9:00 at night. So to extend that when the darkness becomes earlier, it makes sense to me. So I will be voting for the appeal.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no further alders in the queue. The motion is to approve the appeal, which is to overturn the Plan Commission. So an aye vote overturns the Plan Commission, a no vote upholds the Plan Commission. All those in favor, aye, and those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Bedar.
No.
Alder Bedar, no. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder H. McKinney is excused. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Hannick.
Aye.
Alder Hannick, aye. Alder Kimball's excused. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Prestigiacomo.
No.
Alder Prestigiacomo, no. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore.
Aye.
Alder Skidmore, aye. Alder Tierney.
Aye.
Alder Tierney, aye. Alder Revere.
No.
Alder Revere, no. Alder Wahelia.
No.
Alder Wahelia, no. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Burros.
No.
Alder Burros, no. Show 4 ayes, 13 noes.
With 4 ayes and 13 noes, the motion fails. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. Are there any additional introductions from the floor or announcements? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I had moved for reconsideration of, let me just pull up, reconsideration of legislative file 62957, the alcohol license for the Winnebago Quick Trip, and for the discussion to not happen until the February 2nd Common Council meeting. So I just wanted to confirm the action on that since it wasn't on the consent agenda.
No, it was listed on the agenda itself.
It was listed on the agenda itself.
Okay.
So the clerk
It's
is
item
saying
number 66.
it was, so that reconsideration was adopted on the consent agenda.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you for checking, Alder. Any other announcements or introductions from the floor? Seeing none. Alder Wahelia.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh. Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, thank you all, and thank you for hanging in there so that we could maintain quorum. Have a good morning, I guess, at this point.